Virtual universe, especially open space. Howl, completely green dragons snaked through the space, the beautiful seven-colored wings could be seen everywhere, within this huge space. With a glance, one could spot tens of millions of different types of mystical beasts, some beautiful, some violent. Tens of millions of beasts flew about. A completely red majestic group of palaces floated in mid-air, within one of them. A tall and sturdy man with a single silver horn covered in purple armor fiercely slammed the wine glass in his hand. The translucent glass flew hard onto the floor and burst apart. The man's expression was struggled, his eyes like two eternal burning stars. He raged and roared, "How do they think that I'm a pushover? I've waited so long for the demon note mountain inheritance. For my student, Mist Emperor, to get a chance, and you are telling me it's gone." Night. An old white-haired man bowed and said, "It's not that it's gone, but he'll have to wait for the next batch." "Next batch bullshit," the silver-horned man roared. "Each batch of the Demon Note Mountain Inheritance is 10,081 eras apart, and every batch has at most 32 people. I spent so much treasure and invested so much. Finally I got picked and acquired a slot, but you are telling me there's an anonymous, unknown life form that took one of the 32 palaces, and you lack one slot. How is it my business? There's one lacking. Why take away my student's chance? Why not take away others?" The silver-horned man was incomparably angry. Night. The white-haired old man bowed. When the ballot was cast, Mist Emperor was the 32nd, right at the back, hence the people above decided. Get out, the silver-horned man violently waved. The white-haired old man bowed, not daring to speak any more. He turned and left immediately. The silver-horned man's expression was struggled. For a knight like him, one of the great eternal beings of humanity, there was hardly anything that made him feel cheated, but this time. The great union, those bunch of punks, they took my gifts and favors, and now they all act all righteous, taking away my student's opportunity. The man was filled with hatred. However, he was clear that since they made the decision, there was no use in him raging. "Just who is it? Who took my student's slot?" the man raged. "Demon Note Inheritance. It was tens of millions of times more valuable than the chance to study in the Primal Chaos City, because the Primal Chaos tablets were after all for people to study and comprehend the laws. The Demon Note Inheritance, however, was a solid, incredibly detailed training method. As long as one followed the training, his powers would grow by leaps and bounds. Wait till the next batch. 10,081 eras later, the silver-horned man got angrier the more he thought about it. His disciple Mist Emperor was an emperor undying. To become a knight was extremely difficult. However, through the Demon Note Inheritance, on a certain level of degree, it would greatly increase his chances of becoming a knight. Right now, he didn't know who took his student's chance, making him wait over 100 million years. The pinnacle beings and their matters, Luo Feng definitely didn't know. He only knew he had to grab his opportunities and go train. Within the Inheritance Palace, Inheritance Staircase. Luo Feng had been standing on the first level for a day already. He closed his eyes and stood on the black stone stairs, in his mind, his spirit energy constantly training the inheritance technique. This nameless powerful technique shall be temporarily called the Supreme Demon Note Manual. This Supreme Demon Note Manual, according to the information that Luo Feng received from the first flight, was mainly split into two parts. One was basics. 2 was the demon note technique, of which the basics portions 99 was mostly making a solid foundation. Once that was done, the demon note technique would be easy to train. The basics here referred to spirit energy amplitude. For example, when Luo Feng controlled one flying blade, his strength in attacking with that blade could reach a certain number, and his limit was simultaneously controlling 78 blades, all 78 of them reaching max power. This made his amplitude 78. Back when Luo Feng was on Earth and he was still weak, he could simultaneously control about 10 or so blades at max power. Soul had the spirit energy amplitude. Body had the strength amplitude. The undying altar measured the strength amplitude. Normal strength amplitudes could reach 100. That would be perfectly controlling one's every bit of energy. When one reaches 100 in that aspect, that would be the normal limit. Same theory. The spirit energy amplitude, to be able to control 100 flying blades with every one of them reaching max power, that was the normal limit too. However, these are under normal circumstances. Like the golden horned beast and it using its body to attack, its normal strength amplitude could also reach 80-90. However, the moment it unleashes its ability strengthen, immediately it would jump several times, making the amplitude go over 100. Like deities of the world, the body's strength would rise a few times too, reaching a few hundred, and the golden horned beast's right claw, the moment it triggered the blood river energy, its power would greatly increase. The body's strength could be risen multiple times. In theory, 100 was the limit, however that was the normal limit. Through special techniques, treasures, all these could raise that limit, and these additions were incredibly valuable in the universe. Natural ability strengthen affected the body and soul, basically everything. The golden horned beast's soul amplitude was currently 78, however once it used its natural ability, its power would rise a few times over. And this supreme demon note manual was something like deities of the world. From its memories, and even more powerful once one had great progress in deities of the world, it would raise one's powers by 27 times. However, Supreme Demon Note Manual was much stronger. This was an extreme inheritance that aimed at breaking all limits. What a mysterious anomaly. Even stronger than deities of the world, this is heavenly. Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked at the many levels of steps ahead of him, with a glance. They reached into space itself. He took a deep breath. With a step, he flew to the second flight. When he landed on the second flight, incredibly detailed technique immediately poured into his mind. Continue training. Day after day. Level after level. In this inheritance staircase that stretched to space, Luo Feng progressed. Actually, when he first began the process, he received information that once it started, it couldn't be stopped. He had to continuously proceed forward. The training itself was actually a torture of one's willpower and consciousness. The moment one was unable to withstand it, then the inheritance would automatically end. In the vast universe, over 1 trillion years, hundreds of thousands of different life forms had all come to receive the inheritance. However, not a single one of them could finish the entire process. Who knows how long this thing will take? Opportunities like these don't come easy. I cannot miss it. Luo Feng was almost like a starving beggar eating a meal in a long time, madly immersed in his training. The more he trained, the more he felt his consciousness amplitude rise, quickly exceeding 100. This normal limit continued to rise further. It was heavenly. The more he trained, the more he understood that if this technique were to be exchanged for in the treasure trove of the virtual universe, it would be an exorbitant price. The treasure trove may not even have such a technique within. I only have this one chance to train. I'll train as much as I can, maybe I'll make great progress, no matter if I don't give it a shot. How will I forgive myself? When Luo Feng was within the core of Demon Note Mountain receiving the inheritance, the assassins sent by official Pu from the 1000-star sect were troubled. 6 months later. Virtual universe, on an island specially for the 9-star warriors to stay. On that island, a group of palaces took up an extremely large space. It was the reputable headquarters of the 1000-star sect in the virtual universe. In a particular palace, God, 2 sector lords and 2 domain lords bowed respectfully. The shockingly beautiful Piyu's long hair flowed, an absolute beauty. She sat in the throne, leaning on the back and looking below. You 4 haven't discovered the target. Yes, God. The 4 were nervous. The 4 were from the initial 6 sent, the other 2 had already died within Demon Note Mountain. Useless things. The absolute beauty snorted coldly. I'll give you another half a year of time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yes. The 4 had cold sweat beading from their foreheads. Time passed and in an instant, they had already spent a year within Demon Note Mountain, and in that year, another domain lord of the group died, because he was hit by demon notes. He unconsciously became a zombie. The final 3 survivors all left Demon Note Mountain. Congratulations, you 3 have survived for a year within Demon Note Mountain. You have the right to enter our virtual universe company. The troops stationed at Demon Note Mountain from the virtual universe company, the lowest status of the group, swiftly went to receive the 3 survivors. Ba Yan and the other 1000-star sect warriors glanced at each other, helpless. They came to Demon Note Mountain only on Piyu's orders. In truth, the 3 of them had no wishes to join the virtual universe company and become a lackey for others. Bring the 3 of them here. A voice resounded in that staff's ears. Yes, official Piyu. The staff immediately brought Ba Yan and the others to her shrine. Deep in the shrine in a hall, Piyu lay in the throne. Her jade-green tail meandered about in the throne, her eyes gazing down below at the shifty trio. God. The 3 knelt down. Piyu waved her hand and immediately forced the space ring off the domain lord's fingers, forcefully breaking the soul imprint and retrieving the E9 grade laser gun. God, the target is only a universe level 9, and we haven't discovered him in a year, and he hasn't come out. It's very likely he was killed by others within, or he was hit by the demon note and turned into a zombie. The strongest of the lot, Sector Lord level 9, Ba Yan spoke. Let's hope so. Pi nodded, her gaze sweeping past the 3. Their eyes immediately became rigid. After which, Pu Tong, Pu Tong, Pu Tong, they fell on the floor, dead. However, you all know too much. You have to die, Piyu said coldly, sending people to kill an important genius of the virtual universe company. The moment she was discovered, she, an official level undying, even if she wasn't killed, she would be locked in the space hell. A year. That punk should be 80 to 90 dead, Piyu muttered softly, after which she smiled charmingly. The space around seemed to burst in color suddenly. Piyu was lazing about entirely on in the throne, her white jade-like fingers gently tapping on the armrest, her gaze fixed on the three bodies below her, the space slightly warped and a space ripple with the power of origin laws of an undying covered the three bodies, with several cracks, they immediately became dust. That punk, he should be dead, however, he's only the interest pu muttered softly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside. Teacher! Teacher! Worried shouts came from outside the palace. Come in, Pu gently frowned, speaking. The one leading that rushed in was one dressed in purple decorative armor, a handsome youth. His eyes were sunken in, pupils green, on his forehead there was an engraving. This handsome youth's expression was filled with pain and rage. He rushed in and knelt hard on the floor, shouting, Teacher, please save my hometown Emocha planet. What's going on? Pu frowned. Your hometown Emocha planet is a powerful planet with quite a few undyings. Why do you need me to save it? Teacher, some of my clansmen unintentionally offended Mist Emperor's people. Who'd expect the powerful Mist Emperor to come out personally and use his space techniques to place my entire planet, the entire planet, forced into his god country? The handsome youth was about to cry. Planet, the entire planet was forced into the god country. Even Pu was shocked. God country. That was the sole location of an undying. Sector lords had their internal world, undyings had their god countries. The moment their internal worlds collapsed, the sector lord would definitely die. The moment the god country collapsed, the weaker undyings would die, and some with techniques and treasures may survive, however their powers would be greatly reduced to a point where they'd have no future. It could be said that the god country was half of the undying's life. The god country had many uses. The reason the undyings were powerful was because the god countries were powerful. In there, the undying's power would greatly rise. Even though one could force an enemy into his god country, having his power rise much greater, it also however gives the enemy the chance to attack his god country. Hence, unless one had 100 guarantee, or was forced into a corner, very few would actually force an enemy into his god country. To force an entire planet in your planet, in Mist Emperor's god country, will have a very tragic end. You sat high in the throne looking down on her disciple. If it were simply destroying, he could easily use one punch to destroy it. However, he actually took the effort to place your planet into his god country. Unless he tortures it enough, he won't be satisfied. Just what did your clansmen do to offend him? Pu frowned. A small matter. The handsome youth knelt there and shouted tragically. There's always been some friction before, however the underlings of Mist Emperor would usually handle these small things. Who'd expect him to personal make a move, forcing the entire planet into the god country? Teacher, please save my planet, the handsome youth shouted. I cannot do anything. Pu shook her head. Teacher, the handsome youth's eyes were filled with tears. Pu looked at her disciple kneeling below, saying softly, I'll try. After which she closed her eyes, sending a thread of her consciousness into the virtual universe network. She looked for a good friend to speak to Mist Emperor. After a while, Pu opened her eyes and said, Teacher. The handsome youth looked up at Pu in the throne, his expression filled with hope. It's your clansmen's fault they offended Mist Emperor when he's in the worst mood. Pu frowned and ordered, no one can save them. The handsome youth gripped his fist. Leave. Pu ordered coldly. Yes, the handsome youth didn't dare speak another word, he feared offending this cold teacher of his, thus he left respectfully. Only Piyu was left in the huge palace. She frowned, muttering to herself, no wonder he's so angry, his powerful teacher actually got a slot in the demon Note Mountain inheritance for him, and someone else actually took it, hee hee. This wait will be another 10,081 eras before he gets another chance. If it were me, I'd be angry too. Only thing is just who was it that took his slot? Within the God country, an endless ocean, within were fragments of ice, there floated dark green majestic palaces, in the center of them was 1,000,000 km tall dark green statue Mist Emperor statue. In the ocean over 100 million km away from the palaces was a planet with a diameter of over 30,000 kilometers floating. From it flew out many silhouettes that knelt in mid-air, constantly begging, Mist Emperor, spare us. Mist Emperor, spare our Immortal planet. Mist Emperor, we have wronged, we have wronged. A few undyings and sector lords were kneeling in mid-air, their voices booming all about. At this time, within their home Immortal planet, there would occasionally be lightning flashes or flames about, sometimes snow and blizzards or even hail that dropped like countless blades shooting down. It was simply a nightmare. Mist Emperor, with dark green floating long hair, a square face, his eyes even madder than a space beast, he wore an exquisite long robe and stood in mid-air, coldly looking at the torture he was dishing out to Immortal planet. Spare you wronged. He laughed suddenly, it's too late. Too late, too late, too late, too late, his voice echoed constantly through the ears of the Immortal warriors. The undyings and sector lords were all in extreme pain, regret and hatred. However, they couldn't do anything. Mist Emperor, as an emperor-level undying, was too powerful. The power his god country held was even more shocking. Just the god country pressure alone made the undyings unable to resist. 10,081 eras, over 100 million years from my birth till now, this entire long period has only been 12,000 eras to make me wait so long. The more he thought about it, the more he raged. He gripped his fists even tighter, causing the space to tremble so hard it felt like it was about to split apart. Just who is the bastard that took my slot? Who? Mist Emperor raged within, and that planet floating in mid-air had an even more tragic fate ahead. In the vast universe, within the virtual universe company, controlled absolute beginning region, Demon Mountain. Within one of the 32 inheritance palaces of Demon Note Mountain, Luo Feng was focused on receiving the inheritance. How would he know he'd taken Mist Emperor's slot? Even to the Emperor level undying s 10,081 eras was a very long period of time. He had only lived for a total of 12,000 eras. It was akin to a 30-year-old preparing to get married. However, God ordered don't rush, wait another 30 years, marry when you are 60. Who wouldn't be anxious, who wouldn't be angry? Within the inheritance palace, black mist engulfed the area, the many layers of stairs extended upwards. In theory, a space like this, with only a few tens of km in length and width, wasn't shocking. However, the distance Luo Feng saw far exceeded over 1,000 kilometers. This effect of having a world within a grain of sand didn't really shock Luo Feng after all, something a sector lord was capable of. It wasn't strange. The absolute being that left behind the inheritance palace couldn't do. Finished another part. Luo Feng opened his eyes, face filled with glee. He became a beam of light and headed to a higher level. Pa. The moment he stepped on the flight of stairs, the deeper training methods once again poured in, simultaneously a voice resounded within the space. Luo Feng turned to look. Mysterious words appeared in the space beside, similar to the style of words on the stone tablet before. Even though Luo Feng didn't recognize them, he instantly understood their meaning. Beginner, he was shocked. The summary of the words were: life form that have chosen to receive the inheritance, you've already received 1/10 of the first part of the demon note inheritance. The demon note general inheritance has a total of 3 parts. To be able to completely finish the first part will earn you the beginner title, and receive the beginner reward. The end of the first part is in that distant temple. The beginner reward is right there. Work hard. Rumble. The stairs in which he stood on extended far away, and at this time it was still endless, level after level, finally far, far away. At the end of it, in that distant space, there was a temple of which was hard to see clearly with the naked eye. The end of the first part, beginner reward. Luo Feng looked at the distant temple, thinking, I've only been receiving the inheritance for about a year. About 300 levels of it, and I've only completed 1/10 of the first part. Then this first part, wouldn't it have over 3,000 levels? The first part had over 3,000 levels. A total of 3 parts. If the 2 later parts were the same, there would be over 10k levels. To finish all the stairs and finish the inheritance, how long would that take? Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Saying is one thing. However, in truth, over 1 trillion years since Demon Mountain existed, with 100s of thousands receiving the inheritance, yet none had ever fully completed it. Thinking so much is useless. I'll first complete the first part and become a beginner, then I'll receive the reward in that temple. Luo Feng was anticipating. This inheritance palace sure is something. The prize, definitely wouldn't be bad. Who knows what it is? Treasure, weapon, armor. He didn't think anymore, continuing to immerse himself in training. 1 year's worth of work, even just a part of the inheritance alone, made him feel that his power had risen greatly already. This inheritance was indeed a heavenly technique. If Luo Feng were to give it a price, it would truly be a priceless treasure. More than even the entire time-space scribbles. I really have to thank Imo Luo for that kick, Luo Feng exclaimed within. When he had first entered the inheritance palace, the Masha clansman had entered his internal world. The core resided within his earth body. Within Luo Feng's internal core, his soul, which had already condensed into a crystal ball, was engulfed in mist. Floating about this was Luo Feng's spirit energy, countless amounts of energy condensed into engravings. Large amount of them were permeating the crystal ball, almost like venom infecting it, causing the ball to have slight changes as it absorbed the engravings. Even though the changes were little, it was constant and kept changing. Not even for a moment. Luo Feng's earth body and golden horned beast controlled the spirit energy to train their souls. It takes time to be tempered into steel. A piece of metal requires being broken down time and again and molded over and over to become steel. At this time, Luo Feng's soul was going through this process. In training the supreme demon note technique, his soul was constantly changing and evolving, almost like a piece of metal being molded into steel. Such was the process his soul was undergoing. Similar to deities of the world, that too was a change in the body too. Unleashing it would shrink the body, causing the muscle and bone density scales etc. to raise at an extreme rate. 99 of the basics of the Supreme Demon Note technique was on changing the soul. Unleashing this would make one's soul control amplitude rise greatly. A normal sector lord's soul, using maximum power on assassination weapons, normally would able to control up to 100 of them. A normal sector lord's body amplitude was at most 100 times. When Luo Feng stood on the 100th level of stairs, his spirit energy amplitude had already reached 100. This, under the normal circumstances, would be a sector lord's perfection. And now that he was over the 360th level, his spirit energy amplitude had already reached over 360. What did this mean? When he first arrived here, his amplitude was only 70-80, right now it was over 360. It had jumped 5 times. A simple comparison, when he first began he only had 1, then now he had 5. His spirit energy usage speed was 5 times from before. It's akin to 5 against 1. Luo Feng looked at the stairs that extended forever, looking at the distant space and the shrine at the end of it, he couldn't help but get excited. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Public Region, within a quiet loft of a hotel. A golden-armored True Yen Emperor lay on the sofa, his eyelids drooping. He gave off a powerful angry energy, filling up the entire room. Even the staff were all scared as they stood in the corner, not daring to make a sound. They cleared their throats and held their breaths. Cackle, True Yen Emperor. A strange piercing cold laughter resounded within the room. 2 people walked up from the stairs. A skinny skeleton, like human with eyes, like 2 balls of flames, his chin with a goat's beard. He donned a golden robe and held 2 golden round balls that he fiddled with. Behind him was a handsome youth, Mo Luo. Mo Luo, even though he was already old, because of his bloodline, he would still look like a youth. You've come, True Yen shot a glance. Cackle, True Yen Emperor, you are looking for my disciple. This time, it means you need a favor from me, before me. Don't be ugly. The golden-robed skinny old man cackled, lying in the sofa beside and ordering, staff, leave us. Yes. The staff all obediently left, leaving only 3 in the room, True Yen, Mo Luo, and Mo Luo's teacher. If it weren't for my disciple Luo Feng, I'd be too lazy to meet you. Seeing you disgusts me. True Yen laughed coldly. Cackle, what an honor, the old man mocked. This old man was also a very powerful man within the virtual universe company. He too had passed the 20th level of the heavenly bridge, close to becoming a knight. His name was Prison Emperor. The 2 had always been rivals, extremely talented, of which True Yen was direct and straightforward, intrepid in reputation. Prison Emperor was more known for being evil and treacherous. As their characters clashed, True Yen did things openly while Prison Emperor was sinister. The 2 had always disliked each other. Prison Emperor had deemed True Yen as his rival, but True Yen had always despised him. However, even so, in terms of strength, the 2 were close. These 2 were both incredibly close to becoming knights amongst the emperors. They were amongst the pinnacle. They were strong in their own ways, naturally true. Yen was able to use his strength to suppress his enemy, but it would be hard for him to actually kill him. Speak. True Yen glanced at Mo Luo, behind Prison Emperor. You said your disciple Mo Luo went to Demon Mountain and even met my disciple Luo Feng. Tell me, when did they meet, under what circumstance? Anxious, the strange old man looked at True Yen. Humph, Tru Yan snorted coldly. He was indeed anxious. This was because the Virtual Universe Company had informed him earlier that Luo Feng had been in Demon Note Mountain for over a year, but he hasn't answered or given any notice, and the impossible level missions were extremely dangerous. The moment they were hit by the powerful demon notes, they would unconsciously become zombies. Under normal circumstance, these geniuses would occasionally enter the Virtual Universe Network. However, over this year, Luo Feng hadn't entered once. This made the Virtual Universe Company suspect. Was he dead? Naturally, they informed his teacher, who was closest to him, Tru Yan Emperor. Tru Yan knew that Luo Feng had gone to Demon Mountain. After receiving that notice from the company, he immediately sent a mail and call request to contact Luo Feng. However, there hadn't been a response. It was almost like Luo Feng was dead. Under such circumstances, there were two answers. 1. Luo Feng was dead. Naturally, he couldn't answer. 2. He was immersed in training and shut off all communication to not be distracted by anything. Anxious, the golden-robed old man mocked. Looks like your disciple has yet to reply to you. Actually, not having a response doesn't mean he's dead. He might be locked in training or something. Ah. Prison Emperor slapped his head. I must be old and senile. Your disciple is in Demon Note Mountain. In that place, there's demon notes everywhere. There's no place to stop and train at all, much less immerse himself in training. Since he cannot train, then he should be dead. Tru Yan's expression grew heavy. His eyes shot golden light, roaring, Prison Emperor, I wish to speak to only your disciple, and you are forcing your way. And I'm showing you respect by speaking to you. Don't push it. Cackle, you must be anxious. The old man waved his hand. My good disciple. Tell him. Yes. Mo Luo bowed respectfully. Tru Yan Emperor. Mo Luo bowed. Tru Yan looked at the respectful Mo Luo. He couldn't help but glance at Prison Emperor. Such a good disciple. He'll be a wreck under you. Humph. The golden-robed old man couldn't bear to smile. Speak. Tru Yan looked at Mo Luo. When did you see Luo Feng? Tru Yan Emperor. Mo Luo said respectfully. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. Tru Yan frowned. The notice the Virtual Universe Company gave was also about a year ago, that Luo Feng hadn't entered the Virtual Universe since 1 year. With Tru Yan's long lifespan, 1 year was simply too short. However, in such an environment such as Demon Note Mountain, 1 year was indeed too long. I'm currently still in Demon Note Mountain, Mo Luo said respectfully. However, I haven't seen Luo Feng since. Ah. Tru Yan's frown grew deeper. Humph. Tru Yan, you may not know your disciple actually tried to sabotage my disciple before in Demon Note Mountain, Prison Emperor said. Sabotage. Tru Yan stared hard at Mo Luo. My disciple Luo Feng tried to sabotage you. Mo Luo was somewhat nervous. Don't be afraid. Prison Emperor sat in the sofa, lifting a wine glass, and casually waving his hand. Your teacher is here. That ape man cannot touch you. Say the entire story. Speak honestly. Tru Yan stared at Mo Luo. Mo Luo took a deep breath, speaking. Tru Yan Emperor Elder, it was like this. I was in Demon Note Mountain earlier than Luo Feng. In there I discovered the patterns to the demon notes, hence I stayed for long periods in a place close to where the beasts were, even though I was close to the beasts. And the demon notes were constantly changing. It was a spot where I could easily predict. One day, I heard a beast howl, and I knew someone had encountered a beast. Mo Luo took A deep breath. Obviously, he was nervous. I had encountered this many times. This time I carefully sneaked over to observe. However, the person I saw was actually using a cloud contact vine. I immediately guessed that this person definitely wasn't an Aboriginal, a universe level 9. Aboriginal definitely wouldn't have a domain lord level 9 assisting plant life. Form Luo said, hence, I helped, with the two of us combined, we defeated the beast and we fled from the scene. When he saw me, he immediately recognized me. And he changed to his original form. It was actually Luo Feng. To meet our own people in Demon Note Mountain, I was very happy. I chatted with him for a while as we fled, as the beast would regenerate and chase after us. However, I didn't expect Luo was shivering. Tru Yen frowned. While my guard was down, while we were fleeing together, he suddenly attacked me. At close distance, I couldn't defend in time. I was instantly heavily injured, and I fought hard to protect myself after Luo shook his head. Actually, in that instant I was attacked. I understood he was probably thinking of me as an opponent in the qualification battles. Getting rid of me would mean he would have a greater chance of entering the primal region. Cackle, Tru Yen, you've heard it. The golden-robed old man laughed coldly. Tru Yen looked at the obedient Luo standing before him. He actually had a good feeling about this primal region genius. However, the story he told earlier made Tru Yen frown. He ordered, what you said is true. Tru Yen Emperor Elder Luo bowed. Under my teacher's questioning, only then did I reveal this story. Other than you two, I haven't told anybody else. Humph. Tru Yen snorted coldly. Go, all of you. Cackle, angry. Tru Yen, you are raging. Cackle, the golden-robed skinny old man laughed arrogantly. Luo remained bowed. Tru Yen squinted, gold light glowing. Cackle, let's go. The skinny old man laughed and vanished. Luo too vanished, leaving only Tru Yen in the room. His expression was cold, speaking softly. If I hadn't known my disciple for so many years, I would really have suspected. However, Luo Feng, that punk, is definitely, amongst my disciples, the one with the strongest beliefs. He does things the most straightforward and cleanly, the one with the most principles. After being with his disciple for so long, he really respected this student. Heart like a mirror, seeing through everything. Heart like a blade, slicing through illusions. Anyone who's able to reach such a stage would do things with the most principles. Such a person would have the pride of a warrior. Even if he wanted to get into the primal region, he would do it with his own strength. He definitely wouldn't try and secretly kill or backstab another to attain victory. Student, I believe you are still alive. There must have been something special that's happened in Demon Note Mountain that's held you up. Tru Yen said softly. In his mind a thought flashed through his head of the 32 inheritance palaces in Demon Note Mountain. He had just come to know that there was one that had an unknown life form. If that unknown life form was his student, then that was the best outcome. Haha, I really know how to ponder. He shook his head. My student was able to reach Fantasy Ocean's 10th island before failing. If that Luo could survive till now, he definitely can too. Time passed. Day by day, year after year. Luo Feng was completely immersed in the inheritance training, step by step. His soul evolved constantly. A few special techniques could only be unleashed after evolving the soul, just like his teacher Hu Yanbo's soul imprint. It required altering the soul. Only when the soul had special qualities would he be able to unleash those Special techniques. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In an underground ice cave below Demon Mountain, a massacre had just ended. Mo Luo gently flicked off the blood from his fingertips, looking at the body below. You are only an aboriginal, dying by my absolute genius hands. Is your honor, if it weren't for the 10k black tags reward, I wouldn't bother to attack you. Mo Luo swiftly took the space belt and scanned it with his spirit energy. 31 black tags. He immediately revealed a look of mad glee. Haha, my luck is really good. He gripped his fists excitedly. I lacked only 30 tags, and this aboriginal had 31, the automaton weapon I specially bought for this Demon Mountain was indeed a worthy investment, even though I can only use it once. However, I successfully killed 2 sector lords and made my black tags acquirement much easier. 10,000 black tags, it's finally enough. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed. It's been 5 years since I entered Demon Mountain. I could have left half a year ago, only because of the black tags did I stay till now, thinking of ways and means to set traps, etc. Mo Luo smiled. His smile was proud and satisfied. He was very satisfied with all that he had done throughout his entire Demon Mountain mission. Whether it was checking out the structure and environment of Demon Mountain, ensuring he stayed in the safest regions, or backstabbing Luo Feng, or assassinating the sector lords, everything was perfect. No one can stop me, Mo Luo muttered softly. My teacher is stupid, treacherous and evil. If you let others know you are treacherous, then that wouldn't be treacherous anymore. That's simply stupid. After which, he turned and swiftly began his route back. The way back was easy, because during his time in Demon Mountain, whether it was the Aboriginals or the Virtual Universe Company Majesties, they would swiftly record down their paths with a warrior's memory and calculating abilities, following the paths they had taken before, intersections, etc. They can all swiftly form an incomparably clear map in their minds. With this map, they can find a safe and close way to return swiftly. When Mo Luo flew out of a particular cave, there were staff there immediately, awaiting to welcome him. Your Majesty, Mo Luo. Your Majesty, Mo Luo, this way. The staff accompanied Mo Luo, and quickly a white-robed youth came to welcome him. It was the Yi Chang that had welcomed Luo Feng. Your Majesty, Mo Luo, the white-robed youth smiled and led the way. You've spent over 3 years in Demon Mountain. Yi Chang respects you. Mo Luo smiled and nodded. Thanks for leading the way. I've already collected over 10,000 black tags. 10k, 000 black tags. The white-robed youth was greatly shocked. My God. Collecting 10,000 tags was simply too difficult, because even those that spent on getting E-grade lasers would find it hard to achieve, as the E-grade lasers usually had preparation time, and in that instant, that was enough for a Sector Lord warrior to kill them easily. Sector Lord and Universe Level 9, the difference was too much. Hence collecting the 10,000 tags was a lot harder than surviving for 3 years. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the white-robed youth immediately felt like. This Mo Luo, before him, had a huge future before him. Immediately he was incredibly passionate and respectful. It's been very long since we've had anyone collect 10,000 black tags. I heard the prize is shocking. Shocking prize. What treasures? Mo Luo was interested. I don't have the authority to know, the white-robed youth said softly. However, I've heard it is shocking. Hurry and lead the way. Mo Luo was anxious after hearing it. Yes. When Mo Luo left Demon Mountain to acquire the treasure, Luo Feng was in the greatest treasure of Demon Mountain itself, receiving the demon note. Inheritance. Inheritance staircase. The many levels of stairs extended into space, all the way to that tiny little shrine. What do? I'm reaching my limit. Luo Feng stood on the 1129th level of stars, looking back at the little blur of steps behind, and looking back up at the distant stairs ahead. He couldn't help but frown. According to the Supreme Demon Note technique information, I can probably at most accept another 1 to 200 levels, and that would be my limit. Luo Feng was helpless. When he first began, he came to know of many things. The inheritance belonged to one of the more mysterious inheritance in the universe, one of the pinnacle that had harsh requirements on the soul, right? Incredibly harsh, so harsh that over 1 trillion years, with batch after batch of life forms receiving, yet none had completed it. To reach such a stage, 99 of them were undying. The many undyings couldn't even succeed. Just how hard was this? The demon note inheritance had harsh requirements on the soul. And the absorption of blood river crystals had harsh requirements on the body. In Blood River world it was hard to find anyone able to absorb 10 crystals. And the golden horned beast actually absorbed over 90. This was because of the special properties of its cells in the body. The demon note inheritance was looking for an absolute genius with a soul capable of completely absorbing it. If such a genius was able to complete it, he would become a unique and all-powerful demon note general. The inheritance had high requirements. And the soul of undyings had all gone through the evolution of breakthrough. From Sector Lord to undying, hence almost every undying had soul stronger than Luo Feng's, much stronger. Many undyings were stuck at the end of the first set. Some of them were stuck at the second. Very few actually made it to the third. There wasn't a life form that had completed the third yet. And Luo Feng, with a soul of only domain level 9, not even experiencing the greatest evolution of soul, from Sector Lord to undying, hence, his soul was simply too much weaker than the undyings. Luckily, he had gone through the primal chaos city's true spirit absorption, hence his consciousness and spirit energy control was very strong. Thus, he was able to make it to level 1129. However, the moment his soul felt fatigued, it would mean his absorption limit was almost at 90. This was the information provided. I've already felt it. I'm reaching my limit. My limit should be between about 1,200–1,300, Luo Feng thought, and this first level should still have about over 3,000 levels. His limit could only withstand 1/3 of the first part. There was no way. This inheritance was intended for undyings. His soul was only domain level 9. And he rushed in. If he could take more, that would be absurd. What do? Luo Feng looked up and ahead. In the distant depths of space, that tiny shrine was the end of the first part. Reaching there would make him a beginner, allowing him to acquire the beginner reward, this demon mountain that had been here for who knows how long, and the treasures left behind by that being definitely wouldn't be inferior. However, one had to finish the first part to acquire it. I'm still over 2,000 levels away from the shrine. And my limit can only take 1 to 200 more levels. Luo Feng pondered as he trained to do so, only slowed his training down slightly. I can't accept this. Such an encounter. The virtual universe has so many undying stationed here, and this place has trillions of beasts gathered. This inheritance is so heavenly. I definitely Cannot ever get such a chance again, he quickly calculated in his mind. Seeing if there was a way to accept more of the inheritance. Accepting the inheritance to levels 1,200-1,300, reaching his limit, and leaving, this was something he couldn't accept. However, how could he change the limits of his soul? The soul, as a flesh and blood life form's core, for it to suddenly evolve, it was something the current Luo Feng was unable to do. Slowly, he gritted his teeth and continued to receive the demon note. Inheritance. One step, one level at a time. Only with constant work every day could he improve. In the blink of an eye, several months passed again. On the 1236th level, Luo Feng, who was in full armor, knelt on the floor, gasping softly. The pain and fatigue from the soul was making him about to crumble. I'm almost saturated. Luo Feng's eyes had a sense of being undefeated. He felt the sharp pain in his soul, almost like someone attacking his soul. That incomparable fatigue made him feel like he was about to fall asleep any time. According to the information about the inheritance, this represented that Luo Feng's soul was already almost full from receiving the inheritance. Even if he forced his way through, he could at most progress another 1 or 2 levels. Is this the end? He looked up and ahead. The many levels of stairs continued on into the distant space. Pa! His body shuddered simultaneously as he stepped on the 1237th level of stone stairs, feeling the inheritance pour into his memory. He still didn't stop taking another step, trying to get to the 1238th level. The moment he landed on it, Wang Chang, the strange demon note pierced straight into his consciousness. Break! Luo Feng's incomparably solid willpower roared within. However, that gentle and non-offensive like demon note actually permeated into his willpower and consciousness. Get out! He condensed his willpower, wanting to expel all of the demon notes out against his powerful willpower and consciousness. The demon note didn't even seem to fight back. Gradually, Luo Feng had a memory of when he was young, listening to his mother sing him to sleep. Trouble. No. No. Luo Feng knew he was falling in, barging forward without accepting the inheritance had resulted in the strongest of demon notes attacking him. Sleep. Sleep. No. Sleep. Luo Feng felt his consciousness sink more, slowly, sinking. It was a bottomless abyss. Luo Feng stood on the 1238th level, his eyes shut, his face revealed a simple smile, after which, he behaved like a robot, flying back and landing on the 1237th level. Mang Jian. The demon notes changed. Luo Feng's consciousness rose from the bottomless abyss, almost like returning to reality from the darkness. He opened his eyes quickly. He awoke. Phew, phew, he gasped for breath, sweat beading from his forehead profusely. His face pale. That was too dangerous, against that demon note earlier. I had no way to withstand it. Luo Feng, who had always confident in his willpower and consciousness strength, felt like he just received a new lease of life. One had to know that those that came to the demon note inheritance palace were all mostly undyings. Just how strong were their defenses? If the demon notes could affect these beings, how could it not affect Luo Feng? Luckily, I guessed earlier that the demon note shrine was specially built for the inheritance. It shouldn't have any threat to the inheritors. Luo Feng felt his mind constantly receiving the 1237th level of information, lifting his head once again to look at the endless space and that shrine. He couldn't accept it. He just couldn't accept it. The cloud contact vine can at most extend 3,000 kilometers, I don't know if it can reach, he thought, even though he felt like the design of the palace wouldn't have such a loophole. He couldn't resist not giving it a shot. He immediately extended his right arm and from the sleeve shot out a thin vine. Chi. It extended and quickly grew longer and thicker, heading towards the shrine. When the cloud contact vine had just reached universe level, with 72 vines, every one of them had already reached 300 kilometers long, the domain lord level vine now could reach up to 3,000 kilometers. Its structure could be said, if placed in the center of China, it could cover the entire territory. There's actually no resistance. No resistance at all. He couldn't believe it, watching the vine extend towards the distant space. Shrine. The vine pierced into the shrine. Chi. His expression changed. The shrine which he could see was simply like air. The vines that grew there couldn't even touch anything. What's going on? Luo Feng controlled the vine to sweep about. Chi. The air swiveled about. However, no matter how the vine swept, even against the stairs that led there, it couldn't touch anything at all. This, Luo Feng was shocked, after which he sent another vine from his right arm towards the stairs he was on. Chi. The vine passed right through the stairs, almost like there was nothing there. How can this be? He frowned. Luo Feng, I think I understand it. Take out a robot, try again. Babadas voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. He nodded, and the 1,000s of km cloud contact vine shrank back. Simultaneously, he retrieved a robot from his space ring. This robot was completely gold. It was a robot guard he had gotten from the Virtual Universe Company. These guards were similar to the liquid silver guards, but more durable. These robots were provided by the company. It floated in mid-air and bowed respectfully at Luo Feng. Master, step on the stairs, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, the guard immediately landed and stepped. Who? Similarly, it was like he stepped on air. The guard's red crystal eyes immediately had large amounts of words flashing through them, as though it was swiftly calculating things, after which he turned towards Luo Feng and said, Master, these stairs cannot be stepped on. However, Master, you are standing on them. There's no logical explanation in my information database. Luo Feng nodded. With a wave, he kept the robot back into the space ring. Just as I guessed, it shouldn't be wrong. Babata's voice sounded. What's going on? Luo Feng asked, even though he roughly began to understand. 2. Luo Feng, this mysterious inheritance palace, all the treasures, etc., only the inheritors can receive them, Babata said, just like the inheritance your teacher left behind, like when I accept the disciples, the bank accounts he left behind, only the disciples that pass through the inspection can retrieve them. One theory. To be able to build such a terrifying inheritance palace, existing for a trillion years, with even undying beasts, the Virtual Universe Company even sends so many absolute undyings to be stationed here. Obviously, Babata said confidently, that being belongs to the most pinnacle of eternal beings, far exceeding your teacher. Luo Feng nodded. Right. That being that left this behind, his abilities were far beyond his. Imagination, after all the demon notes he left behind, could easily overcome. Undyings, if he came out personally, how absurd would that be? Hence, this great being, the palace he built, the treasures can only be retrieved by the inheritors, Babata said, whether you use a supporting plant, life form or machine, ships etc., as long as it's not the inheritor themselves. They wouldn't even be able to touch the stairs, shrine etc., almost like they are all in a different space altogether. Luo Feng nodded. They couldn't even touch it. The use of space far exceeded Luo Feng's imagination. You are an inheritor, only you can touch the stairs and shrine, Babata said. Every inheritor must have to be able to receive the inheritance, however, the life forms with souls obviously cannot withstand the demon notes he left behind. They can only take one step at a time. If they can withstand it, Luo Feng smiled. If they can, that would mean that inheritor is also a great being. It would make sense they can retrieve the treasures, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Looking up at the distant shrine in space, while receiving the inheritance, he pondered. The design is indeed perfect. Inheritance palace, only a life form can receive the inheritance, and they must have souls, he exclaimed, and the life form with a soul will definitely be affected by the demon notes. This way, they really have to follow the great being's plan of taking one step at a time until they reach the shrine. However, there are life forms that defy logic in the universe. Luo Feng stared at the shrine in space. So, in mid-air, another black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. His life energy was identical to his earth body. It was Masha Luo Feng. My Masha body can completely clone its energy to my earth human body. He stood there. Masha Luo Feng, too, began to descend and land on the stairs. Pa! He landed on the stairs, standing on the solid stone stairs. Very good, Masha Luo Feng smiled, immediately taking a step to the next level. Wang Chang. That terrifying demon note pierced into Masha Luo Feng. However, demon note, accurately speaking, was a form of soul hypnotism. It was a terrifying super hypnotism. Those that were affected would lose their sense of reason and become zombies. However, the Masha Luo Feng didn't carry the core remained with the earth human body. The Masha Luo Feng, without a core, was simply like a real Masha clansman. It wasn't affected at all by soul attacks. As long as any attacks were linked to the soul, it had no effect whatsoever on it. Right, just like this. Masha Luo Feng smiled and walked on the stairs. Heading to the next level, the demon notes piled on. However, the seemingly celebratory Luo Feng was celebrating as he proceeded upwards. Another step after another. More steps. The great being that left behind the inheritance would probably never had guessed that a life form with a soul and another soul less life form could actually be the same person. The demon notes sounded, if one couldn't see the effects of the demon notes, just listening to them alone, they were wonderful. On the stairs in space, the many levels extended upwards. Masha Luo Feng became a beam of light passing through the many levels, quickly reaching the 333th level. This was the final level of the first part, and before him was a 1000m tall shrine with the outer wall filled with peculiar statues. There stood two huge gold doors. The door was open. Shrine. Luo Feng looked at the huge gold door that exuded shocking pressure. Before this door that was at least a few hundred meters tall, he was like a small ant. "I'm here," Luo Feng flew straight in. Mist covered the entire shrine. There floated a stone tablet amidst the mist. On it mysterious words appeared. After a while, the meaning of the words were: "You are the 61,201th inheritor who's come here. You have the right to obtain the title beginner, receiving the beginner reward." The moment the words finished, Luo Feng looked all about, wanting to find the treasure. However, suddenly, to be able to get here, one is to finish all 3,333 levels of inheritance stairs. The second is like you, forcefully withstanding the demon note until you reach. Here a complex mysterious voice resounded within the shrine, the language as something he had never heard before, yet Luo Feng understood everything it said. He was shocked when he heard the words. Demon Mountain had existed for over 1 trillion years, that great being should have long left the place. To be able to withstand the demon note, you must at least be a universe knight. Simply being a universe knight means you already are an absolute being in the universe, yet you lie the little treasures I leave behind. Haha, since you personally come, take the little treasures I've left. After the voice finished, 2 energy balls floated there. 1 golden energy ball, 1 gray ball. Masha Luo Feng stood in the shrine, looking up at the distant floating energy balls, laughing within. That being must have left behind a warning in the shrine. He must have discovered I didn't receive the 3,333 levels of inheritance and barged my way here. He must have thought I withstood it all. However, still truly powerful. According to what he said, those able to withstand it must at least be a universe knight. Luo Feng exclaimed within. Knights, they were split into space or time knights. In the universe they were definitely absolute beings, to be able to build a universe country, dominate over trillions of galaxies and countless lives. Even amongst the pinnacle of races, humans, the universe country leaders were huge figures. Amongst the weaker races in the universe, a knight would most probably be the ultimate power. From the looks of it, the one who left behind the inheritance should be stronger than a knight. His gaze fell on the 2 energy balls. In the mist, 1 ball of gold and another of gray floated. Rumble. Rumble. The gray energy ball exploded open, and within it floated a gray stone board. It was about 3 m long, half a meter wide, and on it were incomparably complex, naturally formed engravings. The center, complex engravings actually formed a bird-like creature. The gold energy ball exploded open and revealed a crystal-like gold fruit. From the first glance, it was similar to the cantaloupe melon Luo Feng ate on Earth. However, even though this floating fruit was gold, it was translucent. One could faintly see the insides of it, and it was surrounded by gold energy. A stone board. A fruit. These were the treasures the inheritance palace left behind. Luo Fu Lu board. Babata was shocked. The punk that left this behind, sure, is generous. The first part, and he actually leaves behind the treasure. Luo Fu Lu board. What's that? Luo Feng asked. This board is similar to your dark cloud shuttle, Babata said. It is a flying weapon to be stood on. Flying spirit weapon. Luo Feng was curious. The spirit weapons in the universe, to Luo Feng, were considered cheap. The level 5 weapons may be expensive to the sector lords, but they didn't matter much to Luo Feng. This naturally formed board before Luo Feng, however, was something he had never seen or heard of. Is this board very expensive? Luo Feng asked. What a joke, Babata said. Luo Feng, those level 1 to 5 spirit weapons are for beings under undyings. To use undyings, can't be bothered to use such weapons, even one of the 9 god weapons, the Nanshan armament, unless it's an average undying, otherwise any others with strength would switch for something better. Luo Feng nodded, this he knew. The origins for the weapons used by undyings come from many places, and the Luo Fu Lu board is considered an exceptional flying spirit weapon. Even amongst the undying weapons, only few official levels have it. Most of them are emperor level at least. Babata said it is a naturally formed stone board from the universe. Its power is shocking. Luo Feng was stunned. Only few official level have it, then my teacher Luo Feng asked. Which, Babata asked, if it's true Yan, then he'll definitely be able to acquire it. My master was weaker, the flying spirit weapon he used was much weaker. After all, the price of the Luo Fu Lu board is 1 to 2 million mixed elements, and even so, very few people sell it. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Calm, he had to keep calm. 2 million mixed elements. Sick, really sick. He felt that he was very poor already. 1 million mixed elements, just what was that back then when Luo Feng joined the auction? The little starfield Dana starfield was sold for only 1,000 mixed elements of course that was still a small starfield. And the Black Dragon Mountain star field was a big one. Its galaxies were 20 times that of the Dana starfield. As the galaxies were gathered together and easy to govern, its price could be at least 10 times. However, even so, its price was still only 300,000. 1 million mixed elements. Usually with 500,000 mixed elements, one could already buy the Black Dragon Mountain star field. 1 million was the absolute maximum. Just this stone board is comparable to the Black Dragon Mountain star field. Luo Feng took a deep breath. If you brought this stone board to that undying in the sacred land Black Dragon, that undying will definitely be more than willing to exchange you for it. Babata said, no matter what, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is only one undying's entire wealth. Luo Feng nodded. He had to look at this problem from a different angle. It was different than on Earth. There were many countries that were personal wealths, like the Ganwu Universe country was that leader's entire wealth if it were said that there were treasures able to raise the Ganwu Universe country leader's power to that of the Primal Chaos City leader level. The Ganwu Universe country leader would definitely be more than willing to give away his country and exchange for the treasure. What's that fruit? Luo Feng asked. That I don't know. I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years. I've seen and heard a lot. This gold fruit, I've never seen before. I only know another special gold fruit, Babata said, but it's obviously different from that one within the shrine. Luo Feng looked up at the 2 floating treasures. Even after talking so much with Babata, that had only been an instant. Suddenly, more words appeared on the stone tablet floating in the mist. Beginner reward. The first is the Luo Fu Lu board, flying weapon for a spirit reader. With it, survival chances in the dangerous universe greatly rises. The second is the Gold Soul fruit, a mysterious fruit that forms only once every 3,000 eras. It has a special quality that can change the soul, making it able to accept more inheritance. This first and second part will both have soul-changing treasures, yet still none have been able to fully accept it completely. Luo Feng realized. He immediately extended his arm and grabbed the 2 treasures, swiftly keeping both treasures in his space ring. Gold soul fruit, so it can change the soul. Luo Feng nodded. Seems right. If I were a being that leaves behind an inheritance, I will leave some treasures to try and aid the later generations in completing it. Luo Feng thought, it's a pity, even with the being's help, the hundreds of thousands of life forms that have been here, even the undyings, haven't been able to succeed. Masha. Luo Feng swiftly left the shrine after acquiring the two treasures and flew down. So he flew from high above in the shrine down to the 1237th level, standing beside the earth body, passing him the space ring and vanishing into the internal world. Luo Feng stood there, looking at the shrine, smiling. Haha. I got really lucky this time, he smiled. The universe is incredibly vast and mysterious, with many miracles, but only through acquiring them would it be a success. This is considered a success. With a wave, a translucent gold fruit appeared, gold energy visible to the naked eye surrounded it. The gold soul fruit, a fruit formed once every 3,000 eras. According to the information from the shrine, it can change my soul, making it better suited to accept the inheritance. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and took a bite. As he broke through the skin of the fruit, the meat from within flowed like energy and permeated into his body. Chi chi chi. Even the skin outside became like an energy flow, permeating his body. Luo Feng could only feel a cold rush through his body, and that energy later swiftly entered his core, permeating through the condensed crystal soul. The dark gold energy continued to flow in, his soul swiftly began to undergo changes. The blood color of his soul, before now had hints of gold. How comfortable. The piercing pain from before is completely gone, there isn't a hint of fatigue, and my attention has risen 100 times. Luo Feng could clearly feel the evolution of his soul, even the drag from before is all gone. His eyes gleamed brighter. Ha ha ha. I can accept more of the inheritance now. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Luo Feng, with regards to the Luo Fu Lu board's training, let me warn you. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. The soul kept evolving. Luo Feng spoke to Babata simultaneously. The training of the Luo Fu Lu board, what's there to warn about? Using that board and normal spirit weapons are definitely different, Babata said. The Luo Fu Lu board already has a thread of its own life. The training would be pretty close to that of the cloud contact vine. Slit my wrist. Luo Feng laughed. Anyway, you have to let it suck your blood first, Babata said. Even though it has a hint of life, it's not considered a life form. The cloud contact vine, however, is a life form. The training of the vine is easier. The Luo Fu Lu board is a little more troublesome. First it'll have to suck your blood, after which you'll have to bring it about and use spirit energy on it for long periods of time to appease it. It's like water seeping in and molding stone. It requires a long period of time for your spirit energy imprint to seep in. The moment it succeeds, the board will meld with your skin and take form, Babata said. Luo Feng was surprised. Change is it the same as wearing a genetic armor? Even though it can take the shape of armor, the board doesn't have the auto defensive ability. Its armor form will at most be similar to your outermost armor right now, only taking the brunt of impact, Babata said. Its proficiency is in flying. How fast it can fly will depend on you, of course. It's definitely a lot better than the dark cloud shuttle. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately brought out the peculiar stone board and slit his wrist, fresh blood staining the stone. the stone board swiftly drank the blood, especially in the center where the engravings formed the bird picture. It seemed to move a little. After feeding it once, he used it as a cushion and sat cross-legged on it, sending spirit energy into it gradually and simultaneously accepting the inheritance. The gold soul fruit was incredible. The fruit had the ability to affect undyings, much less Luo Feng. The lower the basics, the more obvious the effects after eating that one gold soul fruit. Luo Feng felt an incredibly obvious change in his soul. The color of his soul became a mix of blood red and gold. I've been accepting the inheritance for over 3 years. My survival mission in Demon Mountain is completed. If I don't leave now, my teacher will be worried. Luo Feng ordered, Babata, open connections to the virtual universe network. Understood, Babata answered. Just like when a person was focusing on something important and didn't want to be disturbed. When Luo Feng was receiving the inheritance, he didn't want any calls to come through. After all, if he didn't close communications, his family and friends would all call once every few days. Connect to the virtual universe. He sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network, arriving at Yuxiang Mountain. Absolute beginning district, Luo Feng's villa. Shua. He appeared out of thin air. The guards and staff were all shocked from his arrival, after which they all regained their senses and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The leader sector Lord Ao Duo, who was lying in the distant chair and sipping wine, immediately swiftly stood up, his face full of glee and surprise as he rushed over. Your Majesty, there hasn't been any news from you the past few years. We've been all very worried. Luo Feng laughed. The news of you accepting the impossible level mission has long spread. Within Yuxiang Mountain, there's been a rumor that you died at Demon Mountain. The bald old man Ao Duo said. Died? Luo Feng frowned. Who spread this rumor? No idea. Ao Duo shook his head. Luo Feng looked in the southeast direction. There stood the primal region. He muttered, Mo Luo, I don't think you were the one who spread this rumor, right? However, don't worry, I'll surprise you very quickly. After which, Luo Feng swiftly walked into his villa and entered his study. Sitting before his desk, he opened his laptop and swiftly sent a mail to his friends, family, and teacher, letting them know he was fine. At that moment, many calls came. Luo Feng, you are too vicious. You've disappeared for over 3 years, and in the impossible level mission, you really scared all of us. We really thought you died there in Demon Mountain. The Manka Prince Wuka shouted excitedly. Immediately come over, we haven't seen you in years. I knew you definitely wouldn't have died on the screen. Rong Jun smiled at Luo Feng. Father. Grandfather, this is my great-grandson. Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his huge family on the screen. He couldn't help but recall that reason behind the human race becoming one of the pinnacle races was due to its numbers. He had left Earth for about 200 years, and in these 200 years, his family had grown so much. The initial few, his parents, brother's family, and his family. Now, the entire Luo family had become a huge family. If a 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years had passed, the family members would range up to the millions and more. That would indeed be normal. You, get back now on the screen. Su Xian was happy and yet angry. Luo Feng nodded. However, just as Luo Feng was about to leave immediately for his wife, his Teacher Tru Yan Emperor personally came to the absolute beginning region. Absolute beginning region, Luo Feng's living room. Tru Yan sat in the sofa, staring at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood obediently. No news in 3 years. Tru Yan's gaze was like lightning, sweeping past Luo Feng, and in that demon note, mountain speak, why did you close all communications in demon note mountain? Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully, this was my mistake. To Tru Yan, he was extremely respectful, unlike Hu Yan Bo, of which he never truly met. He had been with his teacher, Tru Yan, for too long over long periods of contact. He was very clear on his teacher's character. Straightforward and strong, the way he treated his disciples like his own children. Extremely protective. One can pretend easily for 10 to hundreds of years, however for 1 trillion years that definitely wasn't pretending anymore. Tru Yan's character was publicly known in Primal Chaos City. Over 100 years of interaction with him, Luo Feng was able to feel his concern towards himself. He immediately bowed respectfully, your student has had a miraculous encounter this time. Encounter, Tru Yan's eyes gleamed, Inheritance Palace. Even though Luo Feng was shocked, he didn't hesitate, right? There was no other way to explain, because in Demon Note Mountain it was either training or dead, otherwise there was no reason to shut off communications and training in Demon Note Mountain unless it was the safe Inheritance Palace. There wasn't any other place to really train. Really? Tru Yan fiercely stood up. He looked at his student in disbelief. How can that be? How did you enter? Coincidence? Luo Feng smiled helplessly. Pretending to look innocent, Tru Yan couldn't suppress a smile, staring at Luo Feng. However, you shouldn't have the ability to enter that at all. Speak, how many palaces are there? 32, Luo Feng said. Ha 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 ha. Tru Yan couldn't help but laugh loudly. I didn't expect the punk Mist Emperor to actually lose his slot to my student. Unlucky. What? Luo Feng was curious. Tru Yan smiled and looked at his disciple, explaining, the demon note inheritance was long discovered and there are many with the ability to enter. However, the slots are limited. Your entering of the palace naturally took up one slot, and this slot was Mist Emperor's. His slot, Luo Feng realized. He really didn't know that the slots were all preset early on. The ignorant are not guilty. You entered through the impossible level mission. Even if the news is public later on, no one can find a fault with you. Tru Yan laughed. What's more, Mist Emperor and his teacher aren't people from the virtual universe company, hence there's no need to fear. What's more, if I keep the secret and you remain silent, they wouldn't necessarily find out it was you. Luo Feng nodded. Right. As long as he remained silent, even if people suspected, they would never believe that a Universe Level 9 was able to enter the Inheritance Palace. After all, even after he admitted, his teacher didn't fully believe him. There's also one more thing. Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng, the little genius. Mo Luo, from the Primal region, told me some news about you. Mo Luo. A glint flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He snorted, that punk is incredibly vicious. He may seem righteous on the outside, in truth, if I wasn't lucky this time, I would really have been killed by him. So he actually backstabbed you? Tru Yan nodded. He said before that it was you who did so. What, I backstabbed him? Luo Feng felt rage and unfairness. He couldn't help but curse, this Mo Luo, shameless. Haha, the qualification battles. Do you have confidence if you meet him? Tru Yan said. Of course, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Tru Yan nodded. You encounter this time is indeed a miracle only, eh? Pity your soul is still weak, you can only take so much of the inheritance. However, even so, that inheritance technique should be enough for you for a trillion years already. Luo Feng nodded. After training, he knew the value of the technique. Raising his spirit energy amplitude from 70-80 until over 1,200, that was over 10 times what treasure or weapon could have that kind of terrifying effect. After which Tru Yan left, after knowing his student was safe, he relaxed. Luo Feng felt gratitude as he watched his teacher vanish, as his teacher didn't pry into the details, asking just how he entered the palace. As for the golden-horned beast identity, Luo Feng really didn't dare reveal it. Even his own parents and brother he didn't say. How could he? Saying that he wasn't exactly a human but a golden-horned beast, he had always regarded himself as human. It's time to meet the wife. Luo Feng immediately teleported to Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. A thread of his consciousness was in the virtual universe appeasing his family and friends. In reality, he was still in Demon Note Mountains Core Inheritance Palace. In space, Luo Feng stood on the inheritance stairs, progressing through each level. The gold soul fruits effects were indeed strong. It made his soul go through a huge evolution. Even if I trained there for over 5 years, he still wouldn't feel any sense of fatigue. And at this time, the once every century virtual universe company universe level qualification battles were about to begin. Floating in the depths of the absolute beginning region, the majestic demon mountain had the one particular inheritance palace that had levels of stairs that extended into space, up to the 333th level. On the 1916th level, Luo Feng, who was dressed in silver armor, was like a statue sitting with his eyes closed on the stairs. His soul, however, was constantly evolving, countless engravings permeating his soul. Suddenly the statue stood up and his eyes opened, a glint in his eyes. Today is the day of the qualification battles. I'll have to slow down on the inheritance. He looked down at his feet. Beside them was an ancient, peculiar stone board. The Luo Fulu board. Meld with a thought, the board swiftly shrank and melded with his feet. His 2 years of training had finally, successfully left his spirit imprint on the board. The board could change its size accordingly. It could take any form and meld with his skin or muscles, even his bones, etc. Luo Feng sent out 90 of his consciousness and swiftly entered the virtual universe. He left 10 to continue receiving the inheritance. The speed of his training would decrease greatly. It normally took a day for one level before. Right now, it would probably take 10 days for one level. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. In the virtual universe absolute beginning region, the universe levels, domain lords and sector lord guards, including the staff, all bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and flew into the sky, heading towards Wuka's villa. Wuka's villa had become Luo Feng's, Jiang Mo, Qian Shui, Rong Jun, Lancelot, Ao Pat Te La, Ai Chen, and Wuka's gathering spot. Gazing from above, he saw that there were already 7 people gathered there. Luo Feng. Hurry over. The tables and chairs in the villa were already filled, and the people there all looked up and shouted, obviously spotting Luo Feng. I'm here, he smiled. So. He rushed over and instantly closed 10 kilometers and landed on the grass, walking towards the table and sitting in an empty seat. Luo Feng, today is the beginning of the qualification battles. Will probably be gathered in a while, and yet you still took your time to get over. Look. Everybody else is here, only you the slowest. Are we not good enough for you? Wuka lifted a 1 m long piece of barbecued meat and ate. While speaking, Luo Feng didn't know what kind of meat that was. Eat finish. Before speaking, Luo Feng sat and lifted the wine before him, opening the cork and drinking, immediately feeling refreshed. Beside, the Dream Clan beauty Ai-chin too lifted her glass and smiled. The one with the least pressure among us is probably Luo Feng. The rest of us all have a chance of being kicked into the sky and land region. Only Luo Feng. Definitely one to be kicked out. Right. That group of seniors have all passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level. Our hopes aren't too good. The group of geniuses from all different races all chatted. You all. Luo Feng put down his wine and forced a smile. Hence the latest person here is because he's the most relaxed. Rong Jun chimed in and said, you too. Luo Feng shook his head. The competition within the absolute beginning region. He was 100% sure he wouldn't be eliminated, however different strengths meant. They had different targets. Wuka, Jiang Yamo, and Qian Shui with the others were worried about being kicked into the sky and land region. Luo Feng's aim, however, was to make it into the primal region, and making it there was extremely hard. Even with his current strength, he didn't have too much guarantee. Luo Feng. Wuka looked at him. Luo Feng. Jiang Yamo looked over too. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Rong Jun, Lancelot, the rest all put down their food and drinks and looked over, 7 of them looking at him. Luo Feng was stunned. Madman. Wuka emphasized, you should know the situation of us newbies, as we just joined the virtual universe company, hence the difference between our strengths and the seniors is pretty huge, even compared to the seniors of the sky and land regions, top fighters amongst the 300 seniors. We are still much weaker. Among us 8, Rong Jun may be able to fight to stay in the absolute beginning region, however, no matter how he fights he would still be amongst the bottom. Here, the rest of us don't even have a hint of hope. The group was silent. Right. No hope at all. The seniors of the absolute beginning region and sky and land region had about 10 of them that all passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge, their level. In origin law comprehension, battle experience was the pinnacle amongst the seniors. The newbies were all set to be eliminated without a trace of hope. They couldn't bear with this helplessness. Among the 8 of us, Luo Feng. Rong Jun said solemnly. He stared at him. Only you can rush to the top. The 8 of them. 6 didn't have a hint of hope. Rong Jun too only had some chance to remain, but he'd have to give it his all. Luo Feng looked at the group of geniuses. They were all proud, however they all didn't have a glimmer of hope, only unwillingly accepting the outcome. However suppressed and angry they were within, they could only send their hopes with their fellow newbie Luo Feng. Relax. Luo Feng nodded. After about half an hour, a rumbling sound could be heard within the region. The absolute beginning universe level qualification battles are about to begin. All gather. 30 seniors and 8 newbies all looked up. The sound resounded from the skies itself. Visible to the naked eye, a purple armored silhouette stood there. Immediately, the 38 universe level members all rushed into the skies and all flew before that man. Look, that's Luo Fu, the strongest amongst the 30 seniors. Chemist Yu Feng. The group of geniuses in mid-air all observed their opponents, because they would all soon clash. Luo Feng too was observing 5 people. The 5 strongest of the absolute beginning seniors, from weakest, Sa Jin Fire, Dragon, Gu, and I Nan, and the 2 strongest chemist Yu Feng and Wolfman, Ke Luo Fu. Sa Jin waved his tail, his eyes burning as he stared at Luo Feng, filled with fighting spirit. He communicated, Luo Feng, I lost last time, but this time I will win. He lost in terms of willpower before, he couldn't withstand Luo Feng's consciousness pressure. The moment he could withstand it, then his black hole evolution could truly be unleashed. Luo Feng back then would definitely not been able to fight back. After all, Sa Jin had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge much earlier. I won last time, I'll win again. Luo Feng looked back and replied. Gu. Luo Feng looked at the other man. Gu was a battle-crazy person even though he was the latest to pass the 7th level amongst the 5, he was more like Rong Jun. His battle talents were extremely high, similar comprehension levels, but the strength he could unleash was incredibly powerful. He had messy yellow hair, and he squinted his eyes as he stood in mid-air. There were a set of little ears behind the 2 normal ones. He seemed dejected, but he still gave off the aura of a wild beast. The other geniuses of the region all stood further away from him, obviously not daring to get close. Gu glanced at Luo Feng and a glint flashed through his droopy eyes, after which he returned to his original dejected state. Ni Nan. Luo Feng glanced at the silver-armored youth. That youth was smiling. He was the easiest to get close to amongst the 5. When Luo Feng looked over, he too smiled back. Yu Feng. Chemist Yu Feng. He was the most peculiar of the 5, he was completely draped in a black robe, and one could only barely see his eyes. Ke Luo Fu. Luo Feng looked at the strongest of the 5. Ke Luo Fu. Dressed in gray armor with yellow fur on his face, his brown eyes gleamed with green light, his fangs poked through the corners of his mouth. He made Luo Feng feel as though he was almost like a wolf. The wolfman seemed to notice Luo Feng looking over, and he turned, suddenly smiling. Rumble. Almost like a huge beast staring over, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel his hair stand. Haha, Ke Luo Fu chuckled lightly, interesting punk. The wolfman's words immediately made the rest of the seniors look over. Everyone including chemist Yu Feng all looked. While looking, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Luo Feng too stared back at the wolfman. Even though he had met the primal region's Mo Luo before, his subconscious still felt the absolute beginning region's strongest, Ke Luo Fu, was more terrifying than the primal region's Mo Luo. This group of absolute geniuses came from many races of humans, 38. Representing 38 different races, their dressings were different too. Some were in green, others in flame robes, others giving off chilly vibes. They were all noble, but 6 of them were strongest. The 5 of the seniors, and the strongest newbie Luo Feng. 6. All passed the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level. The qualification battles are very simple. U38 will battle the other 37 each 1v1, the winner will get 1 point, the loser and draws will get 0, the top 3 will be picked according to the scores. And they will have the right to challenge the slots in the primal region. The purple-armored skinny man said with a hoarse voice, even his lips were purple. The primal region has a total of 5 people, they will have their own qualification battle, their bottom 3 will fight our absolute beginning Strongest 3, a total of 6 will vie for that one slot of the primal region. Silence. Luo Feng, Ku Luo Fu, Sa Jin, Chemist Yu Feng, Ni Nan, Gu, the Sixsis. Gleaned. 3 of our absolute beginning against 3 of their primal region members, only. 1 Victor Luo Feng's gaze swept past the 5 of them, along with 3. From the primal region, I must defeat all of them, only through that will I become a primal region member. There was one messy yellow-haired, decadent-looking man with 4 ears and droopy eyes. He gazed at the other 5. Sa Jin, Ni Nan, and Luo Feng aren't too much of a threat. My true opponents are Yu Feng and Ku Luo Fu. In the previous qualification battles, my move wasn't perfect, hence I didn't unleash it this time. I will shock everybody and rush into the primal region. Gu was filled with ambition, and his improvement speed was indeed shocking. Defeating the other 4 will be simple, only that wolf Yu Feng, who was draped in a black robe, looked at Ku Luo Fu, the medicine I specially made for him. This time, as long as it works, I have a guarantee of making it into the primal region. Wolfman, Ku Luo Fu floated silently in space. I'm currently in an impossible mission. I have to keep alert with part of my consciousness, the other part to participate here. Under normal circumstances, I can only use about 70 of my power. 70 is enough. The group all had their own thoughts. And the purple uniformed, skinny man, who represented the virtual universe company, continued, the absolute beginnings, last 18 will battle with the top 10 of the sky and land region. These 28 will battle for the 8 slots in the absolute beginning region. The losers will be kicked into the sky and land region. Luo Feng was shocked within. The chances of getting kicked out was simply too high. However, it was right. The primal region normally has 3 slots for universe level. The absolute beginning should have 30 universe levels. Any excess would naturally be kicked out. As long as they weren't strong enough, they would be kicked. Rong Jun may be in trouble this time. He looked at Rong Jun beside. Rong Jun, however, was smiling, filled with confidence. The qualification battles are just about to begin. The skinny man looked at the group of youths. The battles will take place in special locations. At that time, the virtual universe system will automatically send you over. Also, you can watch other battles through the screens. Get ready. He vanished right after he finished. The group of geniuses in mid-air then opened their screens. At this time, almost 38 of them simultaneously heard a ringing in their ears. So they all were teleported out of Yuxiang Mountain. Qualification battles. It's begun. Luo Feng, the absolute beginning qualification battles. Your first match is about to begin. Your opponent is Moshka. The sound he had in his ears had this content. Simultaneously, an arm bracelet screen appeared on his wrist. On it, the battle details displayed. So, Luo Feng was already transported to the location where he would face the senior Moshka. 38 people, 19 battles, began simultaneously. Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Every Primal Region member's villa was 1,000 kilometers in area, larger than any territory on Earth. Mo Luo was dressed in long pants, standing in his vast grass field and practicing his attacks. Your Majesty is too crazy. He trains non-stop. Most of his training time is spent on his fist work. The beast fist's wonders don't pale in comparison to some Undying's techniques. The group of Sector Lord guards all discussed in hushed voices from a distance, large amount of staff too were filled with respect and shock. They worshipped this Luo. Luo knew how to win people's hearts. At least amongst the over 10k personnel in his villa, they all respected and worshipped him. Hell, he roared almost like a wild dog, instantly becoming a beam of light. And rushing 10 kilometers ahead, two claws, tearing fiercely ahead, causing huge tears in the grass that stretched over 100 kilometers, almost like two canyons. D. Received mail. The absolute beginning qualification battles have begun. A voice resounded. Only then did Luo stop. It ain't living if it ain't crazy enough. Luo took a deep breath from his beggar life when he was young, death warrior, training in the factions, and his competition among the elites of the virtual universe company. He had fought non-stop, finally becoming a core member of the company, and even after, he still had to fight to rise and stay. From the last phase region to sky and land region, from there to the absolute beginning, and finally to the primal region. This way, he rose from an orphan beggar to the top, becoming a pinnacle genius of the universe. Even an undying is only my guard. Luo gazed at the distant sector lord guards and the leading undying. He smiled and nodded. Inside, however, he roared, "Why, it's because I fight for it using any means, as long as I win. That is the best way for success. The way for an absolute warrior to survive. It ain't living if it ain't crazy enough." Luo lifted his finger and tapped gently. Chi. A screen floated there. "Watch Luo Feng's battle." Luo ordered. Primal region, absolute beginning region, sky and land region, last phase region. The battles all took place at different times. As the lesser the number of people, the less time and other preparation it took, hence the last phase region with the most number of members. Just the members alone was about 10,000. The sky and land had over 300. Absolute beginning had over 30. Primal region only had 5. Hence, naturally the last phase had the most details to prepare and was the earliest to begin, and the primal region with only 5 members would be the last. The broadcast of the battles were open to any core member. Naturally the undyings with high authority could all watch too. "I don't believe that Luo Feng is still alive." Luo stared at the screen. "I personally kicked him down into that terrifying abyss. According to the data I've collected, anyone who falls into the abyss won't be able to survive." Luo was a senior, hence his interaction with others made his knowledge and experience of the impossible missions more than the newbies. Also, he was a primal region member with high authority. He could search for more information online. Luo Feng simply relied on only searching. His information definitely couldn't compare to Luo's. He's definitely dead. There's actually a rumor in the absolute beginning region that he's alive. Luo's eyes were cold, as Luo Feng had sent out that mail to his friends and gone to visit Wuka and the others. However, as he was still receiving the inheritance, his time was critical, hence he only showed himself for a brief moment before returning to the palace. And only Wuka, Rongjun, and the others had seen him. The other seniors, those that attended the classes, hadn't seen him since then, hence the news of him being alive wasn't confirmed publicly. Of course, the gathering for the battles earlier was considered Luo Feng's first public appearance. However, this gathering Luo didn't personally witness. If he's alive, then I'll be able to watch the broadcast. If he's dead, there wouldn't be his battle at all. Naturally I won't be able to see it. Mo Luo stared at the screen. Rumors are just rumors. I kicked him into the abyss. Personally, I can definitely confirm his death. A prompt appeared on the screen. D. Luo Feng's battle with Moshka is currently going on, connecting to broadcast. The information in the prompt was very clear. Mo Luo was stunned. He stared at the prompt for a while before frowning, saying softly, "He's not dead." He's actually not dead. How can he be alive after falling into that abyss? Rumble. Luo Feng felt the space around him warp, and later he landed in a desolate surface of a planet. The ground was a dark red, searing temperatures caused his vision to slightly warp. Also the extreme gravity made him slightly tremble. The terrifying magnetic field made him uncomfortable. What place is this? Luo Feng was shocked. He looked down at the screen on his wrist. On it, the detailed information was already translated into Earth language. Battle Absolute Beginning Death Qualification Battles Universe Level. Opponents: Luo Feng 0 wins 0 loss against Moshka 0 wins 0 loss. Location: White Dwarf Star. Diameter 3,200 kilometers. Surface gravity 361,000,000 G. Temperature 21,000 degrees Celsius. White Dwarf Star. Luo Feng smiled. No wonder the gravity is so shocking. White Dwarf Star was a forbidden region to the weaker humans. Universe Level 9. It normally took countless planets to produce one universe level, one universe. Level 9 warrior had a punch that could destroy a large continent of Earth. If he attacked the Pacific Ocean, he could create a tsunami that could engulf the entire planet. Flying speed in space could reach up to 1,500 kilometers per second. A universe level 9 was already enough to rule a galaxy. Some low-level civilization strongest was probably at most only a universe level 9. 300 million times the gravity of Earth, over 20,000 degrees in temperature. White Dwarf Star's terrifying magnetic field was indeed nothing much to a universe level 9. Of course, if it were neutron star, a universe level 9 would instantly crumble. However, White Dwarf Star was something they could easily withstand. Rumble, 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 rumble. The land shook. Luo Feng looked over. Their silhouette was running fast, every step shaking the ground, causing the solid surface to crack with every stomp. In an instant, he stopped before Luo Feng. He stared at him filled with fighting spirit. This person was about 2 m, skinny, bald, without a single hair on his body. Dressed in silver armor with a black belt, black boots and a wrist screen, he carried a strange-shaped blade on his back, a proper universe soldier get-up. The universe soldiers that went to battles outside the starfields would dress this way. He stared hard at Luo Feng without blinking, as if he was looking at a huge enemy. His voice was shrill as it resounded, "You are Luo Feng." Moshka had purple eyes, a high nose bridge, no eyebrows, his lips were very thin and his gaze was like a venomous snake, cold. Moshka. Luo Feng raised both hands above his chest. Other than his head, the rest of his body was covered in armor. Stop wasting time. Crazy. Moshka was riled by Luo Feng's words until his face was flushed red. In a flash, he brandished his blade and with a clang, he was ready. "Newbie, I'll let you know that even the normal seniors aren't something you can look down on," Moshka roared, and with a fierce stomp, the incredibly solid Ground was smashed into pieces, his mini-galaxy within his body fiercely exploded, causing him to rush over in a terrifying speed even on this white dwarf star that had 300 million times the gravity of Earth. A streamlined spirit weapon appeared below Luo Feng's feet, dark cloud shuttle. Standing on it and floating in mid-air, he gazed at the raging Moshka rushing over. Humph. The instant Moshka drew close to Luo Feng, he instantly stomped hard on the ground, using the force to fly up and rush towards him, his right arm wielding the blade. Die. Moshka's purple eyes gleamed. As he got close, he swung his blade. Rumble. In the instant he waved his blade, it was almost like a volcano erupting, tearing forward with terrifying destroying intent towards Luo Feng, and as it slashed the surrounding temperature soared to a shocking level, the flash of the blade slashed past Luo Feng's body, the slash followed forward onto the ground ahead. Chi. The slash immediately left a great canyon in the ground, countless tons of the surface ground was slashed into rubble, flying in all directions, the strong gravity pulled everything back down. Dark red liquid even poured out of the canyons, burning and hot. Moshka, who was floating in mid-air after slashing, looked, his expression changed. Your blade work is not bad, however, it's a pity your speed is too slow, eh? Voice resounded. Moshka turned quickly. In the distance, Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle and looked calmly at Moshka. Controlling a spirit weapon was greatly linked to one's spirit energy strength. Similarly, in terms of law comprehension, a universe level and a domain lord level, their speed using the spirit weapon definitely had a huge difference. Even though Luo Feng only used 90 of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe, his spirit energy amplitude was after all over 1,900, much more than the 70-80 from before the Inheritance Palace. It had risen over 20 times. Even at 90, it was still over 20 times. This made his usage of the Dark Cloud Shuttle, under extreme circumstances, much better than before. Your blade work is not bad, seeing that move of yours has made this worth it. Luo Feng stood on the Dark Cloud Shuttle and said, simultaneously the dark golden long rod on his back shot out countless gold lights. They swiftly gathered and finally formed an ancient long blade. It floated in mid-air, causing the space about to shake. Nanshan Armaments 5th level space slicer. Use the 6th level on the distant ground. Moshka roared with rage. Luo Feng, are you shaming me? The group of seniors all knew Luo Feng could already use the 6th level, Blade World. The 5th is enough, Luo Feng said in mid-air. Xiao. The dark golden blade instantly tore through the 100 m in distance, as it flew. The surrounding space all came under its pressure, so powerful one could visibly see the warp in space it instantly reached before Moshka. Under the pressure of the space roared while struggling. Luo Feng used the 6th level. Simultaneously he used all his strength to wave his volcano-like blade. The dark golden blade was simply too fast, and with the space being pressured, it made the strength of Moshka's blade diminish further. Chi. The dark golden blade was incredibly piercing straight through Moshka's armor, through his body. Explode. Luo Feng muttered softly in the distance. The dark golden blade that pierced into Moshka's body automatically dispersed within, becoming countless little golden blades that decimated his body. With a rumble, countless blades shot out of his body and the genetic armor that was Moshka's energy had a great loss in defensive ability. Chi 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 chi. Countless gold lights shot out from his body, fresh blood spurted out too. With the terrifying gravity of white dwarf star, it all quickly landed on the ground. A universe level 9 warrior's blood, through many times of evolution, had undergone a shocking change. Even with the powerful gravity here, it still couldn't make the blood droplets crumble. Moshka's body fell heavily on the ground. Similar space slicer, different people unleashing it will have different power. Luo Feng landed beside Moshka's body and looked at the shredded body. His eyes clam, he said quietly, the current me is much stronger than before. This space slicer is much stronger than before too. He looked at his wrist screen, on it his name had the words 1 win 0 loss. Points 1. As time passed, many battles went on. The internal qualification battles of the virtual universe was actually a distribution of resources for the company. Everybody wished to make it into the primal region, because the resources a primal region was given was very shocking. Just the universe level, these members had undying teachers that taught according to how they wanted. If they wished, they could change their teachers anytime. The teachers were normally official level 2 and they could take more missions too. Luo Feng was very clear, every training mission had a secret hidden within them. Like Blood River World's Beast God's Secret or Demon Mountain's Inheritance Palace. During the Domain Lord level, Primal Region members would get even higher authority and status. Extremely high position meant shocking authority. It allowed them to have great power from the virtual universe company, with many benefits. During Sector Lord level, the benefits get even more shocking. The cost the virtual universe company puts into nurturing every Sector Lord was comparable even to an Emperor level undying. Universe level, Domain Lord, Sector Lord. The further back, the more the resources the virtual universe company would pour into the genius. A Sector Lord's lifespan was very long, with tens of millions of years. Within 10 million years, they could organize 10,000 star level genius level competitions and 1000 universe level genius level competition, and many Sector Lords only get stronger later, like the Light Sector Lord Luo. A few other strong Sector Lords probably only bloomed when they reached Domain Lord or Sector Lord level. Long lifespan. With 1008 universe countries in the universe and the virtual universe company absorbing from all of them, why are there only a total of 100 Sector Lords in the primal region? Expensive. Even the virtual universe company couldn't madly go nurture everybody. Hence, one was for glory and honor, two was because as one traveled further down the road, everybody would wish to enter the primal region. The benefits in the primal region would constantly increase. Luo Feng sat in his study within the absolute beginning villa. A screen floated before him. On it broadcasted the chemist Yufeng's battle, universe level, the status, and resources of the primal region members in universe level is already plenty. Domain Lord level primal region members would become governors of territories. I heard that when these members go out as governors, they have shocking amounts of authority. That means wealth, opportunities, power. Sector Lord primal region members' benefits are even more shocking. Luo Feng muttered to himself. The greater the resources, the higher the difficulty a Sector Lord entering the primal region was hundreds to thousands of times harder than in universe level. Hence, I have to lead from the beginning. With a head start, I'll lead all the way. Luo Feng looked at the screen. The Battle of Yufeng, he couldn't help but frown. This Yufeng is actually a spirit reader, chemist. Those opponents have no resistance against him at all. On the screen, the fighter wielded 2 axes. He wanted to wave them to battle, but he lost control of his muscles as they twitched. If a fighter was unleashing his move and his muscles twitched, naturally, there was no way to fully unleash it. Chi. His head was cut off. The chemist belongs to a very specialized path, and a very hard setup, to actually make progress in. Luo Feng searched on information about chemists, looking at Yufeng's every battle. Ha! Luo Fu roared, his expression struggled. He immediately flew through the skies, his right hand lifted high like a claw, fiercely slashing down, tearing through. A visible huge golden claw immediately appeared in the land and skies, a claw formed from pure energy and origin laws. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. Sa Jin, one of the top 5 seniors, roared, and even though he fought hard against it, he was torn apart completely, almost like a laser blade cutting right through. Rumble. The golden claw seemed to land heading towards the developed city. It was instantly torn right through, leaving behind a huge canyon. The entire continent seemed to have been sliced, leaving behind deep canyons. Looking at this battle, Luo Feng's expression was heavy. This was the first battle between 2 of the top 6, including Luo Feng. He had seen Luo Fu's battles before. He had won instantly without showing his true strength, and this time he actually used one of his moves. Yet it was so powerful and intrepid. A claw that tore through space, tearing through Sa Jin, through the continent. This one claw, in terms of law comprehension, it exceeds my gold and space comprehension. His expression was heavy, even compared to my golden horned beast's tearing sky claw. It may be much weaker, but its law comprehension has already exceeded mine, and the usage was perfect. The energy was condensed. It tore through the continent without creating a huge explosion. Powerful. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain, 9-star bay, in a quiet wooden pavilion. The black-haired man, Hong, was dressed completely in black. He was there with the white-robed, bald thunder god. The 2 sat in the chair drinking some of the rare teas of Ping Hai Company and chatting. Big brother, I haven't seen you in a long time. I haven't seen third brother too, Thunder God exclaimed. What difference does it make, as long as we keep each other in our hearts? What does the distance matter? Hong gently sniffed the tea in his hands. Good tea in terms of enjoyment. The virtual universe pales in comparison to reality. Thunder God looked speechless at Hong. Big brother. Haha. Hong put down his cup and smiled at Thunder God. Under my teacher's instructions, I've been training these few years, hence I don't want to be distracted by the virtual universe. All the letter you sent to me earlier said that third brother is in the qualification battles within the absolute beginning region. It's already ended, just ended today actually. Thunder God looked at Hong. Hence third brother should have time today. I've already arranged for both of you to come. The 3 brothers should have a good meeting. Among the 3 brothers, even though Thunder God was exploring the universe too, it was mostly within the Milky Way. He stayed on Earth. Hong, however, followed his teacher Luo, the Time Sector Lord, who didn't have much of his lifespan left, wandering the universe. As for Luo Feng, he was being nurtured as the pinnacle of geniuses within the virtual universe company. Ended. Hong's eyes gleamed, he smiled. My teacher said that those able to be accepted into the virtual universe company's absolute beginning region are all pinnacle geniuses, and third brother hasn't been in there for too long, he would be disadvantaged. How's the results? There are 38 in the absolute beginning battles, the top 3 will have the right to challenge the primal region. Thunder God revealed a smile. Third brother made it to the top 3. Ah, Hong nodded. How's the result? Hong asked. According to my conversation with him earlier, it should be 36 wins, 1 loss, and 0 draws. He ranked second, Thunder God said. Second. Hong revealed a smile. He complimented, very impressive indeed. You should know, I'm now a part of the huge Axe Dojo. Thunder God nodded. Hong's teacher, the Time Sector Lord, was one with the huge Axe Dojo domain. Lord Metal, hence Luo was accepted much earlier into the dojo. Of course, now he didn't have much of his lifespan left, hence his position in the dojo wasn't too high. However, to get them to nurture his disciple well wasn't a problem. Hong was being nurtured by the huge Axe Dojo. Of course, as it hadn't been long, he still hasn't been absorbed into the core virtual universe company, is another one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity along with my huge Axe Dojo. Hong smiled, and every genius battle. Only the top 1,000 of the trillions of geniuses from the 1008 universe countries would get accepted into the core, hence getting into the core is extremely hard. Even I right now, I don't have the ability to get into the core of the huge Axe Dojo. Big brother, you can definitely get in, Thunder God said. Hong didn't care and smiled. There's level differences even within the core. The absolute beginning region third brother is in is considered the innermost core of the virtual universe company. To be able to get in there, those are all the pinnacle of geniuses of humanity. Haha, honestly speaking, our gap with third brother is getting bigger and bigger. Thunder God twitched his lips. Hong however smiled. Even though they were both considered geniuses, the current stage Luo Feng was on was where the pinnacle of geniuses stood on. Why are you twitching? Hong looked at Thunder God. As long as we remain grounded and keep improving, even if we are currently lagging behind, there will come a day we too will stand at the pinnacle. Big brother, you can chase up to third brother. I have confidence in you. However, for myself, depends on luck. Thunder God laughed. Third brother is here. Hong looked at the distant entrance of the courtyard. At the exquisite entrance of the courtyard, dressed in simple wear, sporting short black hair, Luo Feng walked over and smiled. With a flash, he arrived at the pavilion 100 m away from the entrance and sat at the only empty seat. Smiling as he shouted, Big and second brother, it's been a while. I heard Big brother you've joined the huge Axe Dojo. My teacher gave me a referral. Hong nodded. He has some connections within the dojo. It made it easier for me. The huge Axe Dojo is not bad, Luo Feng complimented. The huge Axe Dojo, according to what Luo Feng knew, belonged to one of the 2 stronger leviathans of the 5, next to the Virtual Universe Company. The other Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank were somewhat weaker in power. From the looks of it, your mood is not bad. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. He made it into the top 3, Thunder God teased. Luo Feng could only smile helplessly. Right, he made it into the top 3. Through the Inheritance Palace in Demon Mountain, his power had grown at an absurd rate. He had full guarantee of the absolute beginning region battles. The battles also went exactly as he had expected. He won the December 1st matches. It was simple and easy. he didn't have to use much of his strength to win. However, the seniors had all discussed that since he had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge early on, winning them was normal, but he would be in trouble the moment he met the 5 strongest. In his 13th match, Luo Feng finally met one of them. The first was Wolfman Ke Luo Fu. The strongest, Ke Luo Fu. Ke Luo Fu, Luo Feng muttered within. Ke Luo Fu was the first of the 5 strongest Luo Feng encountered in the battles. This match had attracted a lot of attention, and Luo Feng was extremely prudent and cautious. The location of that battle was in the air above an ocean. The two said a couple of words before clashing immediately. Once they began, it was vicious. Luo Feng first used his consciousness pressure and relied on the Nanshan armament, using his strongest move, using power to pressure him. Under the consciousness pressure, Ke Luo Fu was indeed affected a little. However, it made him go into a frenzy. The frenzied Ke Luo Fu was extremely fast, especially his instantaneous acceleration. Even Luo Feng, on his dark cloud shuttle, had difficulty keeping up. In just 3 moves, the first claw blocked Luo Feng's Blade World attack. The second injured Luo Feng. The third killed him immediately. Clean and simple, no resistance. Stunned. The loss made Luo Feng completely stunned, as he had defeated Sa Jin before and acquired the Demon Note inheritance. After this made him extremely confident in himself, but who would have thought the strongest of the 5, Ke Luo Fu, could end the battle so fast? He lost too badly. As he felt bad about his loss, the group of seniors were all cheering away. They thought that Luo Feng's strength was just that weak, even though he defeated Sa Jin back then. They thought that Sa Jin was probably just over confident before. Now that he met Ke Luo Fu, wasn't everything revealed? The seniors all thought that Luo Feng would first lose to Ke Luo Fu and subsequently to the other 4. 16th match, Luo Feng against Sa Jin. The moment the Nanshan armament was unleashed, with his power to control the Nanshan armament, he completely suppressed Sa Jin. This match made his confidence grow by quite a bit. It wasn't that his difference from the top 5 was that huge, it was only that Ke Luo Fu was absurd. And this match stunned all of the seniors too. Sa Jin lost really badly. He was disadvantaged from start to end. 20th match, Luo Feng against an Ainan. An Ainan was a very sinister person. It was a pity his speed couldn't match up to Luo Feng's. When a fighter's instantaneous acceleration cannot catch up to a spirit reader, that he would only become a target. He lost without a chance at all. 28th match, Luo Feng against Chemist Yu Feng. Luo Feng was very worried about this match, because according to the footage he had seen, Yu Feng's ability was simply too sick, and the peculiar drugs he used was undeniably powerful and hard to defend against, being extremely cautious. The moment the battle began, Luo Feng created a huge distance from him and unleashed his Blade World, using the world energy to pressure the opponent and kill him. However, unknowingly, he was still attacked by a special drug on his soul. Luckily, his willpower was incredibly solid. He withstood it without any reaction, thinking of ways to kill his opponent, winning through the dangers. When he won, Luo Feng received a mail from Yu Feng. Newbie, I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my cast number 6 drug. However, next time you won be so lucky. This victory completely stunned the group of universe-level seniors in the absolute beginning region. Wolfman, Ke Luo Fu, Chemist Yu Feng, these two were the strongest amongst the seniors. For Luo Feng to be able to defeat Yu Feng, it proved his strength. 35th match, Luo Feng against Gu. Ji's ultimate move. Luo Feng had seen it much earlier in his Ji's match against Ke Luo Fu, hence he was prepared. He didn't give Gu the chance to get close at all, using the Nanshan armament to kill him. A total of 37 matches. Luo Feng won 36 and lost 1, 0 draws. Ke Luo Fu had 37 wins. Chemist Yu Feng had 35 wins, 2 losses, 0 draws. According to the points, Luo Feng and the other two were naturally the highest. As such, the chance to challenge the primal region was given to the three of them. The three of would now have the right to enter the primal region battles. Ke Luo Fu Luo Feng recalled the many battles from 3 days ago. Finally, that battle made him shudder. His strength far overpowers the rest of the 5. Strongest. My Nanshan armament already used that much power, and he blocked it easily. Haha, still thinking about the battle before Thunder God laughed under the pavilion. Only an addict will get high achievements, Hong smiled. Only then did Luo Feng awake from the memories. My bad. Luo Feng shook his head. I haven't been able to forget my battle with Ke Luo Fu earlier. Lost badly? Hong asked. Do you still need to ask? Thunder God teased. Luo Feng lifted his teacup, sipping gently. The tea leaves used were specially produced by the Pinghai Company within the virtual universe. The fragrant taste swirled within his mouth. He exclaimed after the sip, indeed. I lost really badly. It made me feel like there's no hope in making it into the primal region. Before the battles began, Luo Feng was filled with ambition to make it into the primal region. He had acquired a part of the demon node inheritance. His spirit energy amplitude had jumped by leaps and bounds. He had a definite confidence in making it into the primal region. However, after the battle with Ke Luo Fu, it was like he was drenched in cold water from above. Difference. The difference was huge. Losing is fine, Hong smiled. The only problem is whether you have the confidence. Big brother. Luo Feng looked at Hong. When I was young and training at the assassin camp, Hong's eyes gleamed with memories. In terms of physical ability, we Chinese, compared to the whites and blacks, had a huge difference. Even though I was lagging behind, I kept progressing until I became the most terrifying assassin, and those who initially had greater talents and were stronger, I exceeded them. Luo Feng quietly listened. Hence, Hong smiled at Luo Feng. Third brother, talent is important, but it isn't absolute. You have great talent and you train fast, no problem. You'll train for 10,000 years and become undying. Me, I'll just train for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years to become undying. Wouldn't that work too? Who knows, those with greater talents may even fall first. Luo Feng realized. Right. His teacher had once mentioned that absolute genius who could kill an official level undying at his sector lord level. Didn't he fall too? He didn't even become undying. Hence, shocking improvement during a certain period isn't that important. The most important thing is stability and longevity. Hong looked at Luo Feng. The most important thing about training is not comparing yourself to others, but only with yourself. As long as you keep improving, keep exceeding yourself, then you'll ultimately get stronger and stronger. One day, you'll realize you won't be able to find another opponent in the entire world. You'll become number one. Luo Feng listened quietly. He was filled with great respect towards his big brother Hong. In terms of strength he was much stronger, however in mental state, his big brother was comparable to the saints of the Chinese history. Haha, big brother, was this how you became number one back then, Thunder God? Smiled at Luo Feng. Right, Hong's eyes were calm, he nodded and smiled. Back then I only had my loyal pike, with that I worked and trained exceeding myself one step at a time. I didn't even realize that during the great nirvana I had already become the number one person on earth. Luo Feng, do you understand what I mean? Understood, I cannot rush, I have to remain grounded and chase my own limits, Luo Feng said. Hong nodded satisfied. After chatting with them for about over 3 hours, the three brothers finally separated. Big brother went on to continue his training, second brother was busy with his own matters. Luo Feng returned back to continue his inheritance training. He realized one thing. Every time he gathered with them, he would gain some form of realization, seeing the road ahead somewhat clearer. Mental state. In terms of mental states, second brother is stronger than I am. And big brother is already in a different place altogether. Luo Feng felt that even though his big brother hadn't fully excelled yet, a day would come where he would definitely be able to shine in the vast universe. This feeling was completely from his instinct. Even though he spoke calmly, one could feel his complete self-confidence within his bones. On the second day after the absolute beginning battles had ended, the primal region battles began. As there were only 5 universe levels in the primal region, all their battles would end in a day, and obviously, the battles of the primal region had drawn the attention of many of the other geniuses from the other regions. Countless numbers of them watched their battles. Absolute beginning region, Manka Prince Wuka's villa. Luo Feng, Rong Jun and Wuka had gathered in the living room, drinking wine and watching the screen, the many battles of the primal region geniuses. Ah, my villa. I'll have to leave here soon. To the sky and land region. Wuka sat in his sofa and exclaimed loudly. He glanced at Luo Feng and Rong Jun. You two punks. Our absolute beginning heroes should be together. One of you have made it into the top 3 and the other will stay here. Luo Feng and Rong Jun laughed. The qualification battles, Luo Feng ranked 2nd and Rong Jun ranked 19. Rong Jun managed to scrape off and rank in the top 20. That way he didn't need to compete in the sky and land region. It could be said that it was set in stone that he would remain in the absolute beginning region. Wuka, however, was in the bottom 6, without a surprise. The other 6 newbies, Wuka, Aopa, Te La, Lancelot, Ai Chen, Jiang Mo, and Qian Shui were the 6 from the back. For Wuka to be the 6th from the last was already not bad. However, they were about to battle the top 10 of the sky and land region. Other than the 6 of them, the others had all passed the heavenly bridge 6th level. They were set to go into the sky and land region. Humph. Every batch of newbies go through the same time, they would be disadvantaged and sent back one region. We are newbies after all. Wuka stared at Luo Feng and Rong Jun. You two wait for me, I'll quickly return to the absolute beginning. Alright, we'll wait. Rong Jun laughed. Work hard, Prince Wuka, Luo Feng teased. After they finished the match being broadcasted on the screen, that of Fei Tua and Long Yun had already ended. Long Yun sure is pitiful, Wuka exclaimed. Right, Rong Jun nodded. He really isn't on the same level as the other members of the primal region. Luo Feng nodded too. There were a total of 5 in the primal region, 3 seniors and 2 newbies. The 2 were of course from the genius battle, Bolin and Long Yun. After Bolin was spurred by Luo Feng, he finally realized that we wasn't an invincible genius, that wasting his talents on overdoing it was a stupid thing to do. Hence he changed to having space as his main law. 2 years ago, he had already passed the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level. The 3 seniors were Fei Tuo, Simeon and Mo Luo, of which Fei Tuo was the only Virtual Universe Company Universe level member to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Simeon and Mo Luo had passed the 7th. Of course, they had passed it long ago. Long Yin is pitiful, he loses to everyone he meets. If it were me, I'd long have given up. What's the point? Wuka shook his head, they are not even close. Of the 5, 1 had passed the 8th level, the other 3 had passed the 7th, only Long Yin had just passed the 5th. Don't look down on him. Luo Feng looked at Long Yin's body in the screen. Those that know they will lose, and still fight, they aren't normal people. Rong Jun nodded. Look Mo Luo against Bolin, Wuka shouted. Luo Feng and Rong Jun gathered their attention and stared at the screen of the 2 newbies in the primal region. Only Bolin had some resistance ability. However, when he met the strongest of the seniors, Fei Tuo, he lost really badly. Both he and Mo Luo had passed the 7th level, Rong Jun emphasized, and both are close combat fighters. This battle, maybe Bolin has some hope. Luo Feng nodded. Right, there was some hope. Only some. The battle began. Bolin's blade work was incredibly incisive, and his movement was absurd. Mo Luo, however, stood his ground, using his beast fist to block Bolin's many attacks. The scene of them clashing caused the mountains and forests about to be destroyed completely. Bolin's every blade caused great canyons on the surface of the planet, and Mo Luo's every punch and kick caused great damage to the land. In an instant they exchanged over 10 times. Mo Luo grabbed the chance and sacrificed one leg, closing in and killing Bolin. Roar! Mo Luo's eyes gleamed with wildness, his right arm became like a winding snake and extended, grabbing Bolin's neck. Ka-cha! In an instant he broke his neck, his fingers piercing through Bolin's head. Bolin, dead. Silence. Luo Feng, Rong Jun and Wuka, who were watching, were silent for a while. Bolin's strength wasn't weak at all, however he was still killed by the seniors of the primal region. What terrifying close combat, Wuka said softly. Wuka was a close combat fighter too, however, the difference between him and Mo Luo was huge. Terrifying. Rong Jun too frowned. Luo Feng held his breath and watched. In his mind, he recalled the instant where Mo Luo grabbed Bolin and killed him, replaying it over and over. The more he thought about it, the more his expression grew heavier. That Mo Luo's beast fist is truly remarkable, like a fox, python, wild wolf, tiger. Intrepid, cunning, sinister. It was completely natural. This beast fist is something he created, and others are simply learning from others. Luo Feng thought within, using one's own created technique would be easier to unleash greater strength. Mo Luo is very strong. However, why do I feel that Ku Luo Fu is still stronger? Luo Feng frowned, and Ku Luo Fu is only from the absolute beginning region. Peculiar. Mo Luo's strength, Luo Feng was cautious. Ku Luo Fu's strength, however, made him feel despair. No hope, Wuka shouted out in the sofa. Bolin lost to Mo Luo, he would Probably lose to the fighter's bane hypnotist Samayan, then he'd be set to become the primal region's bottom 3 with Long Yun. The virtual universe company's rules were: the bottom 3 of the primal region along with the top 3 of the absolute beginning region will fight for the one primal region slot. Now from the looks of it, Long Yun and Bolin, they would be in the bottom 3. That Fei Tua, as the only one to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, an obviously exceptional being, would get first place without a problem. Primal region's bottom 3, one would be Bolin, another Long Yun, who would be the last. Wukka frowned. It'll definitely be either Mo Luo or Samayan, Rongjun said. Luo Feng, who do you think it'll be? Luo Feng frowned. Who? Mo Luo. It had to be him. As long as he was in the bottom 3, then Luo Feng would get the chance to fight him. I definitely have to personally defeat him, and step on him, definitely. Luo Feng had long had this grudge he had to settle. The qualification battles was the chance he got to vent it out on, even if it were in reality. Luo Feng wouldn't be lenient since Mo Luo's kickback. Then, he had decided, the two, one of them had to die. Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wukka sat in the sofa and watched the screen. On it, the battles of the primal region was going on. Half of the battles are already over. It'll soon be Mo Luo against Samayan. Wukka lifted his wine and crossed his legs. Whoever loses of the two will have to battle to stay after. Luo Feng stared at the screen. It definitely had to be Mo Luo who lost. Within Mo Luo's huge primal region villa, in the vast grass field, he sat there cross-legged. He enjoyed quietly pondering about the earlier battles. I didn't expect that Bolin to be so strong. He had just passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge not long ago, but he actually injured me heavily before I could kill him. He didn't expect any of the two newbies to give him any trouble, just like the absolute beginning senior saw Jean and Inan and the others who had just passed the 7th level. Mo Luo could easily kill them all. However, he had to sacrifice one leg to kill Bolin. What did that represent? It meant that their strengths were close. His strength, even amongst the absolute beginning region, would only be a little weaker than Ko Luo Fu. Mo Luo exclaimed, a newbie that just passed the 7th level 2 years ago, that strong. He didn't know. Bolin's talent in the space law was terrifying. It was only because he was prideful and chose to study the universe tablet with both time and space simultaneously, hence he wasted so much time. Now that he had his focus on space laws, his improvement was shocking. Bolin is already defeated. He's no longer a threat I now have to defeat. Samayan, he frowned. The 3 seniors of the primal region. Fei Tua was the absolute number 1. He had long passed the 8th level, obviously exceptional. Mo Luo and Samayan were close in strengths. In the previous battles I defeated Samayan, and in the battles after he defeated Ko Luo Fu. Mo Luo pondered. He is a hypnotist, strong against Ko Luo Fu. However, both Ko Luo Fu and I are fighters, and his improvement in these past couple of hundred of years has been shocking. It was very dangerous the past qualification battles. However, last time, he was only close to me in strength. However, now from the footage of him against Luo Feng, his strength has already exceeded mine. Mo Luo frowned, troubled. Wolfman, Ko Luo Fu. His rise in strength was mostly in the recent 200 years, even though he was strong before. he was only comparable with chemist Yu Feng. Now however, he had completely taken the lead, a sort of different level altogether. Even Luo Feng was completely subdued by him. Mo Luo knew from watching the footage that Ke Luo Fu had already exceeded him. The moment I'm defeated by Samayan, with 6 people fighting for the primal region slot, and with Ke Luo Fu in the 6, I won't have any hope. Mo Luo shook his head. No matter, I must stay in the primal region. How? How? His expression was complex, even though he was shocked by Luo Feng's power. It was obvious he was currently more worried about Ke Luo Fu. Only one way. Defeat Samayan. That way, I'll remain in the top 2. Mo Luo took a deep breath. Once I'm in the top 2, I won't have to contest with the others. I'll let Samayan go fight it out with Ke Luo Fu. Against Samayan, I have to win, he thought. In a moment, the virtual universe system's voice ringed in his ears. Mo Luo, the primal region universe level battles, your 3rd match is about to begin. Your opponent is Samayan. Simultaneously, the screen on his wrist immediately displayed information and he was transported into the arena. The cold winds howled, snowflakes as big as goose feathers flew about, the ice was incredibly thick. 2 silhouettes appeared above the ice. Mo Luo, a roar resounded. Samayan. Mo Luo smiled. In the distance, a black-robed, purple-haired youth, standing on a flying spirit weapon, flew into the sky. On his forehead was a complex purple engraving. His purple eyes had a peculiar demonic energy. This purple-haired youth was Samayan, a hypnotist. The hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi, from the Genius competition, was also a hypnotist. However, compared to Samayan, he was much weaker. Mo Luo, Samayan's eyes were cold. He stood on his flying weapon and gazed down. You should be clear that this battle, whoever loses will have to contest to stay, and that Ke Luo Fu is obviously much stronger than 1,000 years ago. Even though I'm his bane, I don't have much of a chance. As for you, I'm sorry, but you'll definitely have to lose here. Mo Luo's expression immediately grew heavy. Pressure. All the absolute geniuses of the primal region all had pressure. The moment they were careless, they would be knocked out of their place, just like Ke Luo Fu's explosion in strength. It made their 2 positions at risk. If I meet Ke Luo Fu, I would probably lose. However, I don't have to fight him at all, because you'll definitely lose here. Mo Luo roared and fiercely stomped the ground. The thick ice layer was immediately shattered and countless ice shards dropped into the ocean, many more dispersing in all directions. He flashed like lightning and rushed before Samayan, his fists like a flaming shooting star. Rumble. One fist was like a shooting star punching towards Samayan. The surrounding space warped around it. Haha, you are too slow. 10 kilometers away, Samayan laughed on his flying weapon. Can't you see that that was my illusion? Mo Luo fiercely retracted his fist and landed on the ice, gazing at the distant Samayan. I was lenient just now. Now however, no more. Samayan laughed and a formless spirit energy pierced straight into Mo Luo's soul. The hypnotism had already seeped in. This battle was being watched by over tens of thousands of geniuses in the core of the virtual universe company, of which included Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and Wuka. On the screen, the 3 stared hard. Powerful, madman, savage, who do you think will win? Wuka said casually. Rong Jun too was smiling. Only Luo Feng was glued to the scene, his consciousness like an AI swiftly calculating the outcome of the battle. How would he deal with each move? Without a doubt, he wished for Immortal to lose. However, from the battle scene, even though Samayan's hypnotism was terrifying, when Immortal battled, it was indeed like a wild beast attacking. Even though he was affected by the hypnotism, he quickly broke through it and once again chased Samayan. Samayan did his best to create distance and unleash his hypnotism. The moment he succeeded, he immediately used his arc blade along with his spirit weapon to attack. Rumble. The skies and land immediately became an endless sea of flames, and within were many Samayans. With a glance, over 1 trillion of them stood about. Emo, 1 trillion Samayans simultaneously spoke, and Immortal, who was in the center, frowned as he gazed about. He calmly analyzed it, thinking of which of the trillion was the real Samayan. This is the newest hypnotism, named the Flame World Illusion. Die. Immortal actually closed his eyes and didn't look, focused as he waited. Over here, Immortal flashed like lightning, his legs like blades flashing forward to kill. Poochie. Immortal opened his eyes. He saw Samayan with a gaping wound in his chest, fresh blood spurting out. He could even see his internal organs. Immortal smiled, however his smile quickly disappeared. His head was split in two and his body fell. Immortal, dead. The truth is fantasy, and the fantasy is real. The distant heavily injured Samayan stood on his flying weapon, his face pale as he smiled at the body. You think closing your eyes is enough? Primal region, Immortal's villa. I actually lost. Immortal sat in his study and gripped his fist hard. His nails pierced into his palm, his eyes still unable to accept his defeat. I still succumbed to his move. I thought that I had already broken through the illusion to his real body. I didn't expect he used his real body to take the damage and place another environment to attack truth in the fantasy in the truth. Immortal shook his head. Indeed, that Samayan's fire and space law melding had reached an unbelievable level. This is troublesome. He frowned. I have to contest for the slot Naomi, Bolin, Long Yun, Kuluo, Fu, Yu Feng, Luo Feng, the 6 vying for one primal region slot. The other 5 will fail and re-enter the absolute beginning region. Kuluo Fu, I have no guarantee at all. I didn't expect Luo Feng to make it to the top 3 too. I can't be bothered with him. My greatest opponent is still Kuluo Fu. Immortal didn't think anymore. He swiftly found Kuluo Fu's previous battle footages and seriously studied them. Absolute beginning region, Wuka's villa. Luo Feng and the others sat on the sofa watching the footage of Immortal and Samayan's battle. Hypnotist mixing real attacks perfectly. Truth in the fantasy in the truth. Rongjun complimented. I heard the highest level of a hypnotist is to make the person think of the illusion has reality, living his entire life within. Luo Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming with glee. Very good. The dust had settled. The people for the contest for the primal region slot from the primal region were Bolin, Long Yun, and finally Immortal. Heaven has given me the chance, Immortal. I'll first step on you here and settle you in reality in the future. Luo Feng squinted. Yuxiang Mountains public region had a spacious ancient pathway. The entire pathway was made of black stone. Luo Feng walked along it alone, casually. After a while, Bayan Villa. Luo Feng looked up at the several km in area, luxurious Restaurant. Outside its huge hall were beautiful and handsome staff welcoming people. Right here, Luo Feng walked in. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please follow me. A sector lord lady with a furry tail smiled and led the way. Luo Feng followed this lady and stood on the escalator, swiftly reaching the highest level. Only then did it stop. The highest level of the restaurant had a man-made river. Surrounding it were ancient trees. There was an exquisite dark gold dining table there. Around it were 7 chairs. Sitting in the chairs allowed one to fully gaze at the surroundings, fish in the high level, swim, dine. Within this Yuxiang mountain, countless geniuses gathered. It was indeed an extravagant place. Hence, those able to book this highest level were at least primal region members or powerful undyings, the upper echelon. Your Majesty Luo Feng, I'll leave first. The sector lord lady bowed and left. Luo Feng looked at the riverside. Surrounding the dark golden table were 7 chairs. Only one was filled. This intrepid man with yellow fur was dressed casually. His mouth revealed fangs. Wolfman, Luo Fu. Luo Fu. Luo Feng smiled and walked over. The man turned to look at Luo Feng, revealing a rare smile. He lightly toasted with his cup and didn't speak again. Luo Feng entered and sat down. He grabbed a glass and poured himself a drink from the side rack, which had many flavors of wine. He sat patiently in the chair on the side. In the distance, the door once again opened and the furry-tailed sector lord lady smiled and brought a youth in. He was strong and sturdy. He looked like a mountain, with a bull-horned helmet. His eyes seemed deep and profound. The moment he entered, his gaze landed on Luo Feng. Long Yun. Luo Feng sat and toasted him. Luo Feng. Long Yun's eyes gleamed as he squinted. Back then, from the same batch of geniuses, he was one of the top geniuses, and entered the primal region. However, after joining the virtual universe company, within the past couple of hundreds of years, he was left far behind by Luo Feng. He was very clear this contest battle, he was the one with the least hope. Long Yun had arrived. Very quickly, Yu Feng arrived too, then followed by Bolin and finally Mo Luo. Everybody's earlier than me. Mo Luo was dressed in a simple golden armor. He smiled as he entered, simultaneously waving, Luo Fu. It's been a while. Yu Feng. Luo Fu and Yu Feng slightly nodded. Bolin, Long Yun. He smiled as he shouted, sitting in a chair. Finally his gaze landed on Luo Feng. He smiled as he said, Luo Feng, of the newbies, the one I most respect is you. Your improvement is shocking. Being able to meet you makes me really happy. Ah, really? Luo Feng sat coldly, muttering. Immediately, Luo Fu, Bolin and the rest all turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng reacted to his passionate greeting coldly. This made them feel Luo Feng was colder than before. Hua! Another door of the level opened fiercely, and a silver-white-robed bald man walked over. The land and skies about him seemed much brighter. He smiled as he walked over and said, Everybody's here. Shua! Luo Fu, Luo Feng and the rest of the 6 all stood up, bowing respectfully. Lord, since everyone's here, I'll explain everything that needs to be said. The bald man stood beside them, not sitting down. He stood and smiled at the 6. The absolute beginning universe level top 3, Luo Fu, Luo Feng and Yu Feng. Primal region last 3, Mo Luo, Bolin and Long Yun. U6 will have a contest for the final slot. The rules are simple. everyone will fight once against the other 5. The winner will get 1 point, otherwise you'll get 0 points. The final tally will determine the winner. The first warrior will get the only primal region slot and become a primal region member. As for the other 5, you'll enter the absolute beginning region. The bald man smiled at the group. Everybody understand? Understood. The 6 replied respectfully. Very good. The bald man nodded. Now I'll begin to arrange the order of your battles, following which he pointed in mid-air ahead, and a screen automatically appeared. There floated Luo Feng and the rest of their names, after which they moved about. In an instant, the battle proceedings appeared. These are your battles, the bald man said. Everyone will have to fight 5 battles, a total of 15 matches. Look closely at your own battles. Luo Feng quickly looked at the screen. 3 matches occurred simultaneously at any time. Obviously that was the greatest efficiency, and his own order was Luo Feng against Bolin, first match. Luo Feng against Mo Luo, second match. Luo Feng against Long Yun, third match. Luo Feng against Yu Feng, fourth match. Luo Feng against Ko Luo Fu, fifth match. Have you all seen it clearly? The bald man looked at the 6. The 6 nodded. Official matters have been settled. Everybody can enjoy this lunch and get to know each other. The bald man smiled and sat. Tomorrow the battles begin. Everything will be settled in a day. The 6 sat down. Very quickly, all the delicacies prepared earlier were sent in, wine and food, etc., all luxurious foods. Everybody ate and chatted, of which Mo Luo was the most passionate. Long Yun too occasionally smiled and talked. As for Bolin, Ko Luo Fu, Yu Feng and Luo Feng, they hardly spoke. Theoretically, Luo Feng wasn't an unfriendly person. However, after seeing Mo Luo, he had lost all mood to socialize. Mo Luo, however, didn't seem to mind. He was a lively person. It was mostly him talking. It made the entire atmosphere of the table liven up. Even the bald, undying upper echelon from the virtual universe company would occasionally smile and talk. Come, Luo Feng, let me toast you. Mo Luo smiled and lifted his wine glass, looking anxiously at Luo Feng. Silence. The group had long felt Luo Feng was especially cold today. They all looked at him. The table, after all, had the undying there. Everybody had to show respect and not make it rigid. My apologies, I don't wish to drink, Luo Feng muttered as he held his glass. Mo Luo, who was standing there and frowning, seemed disturbed. We've both shared a tough time together. One tea you show me some face with this toast. He frowned. Once we drink this, shall we forget all our grudges before? Forget it. Luo Feng looked up at Mo Luo before returning to eat his meal, not caring about him at all. Even though his grudge with Mo Luo was huge, however, he couldn't kill anyone in the virtual universe, and the Undying was sitting there with them. He couldn't be bothered at all. Not even one drink, Mo Luo said solemnly. The rest around the table felt something wasn't right. Luo Feng continued to ignore him. Mo Luo fiercely slammed the glass on the table, his expression ugly, pointing at Luo Feng and roaring, Luo Feng, I see you for how evil you are. In Demon Note Mountain, your backstab almost made me lose my life. I hated you to the bone. However, since we are all members of the virtual universe company, I don't wish to hold grudges. I showed you respect by toasting you to forget our grudges. I didn't expect you backstab. Beside Bolin, Ko Luo Fu and the rest were shocked. Luo Feng looked up fiercely. his expression ashen, staring hard at Mo Luo. Mo Luo seemed to be enraged as he smiled coldly at Luo Feng. Within, however, he was satisfied. From the footage of the battles earlier, this Luo Feng is indeed very strong, stronger than Yu Feng. He might be some threat to me. I'll take this chance to enrage and drive him crazy when the time comes for us to face. I'll only have to use a few words to make him explode from rage within. Once he's in that state, he'll only be able to use 70-80 of his strength. I'll win that much easier as long as I can beat him, then I won't have to worry about any others, just Luo Fu. Mo Luo Feng had completely calculated Luo Feng's mental condition, as there was absolutely no way to take revenge in the virtual universe, and Luo Feng didn't have any proof. Recording it may have been taken, however. With the advanced technology, with games being able to 100% simulate reality, what footage couldn't be faked? Those couldn't be used as proof at all. Get angry. Rage. Rage until you explode. However, in the virtual universe network, you cannot do anything to me when we battle tomorrow and your emotions get the best of you'll definitely lose. Mo Luo was confident within. Bang. Luo Feng, who sat there initially with his expression enraged and silent, jumped up and violently punched him with only a few meters in between. Mo Luo couldn't react to Luo Feng's punch that smashed his face. His nose immediately broke, his teeth smashed and falling to the floor. There was an dent in his face. Bang. Pa 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 pa. Mo Luo's 4 limbs were instantly broken. Luo Feng's move was instant and fast, just like when Mo Luo backstabbed him at extreme close distance. Rumble. Mo Luo smashed into an ancient tree behind. With a rumble, the tree tore apart and Mo Luo landed on the ground, his limbs completely broken with his muscles torn apart. He had no way of resisting at all. Luo Feng then sat on his body and his 2 fists became blurs as he madly pummeled his face in. Bang 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 bang. Each punch connected. The sound was shocking. Luo Feng punched his face as he cursed, "You shameless, sinister little person. I've never ever seen someone as evil as you. What's wrong with my punches? How do you like them if I don't punch you? This bad feeling won't go away." Back when Mo Luo backstabbed him in Demon Note Mountain and he even twisted the story after, Luo Feng didn't have any proof. He didn't have any way to vent his anger within. Every heavy punch was filled with his rage. This made him a lot more carefree. This punk actually. Mo Luo, who was instantly heavily damaged and was getting punched in the face, he couldn't even defend as his limbs were all broken. He struggled for a few seconds before realizing there was no way to resist. Just laying there and letting Luo Feng punch him. Luo Feng. Mo Luo roared within. Simultaneously he swiftly left the virtual universe network and immediately his body vanished. Bang. Luo Feng's punch hit the air and landed on the stone below, splitting it apart. Only then did he stand up. Beside the dining table, Wolfman, Luo Fu, Yu Feng, Bolin and Long Yun were all shocked from the scene. Even the undying bald man slightly frowned. "My bad." Luo Feng stood up, turning and revealing a happy and bright smile to the group. "I was too crude earlier." "This punk." The bald man shook his head. Luo Feng had indeed made a move earlier. However, the virtual universe company were very lax with these group of geniuses. Once the path was chosen, everything was allowed to be chosen solely by their wills. As for the battling, within the virtual universe network that hardly meant anything to them. As no matter how you fought within the virtual universe, no one could die. Hence the virtual universe company didn't even care or manage such things. The only thing was, subconsciously, these groups of geniuses were after all peerless talents. Hence they usually cared about their appearances even more so when an upper echelon from the virtual universe company, an undying actually comes, he represented the upper echelon of the company. Naturally people wouldn't do such things. However, Luo Feng still went ahead with it. So what if I beat him up? I'm crude, so what? Luo Feng thought. The bald man beside the table shook his head and got up, looking at Luo Feng. Indeed a disciple of true Yan Emperor, exactly like your teacher, explosive and fiery. However you control yourself sometimes. I'll take my leave. After he finished, he left. Only Luo Fu, Yu Feng, Bolin, Long Yun and Luo Feng were left at the table. Vicious, Bolin said. You actually made a move, Long Yun said as he looked at Luo Feng. From that attack earlier, he could see that Luo Feng had a wild mad streak deep within his bones. If I don't beat him, it would be unbearable. After doing so, it felt great. Luo Feng laughed loudly as he walked to his seat and sat down, lifting his wine and downing it in a gulp. I feel much better now. That Luo's shamelessness, if I didn't vent it out, I couldn't take it. Shameless, Long Yun frowned. Bolin and Yu Feng had curiosity in their eyes, from the information they had gathered and their short interaction with him. Luo should be a nice guy. That Luo is very scheming. Beside, Wolfman Luo Fu suddenly said. The rest all looked at him. I've suffered a little from it. Wolfman Luo Fu looked at Luo Feng. However, from the looks of it, Luo Feng must have lost more. I almost lost my little life, Luo Feng teased. Luo quickly returned to the virtual universe primal region, within his own villa. This Luo Feng actually made a move. He dared to make a move before the upper echelon undying. He dared to make a move. Luo was aching to fight. Attacking someone in the virtual universe couldn't kill anybody. However, Luo Feng was simply too vicious and devious with his attack. He actually instantly broke his 4 limbs. Thus, he had no way to fight back. Luo Feng even sat on him and violently smashed his face in rage. There were no injuries on his body. However, the shame was a lot more unbearable than the damage, shame, humiliation. This Luo Feng, Luo gritted his teeth, wanting revenge. There was no way at all. This attack was completely one-sided, and he was helpless. After the gathering ended, Bolin, Luo Fu, Yu Feng and Long Yun could be said to have watched a good show. Luo held the rage within. Luo Feng, however, was carefree and happy. Second day. Contest battles were officially beginning. Luo Feng's first opponent was Bolin. That Long Yun is indeed not a threat at all. I'll settle him in an instant. Luo sat in his dark quiet study, opening a screen and swiftly selecting Luo Feng in Bolin's match to watch. Luo was previously heavily injured by Bolin before he killed him, hence he didn't dare belittle Bolin. To Luo Feng, he naturally knew how strong he was. As Luo Feng had defeated the 4 warriors that had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, hence he had the right to participate in this contest. Battles, his strength was definitely strong. Luo recognized the importance of Luo Feng and Bolin's fight. Who's stronger? He stared at the screen. Let's hope Bolin teaches Luo Feng a good lesson. The scene on the screen was the air above an ocean. Luo Feng and Bolin's fight was very exciting. One used the blade world while the other had space as the main and time as the support. His attacks were terrifying and unpredictable. The flow of time constantly changed as the two battled non-stop without a clear advantage in either. This Luo Feng can actually match up to Bolin. Mo Luo frowned. Not good. Luo Feng is about to win. The vast skies above the ocean had completely become a blade world. The skies and land warped. Countless amounts of blade energy revolved about. Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle in mid-air. Before him, two powerful threads of blade energy had condensed. In the distance, the white-robed and blood-red blade-wielding Bolin was obviously fatigued. There were many heavy wounds on his body, from his chest down to his legs. Fresh blood stained the white robe. Luo Feng, you are much stronger than back then. Bolin stared at Luo Feng. You are very strong too. Luo Feng looked at Bolin. However, let's end this battle now. Bring it. Bolin stared at him. Actually, when Luo Feng had heavily injured Bolin earlier in the fight, the end of the battle was already set. Xiao. Two threads of blade energy tore through the skies, infused with gold origin laws and space origin laws, plus it was two threads of condensed blade world energy. It attacked swiftly from two sides at Bolin and the heavily injured. Bolin swiftly dodged. He was however affected by his injuries, barely blocking. One thread of blade energy, the other pierced right through his forehead. Rumble, the blade world dispersed and countless gold lights swiftly returned to the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back. Bolin's body fell from the skies, landing in the endless ocean. Luo Feng looked at the body fall from mid-air, shocked within. Actually, he had treated Bolin with respect. He didn't instantly take out all his strength and wipe him out, but only used part of it to enjoy a good fight. With him, however, even so, he was shocked at Bolin's improvement speed. Before, when he unleashed about 300 times of his spirit energy, along with the Nan Shan armament's blade world, only then could he unleash two threads of blade energy to kill Bolin. I passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge much earlier than Bolin. However, if I didn't receive the Demon Node inheritance, if I didn't have my soul pressure advantage, then I wouldn't even be his match. Luo Feng was shocked within. Bolin's strength was actually so much stronger than Sa Jin, Gu, and Ni Nan. He was probably comparable to Chemist Yu Feng. Bolin's improvement was too shocking. He had only passed the 7th level 2 years ago. His strength was already close to the primal region's Mo Luo. This forced Luo Feng to have to amplify his spirit energy to 300 times before he could win. Of course, if Luo Feng had used his soul pressure and amplified his spirit energy to above 1800, the battle would have ended instantly. Teacher was right, he thought. Bolin's talent in space laws are incredible. The moment he focuses on it, his improvement speed would be shocking, and combined with his partial comprehension of time laws, the two melded together. They are indeed a troublesome and dangerous combo. The Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, it was the hardest one of all and also the strongest. So, Luo Feng was teleported out. His first battle, Luo Feng against Bolin. Victory results: 1 win, 0 draw, 0 loss. Within the quiet study, Mo Luo had finished watching the footage of the battle between Luo Feng and Bolin. He couldn't help but nod. This Luo Feng is indeed strong, comparable to Bolin. He revealed a smile. However, I have a guarantee of defeating Bolin even though it may be troublesome against Luo Feng. I'll still win without a problem. The second match is about to begin. My opponent is Luo Feng. Luo's eyes gleamed with wildness. Luo Feng, I'll make you taste despair with this match. Absolute beginning. Luo Feng's villa's study. He was watching the two other battles that had occurred. Mo Luo against Long Yun, instant victory. Ko Luo Fu against Yu Feng. It was slightly troublesome, but Ko Luo Fu still won. Wolfman, Ko Luo Fu is simply too strong. Luo Feng instantly let go of his feelings of relaxation, his own strength. He was very clear as he had received the demon note inheritance. His spirit energy amplitude had been raised over 20 times. It made him leave Sa Jin, Gu, and I Nan and the others far behind. Chemist Yu Feng, as a chemist, was simply too peculiar. It was a little troublesome, but he still won. Only Wolfman, Ko Luo Fu, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win. Even though my spirit energy amplitude is strong, my comprehension isn't enough. I still cannot reach the Nanshan Armaments Bald World second level omnipotence, he thought. Right now, I can only be considered at the pinnacle of the first level. Nanshan Armaments 6th level Blade World could be split into 3 levels. First level, gathering 1 thread of blade energy, condensing more of the blade energy allowed one to form 2 threads, 3 threads. The distance used could be increased and slowly one could gather more threads further. The second level, one could swiftly condense the blade energy anywhere, for example condensing it suddenly behind the opponent's head, instantly killing him. The third level was even more absurd. It could condense the entire blade world into 1 blade, that 1 blade infused with all the world energy, instantly killing the opponent. Currently, Luo Feng was only at the pinnacle of the first level. This was relying strongly on his spirit energy amplitude. In terms of law comprehension, just these few years of work had a limit on his improvement. Luo Feng, your second primal region contest battle is about to begin, opponent. Mo Luo, the virtual universe system's voice rang in Luo Feng's ears. Shua. He was already teleported. Luo Feng's second battle began. Luo Feng felt the land and skies warp before stepping on the ground. He looked around. This was a desolate world. With a glance, if it weren't ditches in the ground, it was many tall and short dark red mountains. He looked up in the distance. There he saw the vast space, even a close-by planet environment. It feels like the air is incredibly thin here, probably a place where life cannot be supported. The planet's gravity was only 2/3 of Earth's gravity, Luo Feng immediately deduced. On the desolate planet, Luo Feng was dressed in a dark red armor, carrying a dark golden long rod on his back and standing on the dark cloud shuttle. He instantly flew into the sky. Over there, Luo Feng could clearly feel a huge energy in the distance. He immediately stepped on the dark cloud shuttle, swiftly passing the many mountains and chasing down his target. After a few seconds, the flying Luo Feng spotted a gold silhouette below, standing on the peak of a mountain. It's him. Luo Feng swiftly slowed down and floated above in mid-air. Luo Feng, Mo Luo, who was completely covered in gold armor, his eyes filled with flames and rage. Today I'll let you know that the Primal Region members are stronger than the Absolute Beginning members, and much stronger. Anyone Who dares challenge the position of the primal region members will be decisively put down. Luo, who had entered his battle mode, was no longer his usual meek self. What he was a madness like a wild beast. Ah, really? Luo Feng smiled coldly at the distant gold silhouette. A shameless punk like you sure have grandeur about you. You are the shameless one, Luo roared. Luo Feng's expression grew heavy. After everything, Luo still shamelessly kept up his shameless act. Make your move, otherwise you won't even have the chance to do anything. Luo Feng looked coldly at the distant Luo. Arrogant. Luo looked up at Luo Feng in mid-air on his dark cloud shuttle. He roared. As he rushed into space instantly, his stomp caused the stone mountain to shake, after which it began to crumble, countless stone fragments rolling and flying in all directions. Luo instantly reached Luo Feng. Yeah. Rumble. A punch that was almost like a burning meteorite, even the space surrounding it had ripples. He aimed it straight at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle and coldly looked at everything, as Luo's powerful punch was reaching him. Luo Feng's initial cold eyes instantly gleamed. A terrifying consciousness pressure attacked Luo. That pressure, comparable to an early-stage sector lord, made even Sa Jin back then completely stunned. Rumble. Luo's face instantly went pale. The wonders in his origin law infused punch was affected. What? His consciousness pressure is that terrifying? Just what miraculous encounters has he had to have such terrifying consciousness? Strength represents the strength of his soul, and the soul is the core of the life. If his soul is that strong, wouldn't walking the path of a spirit reader make him even stronger? Impossible. Luo fiercely roared, his expression struggled, his eyes bloodshot. He looked up and stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, die. He rushed into the sky, both his hands forming claws, one slight ahead of the other. In an instant the entire space was affected, after which as his claws warped before his chest, immediately, the law energies about were all affected. Rumble. A four-clawed ferocious beast image that was over 30 m long appeared outside his body. The beast was skinny. From a glance it was similar to a ravenous wolf. Only peculiar thing was that it had two black horns on its forehead. Both his claws was where the fangs were on this fierce beast. Howl. Luo's expression was struggled. He rushed into the sky and straight at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who was high in the sky, gazed down below at Luo, who was rushing over. He revealed a cold smile and ordered softly, Blade World. The dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out countless little golden lights. They in turn shot out countless golden threads that interconnected, every one ever so fine and thin. The land and skies changed abruptly into a vast blade world. Blade World. Howl. Luo's energy soared as he rushed at Luo Feng. Die. Luo Feng said coldly. Immediately, he gathered threads of dark gold blade energy before him. When the first was condensed, it swiftly shot at Luo, after which, the second condensed thread of blade energy followed behind simultaneously. The third was already in process of gathering. Child's play. Luo roared. He moved his right claw, making the beast image look like it fiercely opened its big mouth wide. Rumble. The right claw slashed at the first blade energy. The entire beast image slightly shook. The blade energy, however, was dispersed. Haha, I'll definitely win. Mo Luo's eyes were filled with madness. While he was normally meek and calm, during a true battle, he was a living beast, without any humanity. Mo Luo's expression changed. Rumble. The second thread of blade energy pierced at him. He once again blocked it. Rumble. The third thread of blade energy. The fourth thread of blade energy. The fifth thread. Almost like continuous bullets, wave after wave. Mo Luo used his technique and fought with his life to defend against the fourth thread, the wood, fire, and space laws that his technique used to form the beast image had completely been dispersed. When that was gone, he naturally couldn't block anymore. Chi, the fifth thread of blade energy, pierced right through Mo Luo's palm and, after that, straight through his chest, revealing a bloody cavity. Simultaneously, the force of the attack knocked him fiercely downwards. Chi chi chi. The many threads of blade energy rushed and pierced right through his body one after another, causing him to fall further. No, Mo Luo's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth filled with fresh blood. Chi. Another thread of blade energy pierced right through his face immediately, destroying his consciousness. Rumble. Mo Luo's body, that was already filled with holes and injuries, was finally knocked back down onto the surface of that stone planet, with a huge rumble. A huge ring-shaped ditch, with a diameter of about 10 kilometers was formed. There in the center was where his body landed. The blade world automatically dispersed, countless gold lights returned to the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back. Luo Feng slowly descended. He gazed at the huge ring-shaped ditch and the tattered and torn body of Mo Luo in the center. You are only a little stronger than Bolin. If I simply used 3 or 4 threads of blade energy together, I would have killed you instantly. However, I didn't do so. I used them one at a time and you were still guaranteed death. Second battle, Luo Feng against Mo Luo. Luo Feng won. Results: 2 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. So, Luo Feng was teleported out. During the absolute beginning matches earlier, Luo Feng had noticed that he was already too much stronger than Sa Jin, Gu, and Ni Nan. He wasn't weaker than them before the demon note inheritance. Now that his spirit energy amplitude had risen over 20 times, it was simply decimation. The chemist Yu Feng was hard to deal with, mainly because he had mysterious drugs. Chemists were very special. A strong warrior may not necessarily be more durable than a weak person. It only meant that in terms of possibility, those able to withstand the chemists were usually stronger. Other than chemist Yu Feng being hard to deal with, he had no way of dealing with Wolfman, Luo Fu. Bolin, he used only a portion of his power and settled it to display his respect. He didn't overpower him too much, that would be bullying. Mo Luo, he bullied him all the way. Within the quiet study, Mo Luo was curled up like a cat. He grabbed his head as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually lost, without any ability to defend, killed by the wave after wave of blade energy. He can already simultaneously unleash 4 to 5 threads of blade energy. How can his improvement be that huge?" Back during his fight with Sa Jin, he could only condense 1 thread of blade energy, and he only recently passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. It's only been 6 years since he passed the 7th level. 6 years. Mo Luo's expression was filled with pain. He closed his eyes and muttered, "His improvement in 6 years is so huge that Bolin only passed the 7th level too." Years ago, but I've checked his information before I've seen his footage from the genius competition. Very obviously back then he could already unleash over 10,000 images in movement. Just in terms of space laws, he was already terrifying back then. The only thing was he tried to focus on both space and time, hence he lagged behind and his improvement was slow. Right now, he's focusing on space as his main, the reserves and training from the recent 200 years have come to fruit, hence he very quickly passed the 7th level. He quickly comprehended and turned all these 200 years of training into strength. His shocking improvement, I understand. But Luo Feng, what's going on with him? In the vast universe, everything has a reason. He cannot be absurdly strong. For no reason at all. Mo Luo closed his eyes in pain as he curled there, muttering non-stop. Luo Feng was still very weak during the genius battles, but he kept improving every bit of his training. He had already turned into strength. He shouldn't have had such a sudden jump in improvement. Why? Why? Curled up in his study, Mo Luo fiercely opened his eyes and used all his limbs to slam the ground, his eyes bloodshot, expression struggled. Haha. I've lost. I've lost. Losing this round means I've lost the entire contest battles. I've been kicked into the absolute beginning region. I've been kicked out. Mo Luo fell on the floor helplessly, almost lying flat in the study. He talked while his eyes filled with tears, almost like a madman. The contest battle had 6 participants, and only one slot. Only the strongest would acquire the slot. Hence, the moment one lost a match, there was no more hope. After a while, Mo Luo stood back up, almost like a wolf licking its wounds, and fully recovered. His eyes were filled with endless ambition. I've only temporarily been kicked into the absolute beginning region. There's still the next qualification battles. If I can't make it in the universe level, there's still the domain lord level. I, Mo Luo, will definitely become the strongest. No one can obstruct my path. No one. Mo Luo roared softly. At this time, Mo Luo didn't even know that the reason behind Luo Feng's great rise in strength was because of his kick back then. His kick was intended to rid himself of a threat, however it resulted in him making Luo Feng becoming his greatest obstacle. The Virtual Universe Company's Universe-level core members qualification battles happen every 100 years. The battles that draw the most attention were without doubt the contest battles for the primal region slot. Firstly, there was only one slot every time, allowing one member to enter. Secondly, the title primal region member was something that every core genius fought hard for and wished they had. Beautiful victory. The Ganwu Universe country's Luo Feng won again. His record is already 3 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses. Within a restaurant of Yuxiang Mountains public region, many geniuses had screens opened up before them. On it displayed Luo Feng's match against Long Yun. They all discussed loudly to these geniuses that faced their contest battles in the last phase and sky and land regions, the primal region slot. Contest battles were definitely the pinnacle of matches. Of course they all anticipated them and wished to see who actually made the breakthrough. Before this match had even begun, about 100 of the core members had already determined Luo Feng would win without a doubt, and the result was just as they had expected. Luo Feng very cleanly won the battle easily. Luo Feng didn't even need to unleash the Blade World to defeat Long Yun, just the totem pillar would have been enough. Long Yun is simply too much weaker than him. This batches 6 people in the contest battles, the weakest is Long Yun, Luo. Feng had indeed expected too much from Long Yun earlier. What do you know, Long Yun and Luo Feng are from the same batch of genius. Competition, they were comrades then and maybe even good friends normally. Even if he was 100 set to win, giving the opponent respect is also a form of grace. Sitting around the dining table, a silver-skinned youth with a few hundred pigtails said. Others within the restaurant all suddenly made a noise. This contest battle, up till now, within the 6, only 2 have not had a loss. Luo Feng and Ku Luo Fu, they both haven't lost. The one entering the primal region this time should be from the 2 of them. Everybody guess, who will be the one to get that primal region slot. The restaurant grew even rowdier as the geniuses from the many universe countries all discussed fervently. Obviously most of them favored the Wolfman, Ku Luo Fu. Sitting right in the center of the restaurant, a shockingly fat red-eyed man with a huge mouth laughed loudly. Luo Feng, he'll definitely lose to Ku Luo Fu. What's more, he may not even get past Yu Feng. Luo Feng's 4th match was against the chemist Yu Feng. Chemist Yu Feng. The restaurant instantly got silent. It wasn't that Yu Feng's power was huge, but the chemist's power was something that made the geniuses shudder within. 3 battles, 3 wins. At this point, Bolin, Long Yun, Mo Luo, and Yu Feng all had losses. Only he and Ku Luo Fu were still winning. I have to beat Yu Feng. After I defeat Yu Feng, I'll have 4 consecutive wins, Luo Feng thought. Then I'll fight it out and give my everything against Ku Luo Fu. If I lose, I'll stay in the absolute beginning region. If I win, I'll enter the primal region. Yu Feng. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at the screen on his laptop. On it displayed large amounts of information on chemists. Actually, there were many special routes and paths within the vast universe for humanity. The known fighter and spirit reader was simply the most basic and most common of all. There were specialists that controlled puppets, a puppeteer, beast tamers that used strong beasts to battle, chemists that studied the many peculiar materials in the universe. These were all special professions that allowed the weak to battle the strong. For example, if one tamed an extra powerful beast, naturally his power would be strong too. However, the development pathways for such specialists were a lot more narrow and tougher to reach the top. Many warriors that had poor comprehension of the laws would rather try these specialization. However, these may not be the right path. The percentage of failures exceeded over 99.99999. It could be said that rising up from these specialization paths was simply too hard. The chemists, named the universe researchers, they would study the many peculiar and strange materials in the universe, their many special properties, and dissect them, later using their own methods to go through their many and infinite details, finally creating drugs that suited their style of attack. These drugs were all forms and styles, be it powder, a grain of sand, a flower, a tree, or even a blade. Anyway, the chemist's drugs were extremely peculiar and unpredictable. As for strength, they varied. Due to their life evolution, the universe-level warriors could fight even on white dwarf stars, ignoring cosmic rays, the strong magnetic field, the extreme high temperatures, and the destruction from the high gravity. It could be said that their life force was extremely tenacious, hence to actually harm a warrior of that level with drugs was a very hard thing to do. However, there's ultimately people who succeed. There may be some universe level chemist who managed to create a drug that was a threat even to undyings. There were such cases in the history of the universe. Of course these were rare and hard to find. Even if one knew the way to create the drugs, simply following the steps was still very hard to succeed. The process for making the drugs was simply too complex, even to the point where the creator of the drugs may not be able to replicate their own results a second time. A chemist, in summary, a research-type warrior that studies and creates drugs. Just like several natural occurrences like some mists in the universe secret regions that can even put an undying to sleep, these mists were like natural drugs. As long as one studied and the storage and release techniques, it could be used in battle. However, the danger of containing and controlling it was harder. The chemist's strength lies in his drugs. Luo Feng frowned. I beat him before, but that doesn't mean I will definitely win again. I have to be alert. Luo Feng, your fourth contest battles for the primal region slot is about to begin. Your opponent is Yu Feng. The virtual universe system's voice rang in his ears. A powerful energy immediately engulfed Luo Feng. So he was transported to the arena. In an extra huge laboratory that took up over 30,000 square meters, automaton laboratory, living laboratory, energy region, nurture region, many different regions, with all sorts of apparatus about, millions of pieces of equipment. Yu Feng's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. His spirit energy was controlling and mixing the drug. Luo Feng's consciousness pressure is shocking, hence the best way to deal with a spirit reader normally, which is to use a drug that invades his soul. That would have poor results with him. Then, I'll affect his soul through his body. I've already failed 1,892 times. I have to succeed this time. Yu Feng retrieved his drug's most basic ingredient, the fish crystal liquid, and swiftly mixed it. Actually, since his loss to Luo Feng earlier in the qualification battles, he swiftly understood the mistake from that battle. According to his deduction, with the fish crystal liquid, he should be able to produce a stronger drug than before. The previous battle, he used fish crystal number 18 and successfully defeated Bolin. Right now, he was studying fish liquid 19. Only 0.0001 seconds. If I miss the timing, it will disperse. Yu Feng didn't even hesitate, continuing like lightning, or slow like a breeze as he mixed the drugs. It required genetic energy and spirit energy to mix. These were also the reasons why the drugs from a chemist's weren't something normal people dared to mess with. If they didn't know the technique and used the drugs, they may affect themselves. Chi. Suddenly a shade of pink appeared in the air ahead. The pink slowly returned to colorless, almost like there was nothing simultaneously. A black round ball on the table changed in an instant into a pink ball. I've finally succeeded. Yu Feng extended his hand and grabbed that pink ball. In reality, I've actually long succeeded in making this fish crystal 19. However, the rules in the virtual universe system are troublesome. He shook his head. A fighter and spirit reader could retrieve whatever weapons and armor they needed easily. However, a chemist had no way to request for drugs like that. They could only request the ingredients and materials, and each of the materials had to be below one mixed element. Whatever drugs he wanted to use, it had to be something he could create within the virtual universe, otherwise he wouldn't be allowed to use it. This was to guard against cheating. Yu Feng, your fourth contest battle for the primal region slot is about to Begin, your opponent is Luo Feng, the virtual universe system's voice rang in his ears. Only then did Yu Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had just finished this drug 19 a moment before the battle was about to begin. His luck was indeed good. So he was transported away. The winds howled like demon cries, sand flew about in the skies, the land and skies were vast and blurry. Luo Feng stood in the sky, dressed in dark red armor. The extreme wind and sand in the skies blew hard at his hair. Newbie. A black silhouette appeared in mid-air in the distance. He too stood on a flying weapon. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and looked at the black-robed Yu Feng. He could only see his incredibly calm eyes. Any chemist was either extremely calm or extremely passionate, otherwise they wouldn't be able to deal with the many failures while researching their drugs. You won the last time. Back then I sent you a mail saying you wouldn't be so lucky the next time. Yu Feng's voice was agitated. Indeed, at the last moment before this battle I finally finished my drug 19. It's my luck and your downfall. Cut the crap. Luo Feng's eyes were excited. Chemist. His experience with chemists were few. Luo Feng did have a sense of respect to those of the profession. To be able to be a chemist and lead, they were all incredible people. Let's fight. Luo Feng held. Rumble. Immediately, countless gold lights shot in all directions. Immediately the sand in the skies all vanished, becoming an endless blade world. The white vast blade world had countless blade energy that were like fish revolving within. And Luo Feng was the god of this blade world, the only ruler. Condense. In an instant 5 threads of blade energy had condensed before Luo Feng, every one of them taking the shape of a blade. Ha ha ha, the black-robed Yu Feng laughed loudly. Simultaneously countless black threads shot out in all directions from his body. He used his spirit energy to control the countless threads to form a net that aimed to wrap about Luo Feng. Go. Just as Luo Feng was about to send his blade energy to attack, he suddenly felt piercing pain throughout his body. Even though the pain was still within Luo Feng's threshold, that sort of piercing pain swiftly permeated into his head. Even his brain felt the effects of it, waves and waves of radioactive piercing pain, almost like countless ants biting within his brain. Even a universe-level genius whose willpower wasn't strong enough wouldn't be able to withstand it. These were all secondary. The most important thing was consciousness. Once consciousness was deep within the brain, a universe-level soul too was. Within that consciousness, a body simulated within the virtual universe was naturally a typical normal body. Hence in the network, Luo Feng's weak point was his consciousness. The pain had spread throughout his brain and permeated into his consciousness, causing it to shudder within. Even though drug 19's attack on the body is weaker, it is stronger against the brain, and its mental effect reaches an absolute level. Naturally it can affect the consciousness, and once that's done, a spirit reader will definitely fall flying in the distance on his weapon. Yu Feng's eyes gleamed. He pointed straight at Luo Feng. Go and die immediately. Countless threads were like sharp blades rushing at Luo Feng. No matter how much of a genius one was, this body was a normal universe level 9 body, simulated by the virtual universe company. It would definitely be instantly destroyed. Against the overwhelming number of blades, Luo Feng's eyes went cold. Subdue. His powerful willpower caused his soul to become like a rock. Even if his Consciousness was shaken, his used his willpower and consciousness to forcefully control his spirit energy, almost like a general using his ability to direct his soldiers, to steady a ship in turbulent waters simultaneously, controlling his genetic energy and spirit energy to madly enter his body and destroy the poison. Even if the skies and lands are destroyed, nothing will affect me. Rumble. Luo Feng, on his dark cloud shuttle, left behind an image and swiftly dodged, simultaneously controlling his blade world to attack, affecting the countless black threads, his eyes raging as he shouted, "Yu Feng, die! Rumble, 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 rumble." 5 translucent dark golden blade-shaped condensed blade energies, like 5 golden rainbows, tore through the skies and shot at the black-robed man. While it shot out, the 5 rainbows melded with the universe space laws. Visible ripples could be seen by the naked eye in the surroundings. The blade world formed in the space had formed an incredibly powerful pressuring effect. Blade world, it was that shocking. How could he get over it so easily? Just how terrifying his willpower and consciousness. The black-robed Yu Feng's eyes stared, filled with disbelief. The threads of blade energy, like lasers, shot through his body over and over. Fresh blood stained his black robes. His body fell directly from mid-air, his eyes still filled with disbelief. As a chemist, researcher, and creator, he was very clear on his drug's effects. Even to the point where he tested the drugs on himself, he couldn't even suppress the effects of drug 18, much less drug 19. Luo Feng, however, suppressed it completely. That torn and tattered body landed in the sand. Luo Feng landed beside. Unless your drugs are able to pierce right through my mental state and make my consciousness rumble, they can never affect me. So, the virtual universe system transported Luo Feng out. Luo Feng's 4th match, against the chemist Yu Feng, victory result: 4 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. In the universe, it was indeed possible for a drug to completely pierce through one's mental state and make one's consciousness crumble immediately. To reach a stage where it can make a universe-level 9 warrior's consciousness crumble, the process of creation was extremely difficult, and it must be a contraband drug. If one could produce it on a large scale, then there would be no point in having the universe soldiers in the wars outside the star fields. The universe was, after all, fair. It gave chemists the ability to create heavenly drugs that were extremely powerful, yet it also made their path extremely difficult. The overpowering drugs were set to be hard to produce in numbers, even to the point where the creator may not be able to use it himself safely. I've lost, that would be my strategy's fault. Yu Feng was dressed in a white robe in his lab, swiftly pondering the reason for the loss. He's a spirit reader, his attack methods use spirit energy, then no matter how much I harm his body, with his willpower, he can still use spirit energy to control the Nanshan armament and attack me. Hence, my initial path of attack was right. I first have to affect his use of the Nanshan armament. 1 is to immediately use soul-affecting drugs, however my Kasiwo No. 6 drug also failed. 2 is to pierce his mental state and affect his consciousness, affecting his control of the Nanshan armament from deep within. Yu Feng frowned and pondered. My thought process wasn't wrong, hence, there's only one reason. My drugs aren't strong enough. Yu Feng didn't think anymore. He immediately tapped in mid-air ahead of him, and an extra huge screen appeared. On it were a blur of words. He then immersed himself back into his drug research. Chemists were lone warriors, they had to endure this loneliness too. Rather, in the vast universe, just the number of life forms alone was countless, much less the types of materials, like plants, just that name alone. Even if one recited for up to 100 million years, he wouldn't be able to recite all the types of plants in the universe, the many types of plants, metal, liquids, gas. Everything that could be discovered in the universe. Whether it was stars, planets, black holes, and even microscopic life forms. Everything was within a chemist's field of research if a chemist was able to produce a black hole through his own methods, then that black hole would be one of his drugs. Naturally, that's an exaggerated example. Before a black hole, even the universe space would crumble, even an undying would sucked in and destroyed, creating a black hole. The path of the chemist, till date, there hasn't been one who's accomplished it. The universe was incredibly vast, with many generations of chemists one after another. However, they still felt as though there were countless paths for them to proceed on. Maybe there would come a day where some chemist would have some shocking discovery. He won. Luo Feng had defeated the chemist Yu Feng and acquired 4 consecutive wins. Luo Fu too had completed his 4th battle and defeated Long Yun. Hence, the two of them had 4 consecutive wins. The tens of thousands of core members in virtual universe companies Yuxiang Mountain were all paying close attention to the upcoming match. Even the Domain Lords and Sector Lord level members were all awaiting this match. Because usually, halfway through the contest battles, they would be able to tell who would get the slot already. This time, however, it was actually up to the final match. This punk from the Ganwu Universe country, he just joined the virtual universe company not long ago, only 200 years, and he's actually able to attempt to enter the primal region. However, from the footage, Luo Fu is indeed very strong. After Luo Feng defeated Yu Feng, he sat quietly in his own study. 4 consecutive wins. It made him have the highest chance to enter the primal region. Wolfman, Luo Fu. A majestic battle to settle this. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, almost like a mad, golden-horned beast. Luo Feng, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, making him stunned as he swiftly ran downstairs. There in the living room, Tru Yen Emperor stood in a simple golden long robe. Teacher Luo Feng quickly bowed respectfully. Tru Yen Emperor carefully observed Luo Feng. A smile appeared on his face as he nodded. Not bad, you've done very well this time. Your student hasn't entered the primal region, there's still one more battle. Luo Feng revealed helplessness. However, this last battle, he doesn't have any guarantee at all. You've done well enough. Tru Yen immediately sat in the sofa and gazed at Luo Feng. You've had 4 consecutive wins this time. 1. The win over Bolin has proven you are the most exceptional in the batch of the genius competition. 2. The win over the primal region member Mo Luo has proven your strength is already primal region level 3. The win over Yu Feng has proven that even such an exceptional chemist cannot find your weakness. Luo Feng stood at the side without any sense of pride. Tru Yen was surprised as he saw the situation. Normally when a teacher teaches a disciple, he worries that his student would get arrogant, but this disciple of his had been perpetually humble even when he complimented him. Luo Feng remained the same. But I don't have any guarantee of beating Luo Fu. Luo Feng was still completely immersed on his upcoming 5th match. Beating. Tru Yen laughed out loudly. his laughter rang out throughout the entire living room. Teacher Luo Feng asked curiously. I've watched your entire qualification battles this time, hence I've seen the battle between you and Ke Luo Fu. True Yen Emperor was filled with smiles. I dare say, he definitely has the ability now to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. What? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Past the 8th level. Passing every level of the Heavenly Bridge was incredibly difficult. Within the entire virtual universe company's universe-level core members, only the strongest Fei Tua of the primal region had passed the 8th level. Fei Tua, the one and only Wolfman Ke Luo Fu, could pass the 8th level too. If others had said this, Luo Feng would have taken it as a joke, but this, coming from his own teacher, the Undying being closest to becoming a universe country leader. I've seen the footage of the previous qualification battles of Ke Luo Fu. He wasn't that strong before. His strength exploded within the past couple of hundred of years. True Yen sat there and gently sipped his tea. Passing the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, other than Fei Tua, there's no other universe-level core members that can be his match. Luo Feng went silent. The news his teacher had brought was enough to shock him. Don't be dejected, True Yen Emperor laughed. This battle has already attracted the attention of many of the upper echelons of the virtual universe company. The Wolfman Ke Luo Fu is very exceptional. Your improvement is very shocking too. Hence the two of you both have gained great recognition and attention. Even if you simply lose this round, I believe the next qualification battles you'll be able to make it into the primal region. Is it impossible this time? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Right. His own strength was already considered the pinnacle of the 7th level. The Wolfman, Ke Luo Fu, was still able to completely suppress him. He indeed had the power to pass the 8th level. The final battle of the contest battles. Looks like I have to use that move, Luo Feng thought within. Maybe I'll still have 30 chance to win. He had never used that move before, the cheating move of his. Luo Feng and Ke Luo Fu, the final battle. As one only sends his consciousness into the virtual universe network, the geniuses battling in the virtual universe all had the same universe level 9 bodies simulated by the virtual universe network. Everybody had the same structure and physical bodies. Then, any way to increase Luo Feng's strength would have to rely on one's consciousness. How would he get stronger? The Masha clansman was a favored child of space, the golden horned beasts. Right claw was its strongest trump card. Even his earth body was a blood warrior. However, these were all useless because the body Luo Feng used in the virtual universe was simply a normal body. It didn't have the Masha clansman's specialties and no blood river power. And Luo Feng's true cheating method was the natural ability, strengthen. Back then, when the golden horned beast had its head blown off on Earth, it raged and unleashed its natural ability, strengthen. Its offensive powers not only exploded, even its flying speed grew by a lot. Later, after Luo Feng repossessed it, it had once let the golden horned beast unleash its natural ability, strengthen, while he controlled the hybrid copper essence shard, destroying the group of elites from the Nuo Lanshan family. Natural ability, it strengthened everything, body, soul, everything. Instantly doubled. Under the effects of strengthening, one's speed, strength, and consciousness, etc. would all increase one entire time, doubled altogether. Doubling one's consciousness strength would allow Luo Feng's consciousness within the virtual universe network to naturally double. At the time of battle, I'll let the golden horned beast in the real world unleash its strengthening ability. Immediately my soul within the core would strengthen and my consciousness would double with a stronger consciousness. Firstly, it'll make my strength higher, then my control and power of the Nanshan armament would be stronger. Luo Feng thought. Stronger consciousness pressure. Stronger Nanshan armament. It indeed made Luo Feng's strength grow by a lot. However, this move is considered cheating. Luo Feng thought. The battles within the virtual universe all use the same body structures. It's mainly to test one's law comprehension and technique strengths, along with battle experience, etc., and through the golden horned beast's natural ability strengthening, using my stronger consciousness to add to my strength, it is considered cheating. However, my miraculous encounters should be considered a type of strength too, right? Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng may seem like he was cheating, however, as he could use it while his consciousness was in the virtual universe, made it so that it wasn't forbidden and naturally not considered cheating. It could only be considered suspect to cheating. Within the living room, Tru Yan Emperor saw that Luo Feng seemed to be deep in thought. He laughed. Don't stress yourself out, losing this match isn't a big deal. Who hasn't encountered setbacks and difficulty? What's more, I'm already very satisfied with your performance this time, and that Luo Fu is indeed much stronger than you. Even if you lose, no one will say anything. Luo Feng nodded. Calm yourself and maintain your pinnacle condition. Tru Yan suddenly stood up, saying, even though you don't have much hope of winning, this battle has attracted the attention of many people. Even the upper echelon beings are noticing this battle. Hence, you have to give your all before you lose. Then you won't have any regrets. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng nodded. Calm down and rest. Tru Yan nodded, after which he left the virtual universe network. Seeing his teacher leave, Luo Feng then sat down quietly, staring at the table and muttering, Luo Fu, no matter what, I will use my greatest strength to fight you. I cannot simply hide my power and just hand the primal region slot to you. Who will finally win? We'll see at the final battle. Luo Feng closed his eyes and collected himself. Mental state was indeed a great influence on one's strength. Hence, calming himself and maintaining his pinnacle condition was a very important preparation. Absolute beginning region. That Yu Feng gave me a minor problem. Luo Fu sat in his own wine cellar. It was filled with large amounts of many types of alcohol. He lifted a huge glass cup and took a big sip, his eyes filled with anticipation. No one else was even a threat. That punk Luo Feng, he indeed has amazing potential. If it weren't for 100 years ago when I did the dangerous level mission and discovered that mission world's huge secret, allowing me to gain a miraculous encounter, with my basic foundation strength rising greatly, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Wolfman, Luo Fu thought within. He recalled the great encounter he went through over 100 years ago. He was still very excited. That encounter gave him a true chance to rise up. The current him indeed had the power to pass the 8th level of the heavenly bridge, but he didn't rush over to attempt it, because he was preparing to do it only after the qualification battles. It wouldn't be late then. As for now, defeating him won't be hard at all. Wolfman, Luo Fu's eyes gleamed with a sense of wildness. If I'm able to make it into the primal region this time, then I'll get one more chance to take on another impossible level mission. And more dangerous level missions. I think I'll be able to get the big secrets from those missions. The most awaited battle of the qualification battles, the final battle between Luo Feng and Ke Luo Fu, was about to begin. This battle had attracted the attention of many. Everybody wished to see just who would finally get the primal region slot. Amongst those spectating, there was one very special person. Feng Su Xian sat in the corner of a noisy bar. Within it floated 4 enormous screens. They were playing the many battles of the qualification battles. The moment the most exciting match of all, Luo Feng against Ke Luo Fu, began, they would all be able to watch it. The bar was filled with discussions, be it complimenting Ke Luo Fu or shocked at Luo Feng's strength. Su Xian was in the corner silently listening to the group of geniuses from the many universe countries all discussing her husband. She couldn't help but feel proud within. I believe you'll definitely win, Su Xian thought within. Silently sitting in the sofa, Luo Feng suddenly heard a familiar sound in his ears. Luo Feng, your 5th contest battle for the primal region slot is about to begin. Your opponent is Ke Luo Fu. This made Luo Feng instantly open his eyes. They gleamed with an unstoppable resolve. So, Luo Feng was transported into the arena. And in reality, within the core of Demon Mountain in the absolute beginning region, on the inheritance steps of the Inheritance Palace. Within his internal world, as he sat cross-legged, the golden-horned beast, which was like a huge black mountain range, its huge dark golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. It had already prepared, ready to unleash its natural ability, strengthen the moment the battle began. It would unleash it. Virtual Universe, Contest Battles, Luo Feng vs. Ke Luo Fu. Within the arena, Luo Feng felt the sky and land warp, after which he stood on the ground. He looked around. With a glance, he saw the endless primal forests. The air was somewhat moist. The gravity here is about 12 times that of Earth. The air temperature is about 82 degrees. Luo Feng instantly did the calculations within. The dark red armor on his surface had long formed a perfectly fitting armor, even forming a helmet on his head. The dark golden long rod on his back, the screen on his wrist, on it information appeared. Luo Feng looked around. The primal forest was extremely dense and hard to see through. So, he swiftly rose into the sky and flew a 1,000 m up, in the air above the forest. Ah, where is he? Luo Feng frowned, after which he carefully tried to sense him. The virtual universe system would normally transport both exponents pretty close to each other. They would normally feel and sense each other clearly. This time, however, Luo Feng realized he couldn't feel a sense of life or energy within the area. Luo Feng stood in the air above the primal forest and roared, Ke Luo Fu, come out! Come out, come out, come out! His voice resounded over and over within the space, strongly creating ripples through kilometers about the forest. Yuxiang Mountain Public Region. Many restaurants and bars, along with many living quarters of the core members. Many had opened their screens to spectate the battle. Yu Feng against Imo Luo, battle ongoing, able to watch footage soon. Bolin against Long Yun, battle ongoing, able to watch footage soon. Luo Feng against Ke Luo Fu, battle yet to begin, please wait. This was the information shown on the screen about the 3 matches. The other 2 matches were displayed easily. They even began already, only the most exciting and most crucial of battles, Luo Feng against Ke Luo Fu. The battle had yet to Begin. What's going on? Shouldn't the 3 matches all began simultaneously? Why hasn't Luo Feng against Ku Luo Fu's battle begun yet? What's going on? The bar was bustling with shouts and noise. Su Xian, who was sitting in the corner, too, frowned as she looked at the huge screen. The words displayed on the screen were very clear: Luo Feng against Ku Luo Fu, battle yet to begin, please wait. Yu Feng has lost, Mo Luo has won. Long Yun has lost, Bolin has won. The other 2 battles have ended. However, the screen that was connected to Luo Feng's battle still showed the same prompt as before: Luo Feng against Ku Luo Fu, battle yet to begin. Please wait. Has something happened to the screen? I'm looking at me. The group of core members in the bar all stood before the screen in midair. The one connected to Luo Feng's match against Ku Luo Fu, the screen still showed the same prompt: Luo Feng against Ku Luo Fu, battle yet to begin. Please wait. Please wait my ass. This is the most crucial match. What's going on? The group of core members were all anxious. Su Xian was anxious too, Wuka, Rong, June and the others were all anxious too as they held their breaths. Even Luo Feng's teacher, Tru Yan Emperor, along with the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company, they were all suspicious too. In the arena, in the air above the primal forest, Luo Feng looked about. What's going on? Why hasn't Ku Luo Fu appeared? Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, the Virtual Universe System's voice rang in his ears again. Since the beginning of the 5th match till now, Ku Luo Fu's consciousness has yet to enter the Virtual Universe network, hence we've been unable to transport him. Here, the verdict is: Ku Luo Fu has forfeited. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Forfeited. There were a total of 5 rounds in the contest battles. Every round had 3 battles that had fixed timings. The Virtual Universe Company would definitely never delay or postpone the matches just because of someone who didn't enter the Virtual Universe network. The match timings are all released much earlier. If one party fails to enter the Virtual Universe network at the time, then they would immediately be deemed as forfeiting. Simultaneously, the other party would automatically achieve victory from that match. Hence, this battle, Luo Feng won without even fighting. Consecutive 5 wins. 5 points, 100, acquiring first place. How can this be? Luo Feng's expression while he stood in the primal forest was complex. For his last battle he had prepared to fight it out with all he had, even though he didn't have any chance for victor for this battle. Even if he failed, he wanted to have a thrilling battle all and all. Who had expected such an outcome? So Luo Feng was transported out of the arena. In that bar in Yuxiang Mountain, the screen on it still displayed Luo Feng's battle against Ku Luo Fu has yet to begin, please wait. However, it quickly followed up with another prompt: Luo Feng's match against Ku Luo Fu. Since Ku Luo Fu has failed to enter the Virtual Universe network within the set time, he's been deemed as automatically forfeiting. Luo Feng wins this battle. The bar was chaotic. Those that were discussing why their battle had yet to begin saw as the words on the screen suddenly changed. It however made the initially chaotic bar grow silent. Pure silence. The geniuses from the many universe countries gathered in the bar were all completely stunned, almost like back on Earth many years back during the World Cup, when everybody was highly anticipating the finals, the most anticipated match of all. Suddenly one team met with a vehicle accident right before, with Many of their players heavily injured and crippled etc., making them have no choice but to forfeit. This was simply fate's joke. What's going on? What joke is this? Is it true? After the silence, the entire bar erupted in chaos. The final battle is the one that will determine the slot of the primal region. Why hasn't that Koluo Fu entered the virtual universe? No one doubted the words on the screen, as these were generated by the virtual universe system. After all, this system within the entire humanity, it was never, ever, wrong. They'd rather believe that trillions of people had made a mistake before even suspecting that the system would make one. Even Su Xian, who was in the corner of the bar paying attention to all this, was stunned. She had thought about Luo Feng winning or losing, however she never expected he'd win like that. Primal Region Contest Battle Slot Universe Level has ended, 15 matches all ended. Luo Feng consecutively won 5 matches. He won first place and acquired the Primal Region slot. The others, Mo Luo, Ku Luo Fu, Yu Feng, Long Yun and Bolin, were all set to enter the absolute beginning region. The outcome of the contest battles naturally spread fast. As for Luo Feng entering the primal region, it was actually still something the core geniuses could all accept, as even though he won without fighting that last battle, Luo Feng had indeed won all 4 of his previous matches. To be able to defeat Mo Luo and Yu Feng proved that he already had the strength of a primal region member. Secondly, Luo Feng's time in the virtual universe company was extremely short. His first qualification battles, and he still provided such a shocking performance against the seniors that had trained for thousands of years. Lastly, his talent from the perspectives of the groups of geniuses was probably even more absurd than Koluo Fu. All it took was maybe 1 or 2 more qualification battles and Luo Feng's place in the primal region would be definitely secured. That was a given. Hence, for such an absolute genius like Luo Feng making it into the primal region, everybody could accept it. However, what everybody couldn't accept the most, or was dumbfounded by, was why did Koluo Fu not enter the virtual universe in the most critical time if he wanted to forfeit? There were many geniuses that knew or regarded their own strengths as too weak, forfeiting long before their battles. Koluo Fu's situation was rare. Luo Feng's entry into the primal region spread fast. There were many different reactions. Some were incredibly happy, like his teacher, True Yan Emperor. He laughed carefree, haha, my good disciple made it into the primal region in his first qualification battles, good. Others were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, like the primal region member Mo Luo, who was now reduced to an absolute beginning member. He grit his teeth in hate. This Luo Feng actually got stupid lucky. That Koluo Fu must be an idiot too, not showing up in the critical time. Did he really die? Some were shocked, like the Undying stationed at Demon Note Mountain official Pu. She frowned. This puck is actually alive and he made it into the primal region. The 1000-star sect and their idiots, they are all simply useless. Others worshipped him, like the same batch of geniuses in the last phase, and sky and land regions. They all said excitedly, who says the newbies are weak? Luo Feng, from our batch, still made it into the primal region. What are you saying? That it's only due to Koluo Fu's forfeiting rubbish? Even if Koluo Fu defeated Luo Feng this time, he'll quickly be exceeded by Luo Feng in the future. To acquire the Primal Region slot was simply an incredible cost for Celebration Rong Jun, Wooka, and his other friends, his own brother's home. Thunder God and his family, parents, wife and children, younger brother, etc. They all congratulated him, even the people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and Ganwu Universe Country had sent congratulations and presents to his family. Celebration. It is a good thing, however, I'm not excited by this. Luo Feng sat in his study, his emotions mixed. The most critical battle of the contest battles, Ku Luo Fu actually forfeited and didn't show up. This was like a thorn that constantly reminded Luo Feng that this name slot wasn't acquired properly. Of course, the chance to enter the Primal Region was incredibly valuable. Since he had it now, he wouldn't automatically give it up. Luo Feng wasn't that rigid. Luo Feng, don't trouble yourself for such miraculous encounters. People go through all means to find ways to get them, be it gambling or killing, like that Imo Luo backstabbing you. They do everything they can for victory. That Ku Luo Fu not showing up is his own failure to grab the opportunity. Who can you blame? Babata said, don't think about it. Those with poor resources and low opportunities would all use their lives to fight for such chances. Your teacher back then too fought through all this one step at a time. Why are you still thinking about this? I understand. Luo Feng nodded. An encounter that enters my palm, I naturally want to give it up. It's only there's this thorn in my mind. Why didn't Ku Luo Fu show up? 1. He died. 2. He was held up by something. 3. It may be due to some special reasons. There's only these 3 circumstances. Why are you thinking so much about it? The fist-sized Babata on his shoulder said. Luo Feng nodded. However, within he still felt uneasy. Why did Ku Luo Fu not show up at the critical moment? Did he really die? On the second day after the battles ended, Luo Feng had to move out of the Absolute Beginning region and move to Yuxiang Mountains Primal region. Within his villa in the Absolute Beginning region, Luo Feng, Wooka, Rong Jun, Ai Chen, and Qian Shui and the others had gathered as a form of celebration and sending off of Luo Feng into the Primal region. After the many friends left, Luo Feng sat alone in his living room on that exquisite sofa. He looked about this place. He had lived here for very, very long. I have to leave, Luo Feng muttered. Luo Feng, there's a letter from the Virtual Universe Company, Babata shouted on his shoulder. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He swiftly tapped and opened a screen in mid-air, swiftly opening the newest mail there. The mail opened. Declaration. During this time's universe-level qualification battles for the Primal Region slot, the final battle was forfeited by Ku Luo Fu. During the entire proceedings of the competition, he was engaged in an impossible level mission. The impossible level missions have a death rate of up to 90. They are extremely dangerous from the fact that he's failed to log into the virtual universe since then. It's very likely that he may have fallen in that impossible mission. We once again strongly advise. The training missions are very important to every universe level member, but you must pick those that you are capable of. Exceeding one's limit might cost your life. There are many absolute geniuses who've fallen in the history of the impossible level missions. About half of the deaths for the universe level Primal Region members are all from the impossible missions. Once again, we emphasize the same words. The company has prepared all the resources for everybody. The path, however, is chosen by yourself. What? Luo Feng was shocked at the mail. This Luo Fu was actually in an impossible level mission during the entire qualification battles. Impossible level mission. It was extremely dangerous, even now, and the only one he's been in. Demon note. Mountain. The only reason why he could safely survive was due to his willpower. That far exceeded the other geniuses. Along with his Masha clansman body, they had an interlinked dependency. If it weren't for the Masha clansman, Luo Feng would have long lost his life. And it was usually very hard to find a safe spot in the impossible level missions. Like Luo Feng, he relied on the Masha body and got lucky, reaching the Inheritance Palace and core of Demon Mountain. Only then could he safely send a large part of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe network. If it weren't for my trump cards, which are suitable for Demon Note Mountain, I would most probably have died in the impossible level mission. Luo Feng thought that Luo Fu, even though he was taking part in the qualification battles, he probably had to maintain a high level of alertness with a large part of his consciousness outside. Just like what the company had said, he could very likely have fallen. Whether he was dead or alive, it was very hard to determine even by the virtual universe company in a short amount of time, as the world in which the impossible level mission was on was usually very dangerous. For the virtual universe company to be able to confirm his situation was very hard to do in a short amount of time. Just like how Luo Feng disappeared for a few years, the company had no way to confirm. Luo Feng was shocked by this declaration, many core members still unsatisfied by the result of the competition were all completely shocked after reading this too. Wolfman, Luo Fu, was participating in the qualification battles while in the impossible mission zone, the primal region, absolute beginning region, and the elites of all four regions were all shocked that Luo Fu actually was so daring, doing such a dangerous thing. The impossible level missions were considered forbidden areas to the universe level members of Yuxiang Mountain. Impossible level, 90 die there, who would still dare send such a large portion of their consciousness into the virtual universe network. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The leader sector Lord Ao Duo bowed from the courtyard. He was followed by a group of guards along with the rest of the staff. As they all bowed, Luo Feng walked out of the living room. Looking at the group of guards, he was somewhat sad. As he was about to move to the primal region, naturally he had to separate from this group that was under him. He immediately said, Ao Duo, you and your group have been with me for close to 200 years. Even though we part now and you'll no longer be my guards, we'll still always be friends. Your Majesty. Sector Lord Ao Duo and the rest were moved by those words. The position of a primal region member was extremely high, much higher than Ao Duo and the others, yet Luo Feng still spoke those simple words. Even if he only said it to appease them, it made their hearts warm anyway. You all seem like you don't want me to leave. Haha, you never know, I might get kicked out of the primal region some year. Luo Feng laughed and joked. When that happens, I'll need you all to be my guards again. How can you say that, since your Majesty could make it into the primal region? You won't get kicked out ever, Ao Duo said. The competition will always be there. There is no absolute. Luo Feng laughed and shook his head. All right, all of you, our adventure together ends here. After he finished, Luo Feng rushed into the sky. Ao Duo and the over 100 guards along with many more staff members all watched as his silhouette disappeared into the endless skies. They all sighed there. Strength and position was low, they could only be guards and staff. Luo Feng, however, was a true absolute genius favored by the upper echelon members of the Virtual Universe Company. Some normal undyings, to these upper echelon members, do not even compare to these absolute geniuses. After saying goodbye to Lady Fox and leaving Absolute Beginning Region, he arrived shortly after at Primal Region. The main entrance of the Primal Region was much more majestic, using gray ancient stones to make the shocking entrance. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, a white-bearded old man in a white robe, waved at him. He gave off an aura that brightened up the entire area, making people feel warm and comfortable. He was like a sun. Welcome to the Primal Region and congratulations on becoming a Primal Region member. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I am Ai Tua, the manager of the Primal Region. The white-robed man's white beard floated gracefully in the wind. Please follow me. Luo Feng followed Ai Tua and flew in midair. And the group of sector lords that were originally following behind Ai Tua and bowing began a hushed discussion about the new member Luo Feng. In midair, Luo Feng and Ai Tua were flying. While flying, Luo Feng gazed down below and was shocked as he felt a powerful ripple of origin law rippling over from somewhere far away. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, Ai Tua saw what happened and smiled. The greatest difference between the Primal Region and the Absolute Beginning Region is that there are more undyings living here. Firstly, every Primal Region member would be given a guard team. Ai Tua said they will have an undying lead the team, and every Primal Region member can pick their own undying teacher that will stay long-term with them in their villa. Hence, the number of undyings here is much higher than that of any other region. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed so, with an undying in the guard team and another as his teacher. Every member would at least have 2 undyings sticking close to them. The entire Primal Region has a total of 113 villas. Ai Tua pointed down below at the continuous never-ending row of villas. There are 100 sector lord members, 10 domain lord members, 3 universe level members. Every member is our Virtual Universe Company's most valuable treasures. Luo Feng nodded. Right. A sector lord's lifespan reached up to 1,000 eras. In that 1,000 eras, out of the entire 1,008 universe countries, the Virtual Universe Company only absorbs 113 members. This alone showed how high these 113 were in position. It far exceeded the normal undyings. Of course, the difficulty for remaining within the Primal Region was definitely the highest for the sector lords. The two tore through the skies. They flew past the many 1,000s of Li villas. Finally, after a while, Ai Tua began to slow down. That Villa 113 is Your Majesty's villa. Ai Tua pointed at the spacious villa. Luo Feng looked down and gazed at it. The villa's walls were like a continuous mountain range, extending on forever until the end of one's vision. Just in terms of surface area, this villa was larger than any of Earth's countries' territories. Of course, within the vast universe, using an entire planet as one's home territory was a common thing. Undyings had their god countries, and these were extremely vast. Hence to the Undyings, using an entire planet as a villa was considered simple living. So. Ai Tua and Luo Feng landed at the entrance of the villa, and there, lined up in an orderly fashion, were groups of his guards and staff. With one glance, they easily reached up to 10,000 people. At the front of them all stood a bald Man dressed in a black exquisite-looking robe. This man had a silver scale and some engravings on his forehead. Your Majesty, the bald man slightly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Over 1,000 of his soldiers behind him all knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully, their energies united as one. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 10,000 staff members all knelt down, incomparably humble and respectful. These staff were all specially picked and nurtured by the virtual universe company. They were used to service the virtual universe companies. True core members to these staff, being able to work for a primal region member was of the utmost honor. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is the leader of your guards, Dylan Ai Tua. Pointed at the bald man and said, Dylan is an undying specializing in soul attack and defense. He is extremely strong amongst the many guard team generals. He is considered of the top class. Luo Feng was shocked within. As he was close to his teacher, True Yan Emperor, he was very clear on the strength distribution. According to position, General Official Emperor. And under the Virtual Universe Company, official level Undyings could easily kill a group of normal Undyings, hence in truth, the most normal Undying compared to the official level Undying had a great difference in between. This made the difference between a general level Undying and a normal Undying extremely huge too. The stronger generals are even close to official level. The highest, doesn't that mean he's close to an official? Luo Feng was shocked, and he specializes in soul attack and defense. Such a powerful general, why would he become my guard leader? Your Majesty, my teacher is Bloodthirst Emperor. The bald man bowed slightly. Third Senior Luo Feng was shocked. True Yan's lifespan was incredibly long. At least Luo Feng still wasn't clear on just how long he had lived, but it was definitely much longer than missed emperors, and he was very cautious in accepting disciples. He had to be good in character and temper, or he wouldn't be accepted at all. However, the path to Undying was extremely tough. Becoming an emperor was even harder. Amongst True Yan's disciples, only his third disciple became an emperor. The Grandmaster is very concerned about you, his disciple. A voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. He's worried that when you reach Domain Lord level and you go out to explore, hence he arranged for someone he trusted to become the leader of your guards. I sent out my request and the other generals aren't as strong as I am, hence naturally I passed. Luo Feng looked at this bald man, a smile appearing on his face. He was actually the senior in terms of hierarchy of this Undying. With this relationship, Luo Feng opened up a lot easier to this bald man. However, Luo Feng decided at the time too, when he got back, he would contact his teacher, True Yan Emperor. Mr. Dylan, I'll be in your hands and from now on, Luo Feng said. This is my job. Dylan bowed. Haha, Your Majesty Luo Feng, Dylan is the leader of your guards. He is also the manager of your villa. I'll let him tell you about the other matters. I'll take my leave first. If you have any need of my help, please feel free to look for me. Ai Tua smiled. Thank you, Mr. Ai Tua. Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. After which, the white-haired old man became a beam of light and swiftly left. Your Majesty, please follow me. The bald Dylan led the way and brought Luo Feng on a tour of his villa to get used to it. Within the training grounds of the villa, Luo Feng stood there respectfully. A screen floated before him. There stood the golden armored ape-man, True Yan Emperor. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. You've met Dylan. True Yan laughed loudly. After hearing those words, Luo Feng knew immediately that Dylan was indeed sent by his teacher. In the future, when you enter the domain Lord level, you'll be placed outside. With great authority, Tru Yan said on the screen, the power will affect you in many ways that you cannot imagine, and while you'll have glory on one hand, you'll face dangers on another, many of them you won't be able to imagine now. Some of these dangers are even more dangerous than what you may find at the impossible level missions. Luo Feng was shocked. And because of my temper, it's made me have many enemies outside. Tru Yan said, of course those rubbish bugs do not dare come mess with me, but I'm worried they may come mess with you. Enemies. Luo Feng was shocked. Once you are placed outside, you won't be as safe as being here in the core of the virtual universe company. Tru Yan Emperor said, of course they wouldn't dare openly attack you, because the moment I discover them they would be dead without a doubt. Tru Yan's natural strength and brutality didn't make others feel like it was tyranny, rather, more of a natural thing altogether. Teacher, if you have enemies, why don't you go kill them? Luo Feng asked. Ah. Tru Yan seemed rather embarrassed about it. He said, my student, your teacher's way of doing things usually doesn't beat around the bush. I say whatever I want do, and do whatever I want to back. Then I killed many and scolded many. In an instant, I made many enemies too, just who I've offended. And all, actually I'm not very sure myself. Anyway, there are many little matters that others might hold grudges to. Luo Feng couldn't help but be speechless. However, no one dares to openly come attack me, those that have are all dead. Tru Yan smiled as he said, let's not talk about this, there's one more very important thing. Now that you are in the primal region, you have the right to pick an undying teacher to stick with you for a long time and teach you. This is a rare opportunity. This I know. Luo Feng nodded. To have one that stayed and taught him, even if one had a teacher, that teacher would rarely follow him around all the time. This was definitely a rare opportunity. Luo Feng naturally knew of this. Everybody knows this. Tru Yan couldn't help but say on the screen, however, there is a trick to picking your teacher. Trick? Luo Feng asked, curiously. According to what he knew, wasn't it simply sending out a request saying you'd prefer one proficient in gold and space laws, or spirit weapons, etc. as your teacher, and the teachers they gave to the primal region members were at least official level undyings. Even though Emperor level undyings and Universe Country Leader level undyings could be one's teacher too, they had to be willing to do so. The virtual universe company had no way to force them. And these huge figures, like Tru Yan Emperor, had no way to always stay by Luo Feng side. Hence, the teachers were normally official level undyings. Of course there's a trick. Tru Yan smiled on the screen. I know you wish to find an undying teacher proficient in golden space, and the fusion of these two laws. Luo Feng nodded. However, there are many undyings like that. The virtual universe company will send one over, and you just have to accept him. Tru Yan Emperor smiled. How do you find the most suitable teacher for you? That's where I'll have to make a move. One could have many teachers. However, their positions might be different. If one truly personally went to look for a teacher, the relationship would be much closer and real, like Tru Yan Emperor and those teachers who purely taught the public classes that Luo Feng attended. Those were much more distant than others. The teacher that the virtual universe company would arrange to stay in his villa and teach him, they would have a close relationship, but Luo Feng wouldn't have to personally go request him. When you get back, send a request in the mail, add this one line on the screen. Tru Yan smiled, say you highly respect the undying Bubulu, and you really wish for him to be your teacher. Bubulu Luo Feng understood when he heard, he should be some very powerful person. If I write it, it'll go through. Luo Feng was suspicious. Whether or not the undying comes or not was totally up to that undying himself. This I will settle. Tru Yan laughed loudly on the screen. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng felt gratitude within. This was a true teacher. In the universe, the relationship between a teacher and his student exceeded even that of blood ties, as the longer one lived, like for trillions of years. Even if their families could live up to 1,000 eras, they would still eventually die one day. When one's family dies, those later generations that came many years later, one either has never even seen them or they died much earlier. How could that relationship compare to that of a student and teacher? Student and teacher, the teacher instructs the disciple. When the student gets stronger, he may even someday become a right arm to the teacher. Just like how Tru Yan seriously instructs his students step by step, it was almost like pampering his disciples altogether. That day, Luo Feng immediately sent out the request, following what his teacher had instructed. He first keyed in his request and then added the line of respecting the undying Bubulu. In truth, he had never heard of this Bubulu before his teacher mentioned him. Bubulu. According to what his teacher said, even though this Bubulu was an official level undying, in truth his battle abilities could almost reach emperor level. Already Luo Feng thought, an undying that was almost emperor level, he was considered a huge figure in the universe already. Back then the undying that killed his teacher Hu Yanbo was also a being close to emperor level. Such a being, staying in his villa and teaching him. The third day, Luo Feng received a mail. In it the contents said the undying Bubulu was willing to be his teacher. About 10 days later, Bubulu finally arrived at Luo Feng's villa. At the entrance of his villa, Luo Feng walked side by side with the bald man Dylan, quietly waiting for Bubulu to arrive. He's come, Dylan said softly. All Luo Feng looked carefully. In the distance a gold light instantly tore through the skies, after which he landed right before Luo Feng, revealing his silhouette. This was a 1/6 tall messy-haired dwarf. On his body one could smell alcohol. His gaze was reserved, occasionally revealing a flash of madness. Luo Feng pondered within. Bubulu. This dwarf, that wasn't even 1/6. Even though he thought so within, he still maintained absolute respect. A teacher and the leader of his guard were completely different. Even though an official level undying was high in position, Luo Feng's primal region position allowed him to talk on even terms with Dylan, without any sense of pressuring him. You are Luo Feng. The dwarf glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng greets teacher Bubulu. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Respectful. The dwarf looked at Dylan beside. Dylan too bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Bubulu. Dylan was indeed very strong and very close to an official, or could be said to almost be an official. Bubulu, however, was almost an emperor. Their strength difference was like sky and land. Tru Yan really knows how to spoil his disciples. The dwarf took a few big steps and entered the villa. Luo Feng and Dylan followed behind. I don't know much about teaching disciples. The dwarf took a few strides and said loudly as he walked. However much his voice boomed, it only reached Luo Feng and Dylan, the distant large group of sector lords, domain lords, and universe-level guards couldn't hear a single sound. I'm most proficient in using claws, the dwarf spoke loudly, hence I'll use my claw methods and help you comprehend the space and gold origin laws. It'll also help you learn how to fuse them. Yes, Luo Feng listened intently. Claws. The golden horned beast's most proficient trump card was the tearing sky claw. According to its inheritance memories, this move, combined with the ancient pictures he studied, and with the beast god statue that held within the ancient energies from before, claw techniques could be said to be Luo Feng's most powerful and proficient attacks, even more so than his spirit weapons and blade moves. Of course, using his human body to unleash the claw techniques was much weaker. However, the foundation itself, he was still proficient in claw techniques. Ah, the dwarf glanced at Luo Feng, finally revealing a smile. Not bad. Quite obedient. I like obedient and smart students. Go, let's go to your training grounds. I'll first get a grasp of your skills, and see how's your comprehension of the laws, whether you've made a wrong turn in comprehension. Of course you are a student of True Yan Emperor, even if you've taken a wrong turn, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Yes, Luo Feng immediately walked towards the training grounds. Within the training grounds, the dwarf Bubulu and Luo Feng stood within. Simulate a space location, Bubulu ordered. Luo Feng immediately complied, and the entire scenery in the training grounds warped, changing into a vast and endless space. Of course, the space within the training grounds was only that big, hence this universe space. Luo Feng could only move within several 100 km in area. The dwarf Bubulu and Luo Feng stood in the space. Go. The dwarf Bubulu ordered. Go unleash all your origin law comprehension. Whether it's spirit weapon or close combat, it doesn't matter your little bit of comprehension. No matter how you unleash it, I'll be able to see everything clearly. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng immediately became a blur and unleashed his claw techniques in space. Hoo. His fingers bent, almost like a beast claw, his entire being like a demon. Almost like a wild beast displaying its claws. That claws tore through the universe space, so sharp and piercing it produced a glaring golden huge claw. The gold claws howling through the space. This, the dwarf Bubulu, was initially very casual. However, as he looked on, his face revealed a look of shock. After a while, Luo Feng became a gold light and landed beside Bubulu. Awaiting your guidance, teacher, Luo Feng said respectfully. You know claw techniques too. The dwarf Bubulu looked at Luo Feng, his eyes already filled with more joy than before. To such powerful warriors, to be able to find a suitable disciple was extremely hard. From the information Bubulu had gathered on Luo Feng earlier, he knew Luo Feng was a spirit reader. Hence he wasn't too excited. However, True Yan Emperor asked himself. Even though Bubulu was proud, before this emperor level undying, the pinnacle of beings, an ancient being incredibly close to becoming a universe country leader, he didn't dare be proud at all. What's more, he was requested by True Yan Emperor himself this time, hence after some discussion, he immediately accepted. Even if Luo Feng was a spirit reader, he would teach him too. However, after he discovered Luo Feng was proficient in claw techniques, the dwarf Bubulu was truly excited from within. In terms of close combat, I've spent some time, Luo Feng said. No wonder true Yen Emperor favors you. It hasn't even been 200 years and your improvement is that shocking, and you've even trained in close combat. The dwarf Bubulu laughed. Your claw techniques are not bad. Much weaker than Luo Fu's, Luo Feng said. Not the same. Bubulu shook his head. I've collected information and seen some of your footage. I know about that Luo Fu too. His claw techniques are very powerful, but it's headed towards a dead end. Luo Feng was curious. Your claw techniques, however, are powerful and limitless. The dwarf Bubulu looked satisfied at Luo Feng. I don't see anything I need to even fix since you know claw techniques, then it'll be much easier to teach from now on. I'll begin to teach you a claw technique 3000 space. It's a technique I created myself. Through studying this technique, it'll help you comprehend the golden space laws. Yes, Luo Feng said respectfully. The dwarf Bubulu nodded satisfied. It was initially only because of true Yen Emperor that Bubulu thought he just needed to be somewhat serious about the job. However, after seeing a genius so perfect in his claw techniques, he was moved, too. He was prepared to immediately pass down his self-created 3000 space technique. Bubulu didn't seem to know. Luo Feng's claw techniques were from the beast god statue. Of course it was a true path. From that day, Luo Feng sent out 50 of his consciousness to study and train with Bubulu from learning with him. The golden horned beast within his internal world would then study it and train too. This made Bubulu discover that Luo Feng's comprehension speed was simply too shocking. The other 50 of his consciousness, he used to continue receiving the demon note inheritance. Demon Note Mountain, all of the 32 inheritance palaces had people in them receiving the inheritance. The main thing was that back then, Luo Feng had snatched away Mist Emperor's slot. This had shocked many other Undyings. Supposed to receive their slots, they all strongly requested from the Great Union to enter the palace earlier. 32 inheritance palaces, a total of 31 Undyings, and 1 universe level 9 youth within the palace. The many levels of stairs extended continuously upwards, deep into space. Above, there lay the shrine. On level 2316. Luo Feng sat there like a statue on the black stone stairs. Half of his consciousness was in the golden horned beast, combining his teacher Bubulu's 3000 space technique while studying the beast god statue's wonders. Whenever he had any problems he didn't comprehend, he could ask his teacher Bubulu. Level 2316 complete. The statue. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes, filled with glee. Even though the qualification battles were going on before, that didn't really affect my acceptance of the inheritance. Luo Feng was joyful within. Suddenly the silhouette of Luo Fu appeared in his mind, just like himself. Luo Fu was doing an impossible level mission while he took part in the qualification battles. However, Luo Fu wasn't as lucky as himself. 2 years. It's been about 2 years since the qualification battles passed. There still hasn't been any news of Luo Fu. Luo Feng frowned. There's no way to determine if he's actually alive or dead. Whether he was alive or dead was hard to determine, especially in the impossible level mission special locations. If Luo Feng were to be killed within Demon Note Mountain, even having his body destroyed and hidden and robbed after, if that ever happened, how would the virtual universe company ever determine if he was alive or dead? The more special the location, the harder it was to determine the status of a person. It's been about 2 years, Luo Fu hasn't entered the virtual universe network since then. He only lost that battle back then because he didn't show himself. If he's still alive, he should enter the virtual universe network at least explaining to his friends, "Don't tell me he's really dead." Luo Feng frowned, suddenly thinking about it made his heart skip a beat. Risky. Consecutively taking on missions has given me lots of benefits. It's also made me proud with greater ambition. Luckily, I just realized. A sense of fear flashed in his eyes. From the Blood River World mission, he had gotten a huge benefit, after which the other dangerous level missions he did, Luo Feng only completed the basic requests. He didn't search the worlds for their hidden secrets, and since he acquired the demon note inheritance from the impossible mission, he excitedly deduced back then that the special mission worlds should all have some secrets. Those secrets could very well be miraculous encounters. Once he understood that theory, Luo Feng was somewhat regretting that he didn't properly search those dangerous level mission worlds. However, at this time, while he thought of Luo Fu's incident, it made him awake with a shock. I've been too blinded. Every mission's request is already extremely dangerous, like acquiring 3 blood crystals in Blood River World, absorbing them and becoming a blood warrior to a universe level 9 genius. That is something extremely dangerous and difficult. After all, the moment one is careless, they would meet a domain Lord Aboriginal and get attacked, and they cannot use any technological weapons, etc. Luo Feng thought, if I go search through the ancient god ruins secrets, search for the beast god statues secrets, one would definitely be killed without a doubt. And Demon Note Mountain, surviving here for 3 years is already an impossible level mission. Within these 3 years, even if one could hide from the demon notes, they might unexpectedly meet a sector Lord Aboriginal, or a sector Lord level beast. Surviving here for 3 years is indeed an impossible level mission. And to actually acquire the demon note inheritance, that is a suicide mission. Luo Feng's forehead was filled with beads of cold sweat. The place in which the demon note inheritance palace was in, even sector lords would die without a doubt. Even undyings, they too had to be stronger than the average undyings to be able to dodge all the terrifying huge beasts blocking the path. If it weren't for my Masha body, I'd definitely be killed. Luo Feng's forehead was perspiring profusely. My luck this time was good. Next time, however, it may not be so. The other impossible level missions would probably have some huge secrets too, and to actually search for them and acquire the benefits, the danger would probably be no less than Demon Note Mountains. Demon Note Mountain has the wild beasts, and their intellect is extremely low. However, the other impossible level mission secrets, the danger that accompanies them may not be just beasts. If it were some undying guard with intellect, they would immediately kill me. Then Luo Feng felt a wave of fear. The secrets hidden within these training mission worlds were like drugs. After tasting them once, it would make them addicted. However, the moment one slips up, it would cost them their lives. I have the Masha clansman and the golden horned beast body. My survival ability is indeed stronger than the other geniuses. The usual requests of the impossible level missions, as long as I'm cautious, I'll be able to complete them. However, if I get overambitious and blindly search for the huge hidden secrets, I might very well lose my little life. Luo Feng thought. Right. According to what teacher said, that Luo Fu's strength only exploded within the past couple of hundred of years. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Don't tell me that he discovered some huge secret encounter during one of his missions. According to Luo Feng's guess, every mission may have some hidden secret. However, he didn't think that he'd be the only one to discover them. It could very likely be that way. Because of the encounter he had a couple of hundred of years ago, he knew the flavor of such an encounter, hence during this time's impossible level mission, he probably consciously observed and searched for the secret. However, because of that, it may have invited danger, finally losing his life. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was likely that it happened this way. He too had guessed that every mission had some secret behind it, hence his ambition grew. Others may have been that way too. These sort of super encounters, the risks that accompany them too, are just as super. I was able to dodge the dangers this time, because of my Masha body. What about next time? Luo Feng immediately grew more cautious. So, with a stride, he became a blur and landed on the 2317th level of stairs. Immediately, incredibly mysterious techniques began to pour into his memories. He once again began to accept more of the inheritance, causing his soul to change through the training. The training of these techniques was a lot like the soul imprint his teacher, Hu Yanbo, had created back then. It too caused one's soul to change and evolve, to finally be able to use the technique. This supreme demon note inheritance had gradually changed the foundation of his spirit energy. Luo Feng's soul was a domain lord level 9 soul. It took the form of a condensed crystal ball. And at this time, that crystal ball had gold markings throughout, countless gold markings filled the soul crystal ball. They were mystical. As he continued to train the techniques, it caused the soul's gold markings to gradually increase. As they grew more and more, it made his spirit energy amplitude get stronger as well. However, there was an end to this demon note inheritance. On the 3211th level, Luo Feng knelt down on the stone stairs, his skin soaked from perspiration. His face pale, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't help but hold on to his head. His soul, incredibly fatigued, it made Luo Feng feel like he would fall asleep. The moment he gave in, the piercing pain of the soul made him want to crumble. Persevere. Persevere until this step of the inheritance. I have to accept all of it. Luo Feng roared within, almost like hypnotism, as he constantly told himself. Within, convincing himself. He knelt down on the stairs on the verge of collapse. In theory, the time spent on each step wasn't long. However, Luo Feng already felt like every second was even longer than a year. His soul was incredibly fatigued. It made him go into a semi-conscious state, to the point where he had no way to even think anymore. His thinking ability was now probably not even comparable to a normal child of Earth. Thinking speed, incredibly slow, it could stop at any time. The fatigue of the soul decreased his control of his body to its limit. He knelt on the floor, about to fall any time. Finally, the transfer of the 3211th level finally reached an end. I finally succeeded. Luo Feng relaxed within, after which the fatigue immediately buried his consciousness, and he fell into a state of trance. Rumble. He fell on the stairs, not moving as he completely lost consciousness. After some time, he finally opened his eyes. He fiercely jumped up, surveying his surroundings. He was actually in the plaza of the Inheritance Palace, and the entrance door of the palace was shut. Luo Feng, about 5 hours after you fell asleep, you were sent to this plaza by a formless energy, and the doors of the Inheritance Palace automatically Closed meaning, the inheritance has ended. Babada's voice resounded within. His consciousness, Luo Feng regained his calmness after. It's ended. Luo Feng laughed and looked about. There wasn't a single thing in the plaza, the white light still engulfed the. Outside of the plaza, this white light prevented any beast from flying in. How long have I been asleep? Luo Feng asked. 31 days, Babada said. It's been long enough, Luo Feng exclaimed. He had been accepting the demon note inheritance for close to 12 years, within these 12 years his soul had been in constant training and evolution. It had never gotten the chance to rest, hence the fatigue kept growing and collecting. I've been extremely lucky this time. I originally thought I'd reach my limit. At the 1200th level, Luo Feng laughed and exclaimed, I didn't expect to get the gold soul fruit with the Masha clansman, changing a special property within my soul and allowing it to accept more of the inheritance. This allowed me to reach the 3211th level. The first part of the demon note inheritance had a total of 3333 levels. In the trillions of years it has been there, over 100,000 life forms have accepted the inheritance. Almost all of them had been undyings. However, many undyings usually only reach the first part's later stages before ending. Luo Feng, relying on the gold soul fruit, actually got a result comparable to an undying inheritance, and Luo Feng stood in the plaza. There was only him there. During these 12 years, 5 years ago, I tried letting the golden horned beast absorb the 98th blood river crystal, and it was a success. Now I feel like him. Much stronger than 5 years ago. Maybe the 99th crystal will succeed too. Luo Feng was filled with excitement. Whatever he wished to do, he just did. Immediately attempting to let the golden horned beast absorb the 99th crystal within the internal world. Back then on Blood River World, the Masha clansmen relied on the automaton ship to decimate the Blood River World, wantonly raking in close to 10,000 Blood River crystals. Even though the golden horned beast's body was much bigger than the wild beast, Qinyo, it barely managed to absorb up to 97 Blood River crystals. The killing intent from any crystal absorbed after was simply too terrifying. Luo Feng's willpower had no way to withstand it, hence, back then he had to stop temporarily and quietly wait till a breakthrough occurred in the future. Demon Note Inheritance. During its training, it constantly tested my withstanding ability. It's been a huge training factor for my willpower. And this inheritance is used to change one's soul. It's already increased my soul's control by over 10 times, Luo Feng thought, plus these 12 years, my mental state training has never stopped. Mental state training was completely different from training other things. Like origin law comprehension and studying techniques, those require a large amount of focus and energy, etc. Mental state, however, didn't require so much. It was more of placing oneself in the right state of mind. For example, during battle, one had to collect oneself, otherwise losing control of one's emotions during the battle would result in only 70-80 of strength. And like Thunder God and Hong, their mental state training has reached an extremely high level. No matter how complex a situation, it wouldn't affect their state at all. Their battle abilities would in fact still shine through it. Others may exceed their usual abilities through special circumstances, and people like Hong, however, were able to unleash 200 of his power at any time. This was with the right mental state, allowing one to release his strength at an extreme level. Of course, in terms of mental state training, Hong had already reached a super level of sainthood in China's history. Even Thunder God, his mental state, was only slightly weaker than Hong's, and Luo Feng was weaker than Thunder God by a little. Luckily, Luo Feng had Hong and Thunder God, the two great figures, to teach and guide him, hence his mental state had always been improving. Mental state training didn't have much relation to the amount of time spent. And some warriors training, wanting to reach undying, had to train for at least a few tens of thousands of years, some requiring millions. However, in terms of mental state training, just a short 10 years was enough to reach an extremely high level. After all, the ancient people of China didn't have lifespans over 112 years. Over these 12 years, Luo Feng had improved quite a lot. It was a pity in the three great mental states, he was still only at the pinnacle of the first level. Of course, in terms of willpower alone, he was already incredibly strong. Luo Feng stood in the quiet plaza within his internal world. The enormous mountain range like golden-horned beast, its huge golden eyes, bigger than 2 ponds, stared at the right scaled claw. The blood river crystal lay within. Number 99. The right claw clenched and a sharp claw slashed through the palm. Immediately, the scales tore apart and that little tiny blood river crystal was controlled by the beast's spirit energy into the wound. From the touch, a formless energy immediately poured into the golden-horned beast's body. Hell. It raised its head and let out a pained howl. This was a clash of killing intent and willpower. An endless amount of killing intent engulfed it, almost like countless war vehicles howling and forcing its way through. Luo Feng's willpower was condensed and sharp like a blade, defending against the many attacks. This pure clash of willpower, even if one had lots of strength and power, it wouldn't help this situation at all. I definitely must win. I definitely can win. This killing intent cannot defeat me, it cannot get through. Luo Feng's willpower roared time and again, persevering. Suddenly, the originally incredibly fierce killing intent backed away like a river, swiftly retracting. Simultaneously, the blood river crystal lying in the golden-horned beast's right claw began to flow with blood river energy. The energy continuously entered the right claw, once again changing the beast's terrifying right claw. The pain once again attacked. One could only imagine the amount of pain the 99th crystal brought with it. It caused the golden-horned beast to madly clash against the land, tearing through the mountain ranges. However painful, it could only bear with it. Finally, the pain subsided. The 99th crystal had completely fused with its right claw. Howl, the golden-horned beast raised its head and howled happily, its howl reverberating throughout the endless internal world. It slightly raised its right claw, triggering the powerful blood river crystal within it, and immediately the claw began to undergo a change. Its bones, scales and muscles, etc., up to the finest of its cells began to evolve from within. It immediately formed the dark gold claw, and on it were many little complex blood-red engravings. The engravings covered the entire right claw. They joined to form a picture, one of a beast howling. What a peculiar picture! Before, when he successfully absorbed the 98th crystal, the right claw's blood red engraving picture that appeared didn't at all look like this beast howling. However, when the 99th went through, it added up to 100 other engravings that combined and made the originally scattered engravings much more complete than before. The engravings formed a complete beast, a lot like the beast of the beast god statue. The only difference was, it doesn't have the single horn like the beast god statue, and because it's missing the horn, it looks like this blood-red engraving picture is yet to be complete. I think when I successfully absorb the 100th, it'll be complete. I'll try and see if I can successfully absorb the 100th blood river crystal. The golden-horned beast once again retrieved another crystal, trying once again to absorb it. Within the plaza, Luo Feng stood in the plaza. The stone ground beside was covered in fresh blood. It was blood that the earth body spit out in pain while absorbing the 99th blood river crystal earlier. Absorbing the 100th crystal was a failure. Luo Feng rubbed the sweat off his forehead. The final absorption of the 100th crystal was indeed very difficult. I think it'll take a few more years after my willpower rises more before it'll succeed. Absorbing the 99th crystal was a success. The 100th was a failure. Luo Feng, however, was still very excited, because according to the red engraving showing on its right claw, it was that of a beast howling, and that beast was almost completely similar to the beast god statue, only it was missing a horn. Blood river crystal, it's indeed linked to the legendary beast god of blood river world. Luo Feng thought, whether it's a blood warrior, black warrior, or the blood river energy the golden horned beast triggers, they are all linked to the beast god. And I think, after I successfully absorb the 100th crystal, the horn will appear, and after the entire picture is complete there may be a huge surprise. Luo Feng was elated. He looked around the plaza. There weren't any other life forms but him there. Below, however, in the deep abyss world, there were trillions of beasts. Countless beasts, even undying level huge beasts. There were many of them. Time to go back. Luo Feng's body warped. So he switched with the Masha body, and it instantly became an ice bear, a simple, hued ice bear that looked about and rushed fiercely forward. The ice bear immediately passed through the white light barrier. It glanced down at the endless abyss world below with countless beasts. With a plop, it landed in the ice below, standing back up stupidly. The surrounding other stupid beasts all didn't even seem to notice this ice bear. The ice bear looked up at the 32 floating palaces above. All 32 of them have the white barrier, following which, the light that protected Luo Feng's palace slowly began to dissipate. Looks like the other 31 palaces all have life forms excepting the inheritance. The ice bear glanced. Anyway, I've already accepted what I could, and I cannot get any more. Time to grasp the time and leave. The ice bear looked about. In the vast cold deep abyss world, no matter which direction he looked, it seemed endless. It was littered with endless beasts, and the number of beasts was simply unbelievable. How do I get out? Ice bear. Luo Feng was stunned. How did I enter, and how do I go? Back then it was due to Imo Luo's kick that he entered the hole and fell into the deep abyss world. However, flying out of the hole to leave the deep hole region has many huge undying level beasts. Every one of them simultaneously watches over many holes. Just the undying beasts alone, their swallowing energy is terrifying. I'd best not mess with them. Luo Feng recalled. The entire region below the holes were all undying beasts. And while Luo Feng was in ice bear form, he didn't see any other beast fly into the holes. Even the other beasts don't fly into the holes, whatever they are not doing. I cannot do, Luo Feng thought. Then, the ice bear immediately began to explore the deep abyss world, however. After 3 days, it still hadn't found a way to leave the area. It was getting anxious. I'll just follow one direction and keep walking. I don't believe I won't reach an end. The ice bear began to proceed in one single direction, occasionally running and flying millions of km, occasionally stumbling and walking about, just like that. It walked further and further. Gradually, the beasts it could see also got lesser. When will I actually walk out of this place? Ice bear, Luo Feng muttered. It continued to proceed in one direction. The beasts within its view got so little that he would only occasionally spot one. Hell! Terrifying demon note instantly swept past the area. Ice bear, Luo Feng only slightly shook. Even though it was a transformation of the Masha clansman, the core within the ice bear was still after all Luo Feng, and the core was hidden within the soul. Naturally, it would be affected by the demon note. This demon note should be able to affect a lower-level sector Lord Warrior. Demon note. The ice bear suddenly stopped, its eyes staring wide, filled with human emotions. There's finally demon notes. After walking about in the deep abyss world for so long, it hadn't discovered a single demon note. Damn. I've finally encountered a demon note. Ice bear Luo Feng was incredibly excited, so excited he felt like crying. Discovering a demon note here, looks like I'm just about almost out of the deep abyss world. The ice bear was so excited it immediately became a blur as it flew. With one breath it flew several hundreds of thousands of km. Finally, seeing the vast stone ice walls, there stood many caves. The familiar caves, the caves that I adore so. The ice bear waved its huge paws excitedly and immediately flew through one of the caves. Within the deep ice-cold cave, the ice bear walked alone, feeling gleeful. No matter what, I've finally left the deep abyss world area. To the ice bear Luo Feng, the rest of Demon Note Mountain, except for the deep abyss world, had no threat to Luo Feng. He proceeded forward and maintained a quick pace. After a while, he already reached the end of a cave. There the caves all intersected, a total of 395 cave pathways. Ah! The ice bear looked about stupidly. Big trouble. I'm in trouble now. Ice bear Luo Feng suddenly realized a problem. The only memory I have is of the path I took to get here, and now I have no way to follow that way back. In Demon Note Mountain, a cave connected to hundreds of others. Any single one would connect to many others. The path was incredibly complex. It could be said to be a super maze. Even the normal warriors that came to explore Demon Note Mountain would usually memorize their old paths back, if they didn't, and explored randomly. It would take many years before they actually managed to find their way out of the maze. What do I do? I've never been in this area before. The other 394 caves ahead, which should I choose? The ice bear stared at the huge caves ahead, some bent about, some straight, some bent to the sides. He didn't know what to do at the moment. Paths he had never explored. And he couldn't backtrack. Luo Feng swiftly pondered within. There's no other way, just one. I have to find other humans. The other humans should know the way out. After all, under normal circumstances, those able to get over here are able to get back. People that have such bad experiences like Luo Feng, which forced them to end up in different places, are extremely rare. Ice bear Luo Feng randomly picked a cave and entered. Half a day later. So unlucky, I actually met a beast blocking the way. Luckily, it's only a stupid universe-level beast, an incredibly skinny yellow-robed man with two white horns on his forehead gazed at the ice bear before him, after which he casually brandished two large hammers from his back. Two red hammers. Stupid beast, die before me. The skinny man instantly became a demonic blur and rushed at the ice bear. Who? The ice bear waved its ice-huge paw, fast as lightning. How can that be a universe-level beast? How can it move that fast? The skinny man stared wide-eyed in shock. That huge bear paw was so fast he couldn't dodge it. It smacked right into him, smashing him into a mess and knocking him hard into the side walls. The tattered body fell on the floor. The ice bear looked at the body on the ground, after which it walked up to it and began to search for items. There's actually no AI or quantum computer, so unlucky. The ice bear instantly became a blur, transforming back into Luo Feng's earth body. Luo Feng looked at the body, frowning. I need to find a map out of Demon Note Mountain, and maps are normally stored in the warrior's memories. Also, they would normally carry a quantum computer to record the paths. However, this punk doesn't seem to have one. Right, the 9-star ocean place, even though some upper echelons have quantum computers, but this place is after all an aboriginal place. Those that have quantum computers are few. Luo Feng was troubled. Those aboriginals indeed had the pathways memorized in their memories. However, searching through memories was indeed troublesome. Normally hypnotism through the soul was easy. The easiest was to forcefully wipe a portion of their memories. The hardest was to dissect and search through. Even a master of soul techniques could easily wipe a person's memory. However, to actually search through the mysteries and recover specific information was still extremely hard. And these aboriginals were all at least universe level. Universe-level warriors, their soul strength was already very strong. Luo Feng was able to easily hypnotize them, but to wipe their memories alone was almost impossible already. To search through was a definite impossible thing to do. Probably only Undyings could directly search through a universe-level warrior's memories. Hypnotizing the opponent, making him tell me the way. Luo Feng shook his head. This Demon Note Mountain is a super maze. The paths are incredibly complex. Just the number of pathways alone are countless. Capturing a universe-level punk and making him lead the way. Luo Feng shook his head. Still no, my movement speed is very fast. I don't have to care about the demon notes. These universe-level aboriginals, however, have to be incredibly careful about them, because the moment they meet a stronger one, they would become zombies. No matter how he thought, Luo Feng still felt searching for a quantum computer or AI was still better. No matter, those able to come to Demon Note Mountain were all strong warriors. Of 9-star Bay, a small portion of them should have quantum computers. Luo Feng disguised himself as an aboriginal and proceeded. Those within Demon Note Mountain were indeed mad. As long as Luo Feng encountered anyone in the caves, those that thought themselves stronger than Luo Feng would immediately make a move and try to kill him. Luo Feng spent 4 days, killed 9 aboriginals. After killing the 9th, he finally acquired that aboriginal's ARM quantum computer. Babata, hack in and find the way out, Luo Feng ordered. Understood. Babata swiftly hacked into the average quantum computer. I've already found the path, Babata said excitedly. We'll be able to leave soon. Luo Feng revealed an expression of glee. Finally, He was finally able to leave Demon Note Mountain, and it really wasn't easy. Rumble, a strong formless energy, swept past that region. Luo Feng himself didn't realize anything. Babata however immediately shouted out, "Luo Feng! Be careful, it's a world energy scan, there should be a Sector Lord warrior nearby." Sector Lord Luo Feng frowned. Against Sector Lord warriors, Luo Feng wasn't too afraid. 19 kilometers, 10 kilometers, he's here, Babata shouted. Luo Feng, however, only frowned as he looked in the distant spacious ice cave. A silhouette swiftly appeared. It was a silver-skinned man with no hair at all. Two curved horns on his forehead. He gazed at Luo Feng, like a lion hunting its prey. He gave off a powerful evil energy. "You, a Universe Level 9 punk, you are actually able to kill a Domain Lord." "Level 3 fighter," the silver-skinned Sector Lord said coldly, "looks like you have some treasures on you." Luo Feng continued to look coldly at him. Suddenly, he turned and fled. So Luo Feng fled incredibly quickly. "You wish to run?" the silver-skinned Sector Lord swiftly chased. "Babata, how strong is this punk?" Luo Feng swiftly swapped to the Masha clansman. While fleeing, the Masha clansman took on the form Luo Feng had of an aboriginal immediately. "Sector Lord, level 5, Babata said. "Ah, only level 5, Masha." Luo Feng's face revealed a smile. "Little punk, you can't get away." That cold voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears as the silhouette almost instantly reached before Luo Feng. Masha Luo Feng however flashed in a peculiar movement. He actually turned and fled in the direction he came from. Simultaneously, a seemingly simply built laser gun appeared in his hands. E9 laser gun. This laser gun had the style of the automaton race simplicity. "That's the weapon you use to kill a Domain Lord level 3, looks like a laser gun, haha, that's a rare valuable." The silver-skinned Sector Lord's voice resounded in the caves. He however continued to rush Luo Feng. His speed was shocking. So Masha Luo Feng fiercely turned and flashed, easily dodging the attack. What? The silver-skinned Sector Lord's expression changed greatly. Masha Luo Feng's sudden turn and flash, the instantaneous speed it displayed, it was simply unbelievable. It actually left the Sector Lord level 5 behind in speed. The E9 laser warning light turned from red to green. 01 seconds had passed. The storage was complete. Chi Luo Feng gently pressed the button. He coldly looked at the raging Sector Lord, his lips gently mouthing the words, not making a sound as he said, "Go and die." The extremely glaring white pillar of light instantly pierced right through the Sector Lord and later into the frozen stone walls of the cave. The ice layer melted and steam filled the air. The black stone instantly split apart, and the extreme low temperature in the cave suddenly shot up to extremely high temperatures. The huge change in temperature made even more steam rise up within. Very quickly, everything began to freeze back up. Ka-cha ka-cha. Luo Feng stepped on the broken ice and walked to where the almost completely disintegrated body was. At that time, only the remains of the armor were left. "There's no entrance to hell, but you forced your way in to die. Who can you blame?" Luo Feng knelt down and swiftly found the Sector Lord's space ring. He used his spirit energy to pierce right in, and with a scan, he revealed a smile. "Haha. Not only did you come here to die, you even come with gifts." A Sector Lord is indeed a Sector Lord. So many black tags. Luo Feng was incredibly gleeful. He kept the large amount of black tags in his space ring with this new batch. The number of black tags I've collected have reached over 9,800. I just need a little more to hit 10,000. Before he started the Demon Note inheritance, Luo Feng had already collected close to 8,000 black tags. Plus the new batch, it was really close to 10,000. He just needed a little over 100. 100 plus black tags should be easy to collect. I just have to meet a domain lord level 8 or 9, and I'll probably have enough. Luo Feng was extremely gleeful. He began to follow the path out. On the way out, he met 10 others. With the universe level 9 strength his earth body exuded, it indeed had attracted many domain lord level aboriginals to attack him. Naturally, they were all easily killed by Luo Feng. This made his total count of black tags naturally rise up to 10k. Haha, I'm finally out. I've finally left the Demon Note Mountain Super Maze. Luo Feng smiled as he immediately flew out of Demon Note Mountain's outermost cave exit.